Make babies with me. That was the request from the big banana druid to the blonde huntress, meaning he wants her to breed with him. Of course he got slapped in the face for that, but she was the one who gave him the option to choose, and I believe that in the future this request is gonna happen, guys. All of this happened because this cabbage head here got pissed at the protagonist during the exam and called him out to throw hands in a ring. The blonde woman, who's one of the people running the exams, showed up and said whoever lost would be punished, and obviously the cabbage head, who's a boxer, got taken down with a single punch. In the end, he slept without sleep. And to make things worse, the protagonist challenged her to a fight too, saying that if she lost, she wouldn't punish the cabbage head. She agrees and even says that if he wins, he can choose whatever he wants. The fight had some insane moves, flying knees, a spinning kick, splits in the air, splits on the ground, lots of cool poses to watch, but in the end she had to give in, because the space was too small for her to use her techniques, but she would keep her word and let him choose whatever he wanted. The big banana druid asked if there were many strong females on Earth like her, and she said not many. That's when he said his request is her. He wants to breed and have pups with her. That's because he's already familiar with her too, after sniffing her a few times. Yeah, he literally sniffed her. Now I'm gonna explain why he says breed and have pups, and why he keeps sniffing people around too, besides me calling him the big banana druid. It all started on a normal sunny day, when lightning struck the city, a rain of giant lightning bolts. Everything quickly turned into chaos, and the protagonist was right there in the middle. In the panic, he ran across the street, and Truck Home was already waiting to send him to Isekai, but then suddenly he got sucked into another dimension. Obito, is that you? When he woke up, he didn't know where he was, but when he looked at the sky, he saw some really weird creatures flying and 2 moons, and he also realized he had the clothes he came into the world with, meaning no clothes. This place definitely wasn't Earth. Suddenly he witnessed a battle of wolves against a bear. All of that was driving him crazy. In the end, the pack beat the bear. The wolves together were strong and had food for a long time, while the protagonist didn't even have clothes. Soon a wolf showed up behind him and stared him down. Our protagonist panicked and took off running. So he ran and got tired until his constitution went up by 1. Then he ran and kept running, but he tripped and started rolling down the cliff and landed headfirst with his banana out. He was all messed up, but that's where he found food. The fruit looked like a tomato and some ants were eating it, so it seemed fine to eat. He started devouring it fast, but soon noticed something. Something was watching him. He froze. A gigantic snake, a bit bigger than mine, was about to attack him. Now it was too late for him, but the snake got eaten by an even bigger frog right in front of him. All of that was insane. This place was completely nuts. And then the protagonist passed out. A few months later, it was raining. He was drinking the water that drips off the leaves. It had been 67 days since he came to this world. The pack was still following him, trying to get him. He needed to find another safe place. 1 year passed quickly. Our druid was picking some big bananas. That's why I said he was the big banana druid. Suddenly, one of the bananas came loose, but he caught it before it fell, and that increased his strength by 1 point. His body was changing completely, and now it was time to get his reward. Besides surviving this chaotic world, now he was also adapting. One of the wolf pups was always following him, to the point that he missed the animal when he didn't see it. Suddenly something got his back wet. When he looked up, it was a giant gorilla. Maybe he grabbed the gorilla's banana. The thing swung hard, but he dodged. That hit made the branch snap, and the gorilla fell right on top of the little wolf who got thrown far away. That hurt him. Even so, the animal didn't get scared. The gorilla was even more furious and then attacked, hitting the animal, and that's when our big banana druid came up behind it, striking it in the eye, but he got tossed away easily and ended up crashing into a tree. The gorilla, still furious, ran toward him. Now it was clear everything was over in these lands. There will always be a ruler until all of a sudden a giant wolf jumped on the gorilla. The whole crowd started biting the animal while little by little, the protagonist began to lose consciousness. This was probably the end for him. That pup he saved was the son of the Wolf King, and that was the day he became part of the pack. When he fell behind, the wolf waited for him. When the wolf fell behind, he carried the wolf in his arms, and that's how they grew up and got stronger together. By now, it had already been 2 years that he'd been stuck there. At that moment, he'd already been accepted by the whole pack. After 31 years stranded, he climbed a steep mountain like it was nothing, leaping at a giant serpent and ripping it apart completely, together with his wolf friends. Every day he took part in territorial fights with his family, so little by little he started fitting in and becoming part of that insane world. Now 120 years had passed, and he was probably the only human on that planet. Along the way, he gained and lost some friends, until there came a point where he lost track of time. He only knew that hundreds of years had gone by. Much later, he started a war against the gorilla race over Moonlight Hill. The wolves and the gorillas were running toward each other. The beatdown started. Our big banana druid was right in the middle of it. He went after one of the biggest gorillas, but suddenly a light formed and he got sucked into another dimension again. An explosion swallowed the place. Only his dagger was left behind. On the other side, the hunters felt something weird. The dimensional energy was way off. They were even calling for backup, until a burst of energy appeared right in front of them. Everyone ran, knowing a portal was about to open. The blonde girl immediately drew her sword for whatever was going to come out, but when she saw the silhouette, she couldn't believe it. Then it looked at her and she froze on the spot. Her whole body trembled like she was prey to something. The man shouted, furious, and she realized that thing wasn't human. The energy was insanely dense. Then the man staggered and fell right in front of her. Nobody had ever seen that much energy before. She hadn't felt a threat like that even against high-level monsters. So what the hell is this guy? And here we are telling the whole story to a psychologist. The man thanked him for the account and said his testimony would be shared with the Awakened Central, when suddenly the protagonist called out to the bald guy who stopped to see what he wanted, and it was just to thank him for listening since he hadn't talked to anyone in 1,000 years. And it was the doctor who wanted to thank him for the story of a wild warrior who returned after 1,000 years. But as he left the room, he thought all of it was really bizarre. Now at the Awakened Central, the blonde is confused. The man doesn't get her concern, and she's confused because the card says he's rank F, which means he's just a normal person. But how did someone rank F make it through the portal? The man says it must have been luck, but the test results are already out, and he asks if she wants to read them. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Basically, he acts like a wolf, but what she saw was it just her imagination. So she decides to personally deliver the letter to him. She needs to check with her own eyes. Now at the hospital, he'd been under observation for 2 weeks. Suddenly his meal arrived. He was starving, so it was time to devour everything. At the same time, the blonde arrived and walked right into the room, greeting Park Soo-hoo, but he was eating in a weird way on top of the bed, and he looked like a dog when you pretend you're going to mess with his food. Plus he looked like L from Death Note. The girl said her name Choi Soo-young, so he got up and sniffed her, saying she felt familiar. He caught that female scent right away. But she was familiar because she was the first person he saw when he came back, and of course he looked like a predator when he came out, but maybe she judged wrong. Suddenly he asks what she wants, rudely, which makes her wonder why he talks to her like that, and he says it's because he's 1,000 years old. Only then did she understand why he was diagnosed as crazy, but she hands him the documents. He needs to sign them to go back to society. But he's amazed by the pen, starts sniffing it, saying that even after 1,000 years they still use this. Suddenly she scolds him, telling him to sign and not draw, even asks if he's a Neanderthal. She gets more and more irritated. This is because his signature is a wolf. Continuing the conversation, she asks if he learned anything there like magic or voodoo, something like that. The answer is that he didn't learn anything since he just survived in a forest. That frustrates her, saying that so he basically just spent 10 years running around out there, survive, then to become a true returnee who can cross portals. He should have killed monsters and taken their dimensional energy. But even after living in such a dangerous world, she says he only got through a portal and found the return stone by pure luck. Park corrects her. He wasn't there for 10 years, but 1,000. Annoyed, Choi says it wasn't 1,000, just 10. He's confused. She tells him to check his records, which say he vanished in 2015 and came back through a portal in 2025. Park looks at the file and is shocked to see it's true. Choi hands back his awakened ID. As she leaves, she tells him some of his costs will be deducted because of the damage he caused, and he should ask about it later. She also says that once he's better, he should go see his family. After saying goodbye, Choi leaves, and Park keeps thinking about her words. He wonders if any of his family is still alive. Back then, he had already given up on everything, thinking that if he ever made it back, his family and friends would be long gone. Now he had returned, but he also had to face losing the forest family that stayed with him for 1,000 years. Still, that was only his guess. On Earth, only 10 years had passed. When he checks the documents, Park is stunned. He learns his parents really did die that day, but not all was lost. His younger brother Junho was still alive. Panicked, Park rushes out and goes straight back to the doctor. The doctor asks what's wrong and Park says he needs help. His brother is alive and he wants the doctor to help him find him. The doctor hesitates, saying Park may not be ready to return to society yet and he needs to look into things first. Park, getting impatient, says the doctor doesn't understand how serious this is. He isn't asking for permission. The doctor then makes a small gesture. He says he has one condition. Soon after, Park is in a car. He thanks the doctor and says he won't forget this help. The doctor says they'll stay in touch, then tells the driver to make sure Park gets there safely, since he still hasn't fully recovered. As the car pulls away, the girl points out that the doctor paid all of Park's hospital bills, gave him clothes, and even arranged a driver. She asks why he went that far for Park, especially when low-rank returnees usually get ignored by the central office. The doctor says he wants to hear more of Park's story, and besides, he still needs to replace that doorknob. The girl is surprised and remembers how it got broken, thinking back to Park yanking the door open in a rush. Later, the doctor sits in his office, thinking that this is the second doorknob that's been broken. He says it's been a long time since he smelled an irregular. Meanwhile, Park rides in the taxi. A news report says that at 3 p.m. that day, monsters escaped in an unprotected field in the province. It happened because of a miscalculation involving a small break portal. The monsters had surrounded the area, and officials expected things to be under control in about 50 minutes. 2 attacks were stopped, but 12 awakened soldiers had died. Park listens closely to the report. He remembers the doctor saying the world had changed a lot and became something completely different after the Great Disaster. The doctor had joked that if he he were awakened, he'd quit his lousy job and get rich hunting in fields. Park had asked what all that meant, and the doctor told him he must have hit his head hard if he didn't even know that. Park told him to stop dragging it out and just explain. The doctor said that 10 years ago, gates opened all over the world. That's why that day is called the Great Disaster. It was the first dimensional convergence on Earth, when their world connected to others and monsters invaded. That day, 10% of the world's population died. The military wasn't enough to stop the monsters showing up everywhere, so weaker regions used mercenaries instead. People who vanished during the disaster, along with the awakened, were given mercenary licenses and the right to hunt monsters. Park asks how he can become a mercenary. The doctor laughs and says that's hard for a normal person. First, he has to awaken. After that, he just needs to pass the mercenary test at the Awakened Central Office. Park says that sounds pretty complicated. Sometime later, Park heads to another place. The driver tells him they've arrived. He points out the house ahead and says that's the address. Park gets out and thanks him. Then he walks toward the house. An old woman sees him and asks who he is. He says he's looking for Junho. The woman mutters that he still wears diapers but talks like a grown man. Park has no idea what she means. She says no one by that name lives there and tells him to leave. Park wonders if he came to the wrong place. Then he hears people arguing inside. He moves closer to the door. Nearby, he picks up a piece of paper and wonders if his brother is in debt. A little later, Park walks down the street, thinking that in the wild, strength rules everything. But in human society, money is what really matters. The scene shifts to a building, where Park shows his awakened card. A woman tells him his application for the mercenary test was rejected because he doesn't qualify. Park asks what's wrong when he's already an F-rank awakened. She says he's still 4 points below the minimum score. Park asks how that makes any sense when he crossed a portal just 2 weeks ago. The woman says normal people die trying to cross portals. Their bodies get torn apart. Then she adds that she doesn't believe he really did it. Either way, he can attend Awakened School or earn points in field battles, then come back once he's a proper Awakened. As he leaves, Park thinks the whole system makes no sense. Still, he becomes interested in the Goblin Field in Swan. The scene changes again. In another taxi, Park asks how far the walls go. The driver says they surround the whole city and tells him to check the map app. He asks if Park has it downloaded and explains the city is split into 12 zones with hundreds of gates between them. Looking around, Park decides he needs to act fast. Soon he spots the place, and the driver says they've arrived at Swan Field Gate 27. Park gets out and faces the huge entrance. He figures the gate leads to a hunting field. Then he starts walking toward it. 2 soldiers stop him there. They ask what he's doing. Park says he's here too. He says he came to hunt, so one soldier asks for his mercenary license. Park admits he doesn't have one. The soldier tells him civilians can't enter this area. Then both men spot something nearby. One soldier yells to shut the exit, but they're too late. A car smashes through the checkpoint. Inside, a monster is eating a man. Then the car slams into a wall. One soldier calls the emergency team to contain the monster, while the others surround the car and get ready to fight. The creature climbs out of the car, and the soldiers open fire, hitting it again and again. It seems like the monster is dead. The soldiers report that the situation is under control, and that the monster that came through the gate was killed. Then one of them asks where Park went. He wonders if Park already left. He probably ran after seeing the monster, but Park didn't run. He was already walking outside the area, saying that even though this was a field, he could still sense everything. He also decides he needs to buy his own car. Looking around, he wonders if every city besides Seo had been destroyed. He can hardly believe it. A while later, night falls. Park says the darkness feels familiar. He moves through the ruins and says it's time to hunt. Soon he drops to the ground and figures his body still feels a little heavy. He studies the nearby buildings, then sprints toward them. He climbs up fast and reaches the roof. Standing there, Park looks over the area, but he isn't posing. He shuts his eyes and focuses, using his senses to find the best direction. He snaps his head to the side and picks that way. Then he jumps down with ease. Those shoes have insane grip. As he moves through the empty streets, he reaches a shady alley. At the end of it, several goblins have a helpless dog cornered. The drool hanging from their mouths makes it clear they're starving. Still, the dog keeps fighting back. That's when Park steps out of the dark. He glances at the dog and jokes, asking if it wants help. The answer is obvious from its eyes, but the goblins are already set on attacking. They rush straight at him. Park grins and charges in too. In an instant, he spins and strikes from behind. The first goblin takes a punch so brutal its head caves into its body. Then something even stranger happens. System windows start flashing in front of him, one error after another, and Park has no clue why. It looks like the system is failing to read his actions right. While he tries to understand it, the other goblins attack. They think they have the advantage, but that confidence vanishes when Park knocks them down one by one, each with a single hit. The last goblin sees all his friends die and tries to flee, climbing a building in panic. But he makes one dumb mistake. He stops at the top and looks back, only to find Park right behind him. Park throws him off the roof, and the fall kills him. Once he's back on the ground, another system window appears, warning that there's an error showing his class abilities. That makes Park remember when, 100 years ago, he was naked in a forest fighting to survive. That's when he first started getting status points. So maybe even here, Back on Earth, the system still works, and maybe these errors are tied to why his body has been weaker since he returned. Then a new window pops up, Achievement Shop. Curious, Park opens it. He has 7 points and a few items he can buy. Nothing amazing, but he picks some anyway, and the items appear right in front of him. Before he can eat, he hears something. It's the same dog from before, and now a puppy is beside it. Park walks over slowly, puts a hand on the dog, and realizes it's dying. The animal seems ready to rest, but Park doesn't want to give up on it yet. In silence, it seems to ask him to protect the puppy. He can't ignore that. In the other world, wolves were his family. Maybe this is fate repeating itself. He takes out a snack and gives it to the dog. Then he walks to the goblin corpses, 7 in all. He keeps working through the night, only finishing at sunrise. He makes a small grave for the dog that died protecting its pup and stands there quietly for a moment. Meanwhile, at Area 27's entrance, traffic is a mess. Horns blaring and drivers getting mad. Then the noise dies down when someone walks up, carrying several dead goblins on his back. Even as corpses, the monsters are enough to make everyone step away. Park sells the bodies and gets over 10 grand. The most valuable part is the crystals inside them. That's where the real money is. Since he doesn't have a bank account, they pay him all in cash. Seeing that amount, he wonders how much he could make by clearing dungeons and gathering more crystals. Elsewhere, a truck is parked by a convenience store. Inside, a man chats with an old friend while buying a chocolate bar for his kid. Back at the truck, he's in a good mood. It had been an easy day, and he just wants to go home. But that calm doesn't last. Someone suddenly calls his name, Park Jun-ho, and a hard punch drops him to the ground. The man says it's been a long time, and they were worried Jun-ho really meant it when he said he'd ditch his kid and run. Jun-ho looks up and seems to know him. Then the others start beating him, mocking that he looks better than last time. They ask how many times they think they've had to come here. Jun-ho quickly pulls out some cash and says this is all he got. After counting it, the man says the monthly payment is 8,000 Brazilian real, and the interest is over 6,000 more, so he's still short. With tears in his eyes, Jun-ho begs for 3 more days. The man hits him again and asks if he even knows how much interest builds up in 3 days, telling him to stop lying. Then someone calls out to Jun-ho. One of the men asks who that is. Jun-ho freezes when he realizes his brother is alive. Park walks up to him and asks if he's Jun-ho. A flashback shows Jun-ho being bullied, while Park watched. Jun-ho begged for help, but Park ignored him and walked away, leaving him alone. So as a brother, Park had never really been there for him. The flashback shifts to reports of mysterious explosions across the country. Then red spheres, portals, start appearing with the blasts. Jun-ho watches in shock and runs to his mother's room. His parents are glad he's home, though they still don't know where Park is. Then an explosion hits, and monsters begin pouring out. At the same time, a giant eye watches Jun-ho. Soon after, he disappears. Back in the present, Park says Jun-ho has grown since he last saw him. Jun-ho answers that he thought Park was dead. Then the other guy cuts in. He asks if this really is Jun-ho's older brother. Park grabs the guy by the head and in seconds throws him back. Jun-ho stares in shock. The guy is hurled aside so hard it stuns everyone. The 2 henchmen can't believe what they just saw. Park asks his brother if he's hurt and Jun-ho says he's fine. Then another man rushes at Park. Park tries to kick him, but instead of hurting the guy, his own leg breaks. He drops to the ground, screaming in pain. The last thug is shaking now. He guesses Park isn't awakened, and Park tells him to come on. But the man swears he never touched Jun-ho and says he even told the others to leave him alone. A moment later, Park hands him some money and tells him to take it and go. Later that night, the old woman appears. Park and his brother stand in front of her. She asks if he's sure this man is really his brother, and Jun-ho says yes. Calling her grandma, Park says he brought some meat. She says family should stay in touch and tells them to hurry because the boy fell asleep waiting for his father to come home. Inside, a child is sleeping. Park asks if that's Jun-ho's son. Jun-ho says his name is Gung-ho, and he's his only treasure. Park asks where the boy's mother is. Jun-ho says she left to live her own life, and blames himself for not being able to provide. Trying to lighten the mood, Park suggests they have a drink. Later, they sit at the table drinking. Jun-ho says that after Park vanished, he thought he was dead, yet now he's back and hasn't aged at all. Park asks how much debt he has, and Jun-ho says around 220,000 Brazilian real. Still, he says it's fine because he'll deal with it somehow. He explains that he has a job now, and Park asks what kind. Jun-ho says he works at a logistics center. Park asks if the truck is his. Jun-ho says no. It used to belong to his grandmother's son, but he rents it from her now. Park asks again what his grandmother's son used to do. Jun-ho says he heard Park died in the Great Disaster. A little later, the boy wakes up and sees a dog in front of him. When he looks over, he spots his dad nearby. Jun-ho smiles and asks if his son is finally awake. Shy, the boy asks who the man is. Jun-ho tells him it's his uncle and asks him to say hello. A while later, the boy plays with the dog. Jun-ho is glad to see it since his son always wanted one. Then Park suggests they work together. Jun-ho looks confused. Park says he'll handle the hard part. He just needs help with the truck. Jun-ho asks what he's planning. Park says he wants to hunt monsters. That completely shocks Jun-ho. Later, the scene moves to the command center. The girl congratulates Park on registering as an awakened. Somehow, he raised his stats in just 1 day. Park asks if that makes him an F-rank druid. She says he can now use his ID to open a bank account and handle money matters. She hands him something. It's a small gift for registering as an awakened. She also reminds him to download the Awakened Central app and gather enough dimensional energy to become a ranker. Then she says he'll qualify for pensions and other benefits and asks if he knows how to open his status window. Because of recent technical issues, the interface was updated. Park says the keyword, and the system screen pops up with all his stats. Seeing them, Park wonders why they're so low. Then the story cuts back to Junho's truck. He's happy his brother finally got a phone. He congratulates Park on officially becoming awakened. During the call, Junho says he's on the way and will meet him after dropping off the last load. Now that Park is awakened on paper, the only thing left is the mercenary test. But Park says they should clear Junho's debt first. Junho warns that Park is still only F rank, so hunting monsters now sounds too risky. Instead of arguing, Park hangs up. Junho stares at the phone, wondering if this is really his brother. He's changed a lot. As Park heads over, he notices the gate seems closed. Meanwhile, on Route 77, a group is rushing because they don't want to miss their game. Inside the car, everyone looks nervous. One guy tells them to calm down and asks why they're scared when they're awakened. He reminds them they can officially become guild raiders if they pull this off and clear the dungeon. Privately, he thinks they're useless. They're only here for money, and without connections, they never would have gotten this far. Soon after, a soldier calls for the next person. The man is surprised when Park shows up there again. The soldier asks if he's alone, and Park says yes. Park places his card on the reader. The soldier pulls up his data. He reminds Park that his rank has limits, so he can't enter just any dungeon. Nearby, the man from before watches him closely. Park is really going in alone. Another soldier wonders if he'll be okay since he doesn't even have proper gear. But the first one says not to worry. That's the guy who took down 7 goblins alone at gate 27. Back in the car, another man gets jealous and wonders who Park thinks he is. Going into the field like that looks insane to him. The soldier then apologizes for the delay, saying there were technical problems. Once the check is done, the man tells his friend to hurry up because they're going to follow Park's path. But then he gets confused, because Park vanishes in the middle of the tunnel. The other guy asks where he went, and the man says they may have found something interesting. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a forest. Park runs through it before finally stopping. He says this must be his body's current condition. In other words, he's become much weaker. He tells himself to get stronger and start training again. Then something catches his attention. He hears odd sounds and guesses it's swords clashing. A bit farther ahead, he figures out where it's coming from. He smiles, thinking a fight between people could be a great chance, so he heads in. The next scene shows someone losing an arm. From above, Park watches coldly. Below, a group is trapped and surrounded. Annoyed, Park says they're taking forever to start killing each other. Then a man steps out of a car. He asks why those people haven't been dealt with yet. One soldier looks surprised. The man snaps and tells them to finish it now. Another says that Target has a bounty of 200,000 Brazilian real. Hearing that, Park is surprised by how much money he could make from killing him. The soldier keeps staring at the man in shock. The group gets ready to end it. The man confirms the bounty is real and tells them to capture him if they can, though nobody looks confident. They aren't sure they can win even if they go all out. Then the man charges at them. In an instant, Park appears and heads toward the soldiers. The man watching him looks confused, and another soldier asks who he is. Park keeps walking toward them. When the man asks who he is, Park only asks if the bounty really is that high. The man says yes and asks again who Park is. Park answers that he's just someone who needs a lot of money. The subordinates start wondering who this kid is. Then the man laughs at him. He says Park isn't from the central office, so he should have stayed out of it. Right then, Park feels something strange. He wonders what's happening to his body. The man explains that Park looked into his eyes for over 5 seconds, so now he can't move. Then he orders his soldiers to attack Park, and they point their swords at him. But Park suddenly moves again, stunning everyone. No one can believe it. Smiling, Park asks if that was magic, and says it's pretty interesting. The man uses his binding power again and freezes him once more. He says that makes sense. Park isn't some tiny bug. Then he pulls out a dagger and says Park should have known better than to cross him. But Park suddenly strikes first and wounds him. Park asks if that's all he's got. Then he lands one punch after another. The man is sent flying back, looking completely beaten. Park says the whole thing was boring. Seeing how easily Park handled him, one man realizes he must be insanely strong and starts wondering who he really is. The rest of the soldiers keep staring at Park. He asks if they still want to fight, and they quickly say no. Then Park points somewhere and tells them to move over there. He asks if anyone has a rope, and one man says he does. Park asks what reward there is for them. The group says they don't have bounties. They were forced to work for that man, or die. So turning him in alone should make Park rich. With tears in his eyes, the man can't believe his own people sold him out after everything he'd done for them. Park asks if he's finally awake. The group starts cursing the man, calling him trash. Park then asks if he gets nothing for taking care of the rest. The man argues they're lying. They're criminals too, so some of them must have bounties. But they deny it and insist they're just useless drifters. Then the man calls out to Park and asks what kind of city laws made him act so free. He says this land is real freedom. If Park lets him go, he'll make sure Park lives like a king. Park shuts him up with another kick. The man seems to pass out. Park asks again if all these people really have bounties. The man says yes, most of them are former criminals. Hearing that, the man realizes he's finished. Park asks if there are too many to take, and the other guy says they can leave some behind. Park says it's time for everyone to take a nap. Later, the scene cuts to a car driving down the road. Inside, a man says they owe Park for saving them, but Park says there's no need. The other man insists that without Park, they would have died back there. Park says if they really want to repay him, they can do him a favor. That leads to a bunch of questions about his powers and abilities. One man explains his awakened power is swordsmanship, and he learned tracking through skill books. Park is surprised to learn people can get magic from books. The man is just as shocked that Park doesn't even know what a skill book is. Park thinks learning 1 or 2 combat spells could be useful later, but then something catches him off guard. A huge light suddenly covers the area. Park asks if that light is a portal, and the boy looks surprised. He says yes, it's a level 1 dungeon, the lowest kind, so that's where they were headed. Park says that's too bad. If he had a mercenary license, he could have gone too. The man is shocked and asks if Park really doesn't have a license. Park says he really doesn't. The man explains that when a portal opens, the military locks the area down first, and any monsters left outside are just weak ones that slipped through. He adds that fighting around level 1, E-rank fields can still help you grow past that stage. So really, Park should be going into level 2 dungeons. The man can't understand how a rookie who hasn't even cleared a level 1 dungeon beat a C rank. Noticing the stare, Park asks what he wants. The man apologizes and asks what rank Park is. Kim tells him Park is F rank. That leaves the man stunned. Park then asks what favor he should ask for. The scene shifts back to the portal. Someone starts coming out of it. It's the man from earlier. His team comes out hurt after the run inside. One of the boys even lost a hand in the fight, so they need a doctor fast. Annoyed, the man mutters that licenses must be getting handed out to anyone now. He says the first thing he'll do at the guild is tear into whoever picked those idiots, but another boy tells him to calm down. The guild's in bad shape already. Even so, he stays angry. He thinks rich kids can just buy their way into becoming awakened. Then their parents pay mercenaries to drag them through dungeons. After that, they join the guild, and the real members are the ones stuck dealing with them. Seeing his captain worked up, one guy suggests they cool off with a drink. Instead, the man asks how things are going since a level 1 dungeon is about to vanish. He asks if anything happened, and a soldier says something big did. Someone just turned in 10 looters. One of them was even a C rank he likely knows. The man asks if some high rank visitor came by the camp. The soldier says no. It was an F rank rookie without a mercenary license who caught him. The man can't believe it and asks how. The soldier says he doesn't know all the details, just that witnesses saw the F rank beat the man down. The man realizes it might be the person he saw in the tunnel and asks where that rookie went. The soldier says he saw him heading for the portals. The man rushes back toward them. He wants to see that boy's skill for himself and maybe get something useful out of it. Soon he climbs into a truck. The other guy asks what's wrong. He asks if the boy who captured that man just went into the portal. At the same time, Park and his brother are already entering one. Park says this time it didn't hurt at all, and his clothes seem fine. Junior explains that items without dimensional energy can't pass through portals, but these clothes can because they're made from dungeon materials. Park looks around, confused. He asks what the thing in front of him is. Junior says it's called a door. He explains that the portal they used is one of many doors leading to all 38 dungeons. Both of them are caught off guard when Park notices something. He asks why the door disappeared. The man says it comes back after the dungeon is cleared. Park asks if they need to kill every monster, and the boy says no, just the boss. Stretching, Park says he'll finish this fast. Junior tells him to wait, but Park doesn't listen. He leaps ahead at once. The man watching is shocked and wonders who he is. He thinks this might be the same guy from before, and with that kind of strength, he could break the clear time record for a level 1 dungeon. But then he remembers a problem. They don't have tracking skills, so they may not find the door in time. If they get stranded, they could vanish when the portal does. The scene then cuts back to the man with the analyzer. The door Park entered has already shut. That makes the man even angrier. Then the scene returns inside Park's dungeon. A few monsters are roaming around. One suddenly gets smashed and thrown back. Watching them closely, Park says they carry some interesting stuff and starts pulling the stones from their bodies. After killing 3, he finds only 1 blood crystal. Still, what matters most right now is leveling up. Meanwhile, that guy is watching everything Park does. He wonders how many monsters Park has already killed. Soon the boy uses his tracking skill, finds Park's location, and checks his stats. He sees he has 102 achievement points, enough to buy 2 abilities, so he buys beast taming. Just then, 2 monsters charge at him. He locks them in place and takes them down with ease. The system says he earned an achievement. Then it suddenly reports a critical error, a data sync conflict. Park has no idea what that means. Right after that, he levels up to level 2. He's happy since his stats went up again, so he spends 100 points on the next tree spirit skill. The system confirms he got it. Park then asks to summon the tree spirit. Light spreads around him, and a green spirit starts to appear. Park is surprised. It's the same thing he saw in the jungle before, when he thought it was just a firefly. He tells the tree spirit to find the missing goblins. The spirit flies off, searching for the missing monsters. Park says the spirit sends him memories taken from plants and trees, though it's still a little slow. He guesses that's because his level is still low. Then he checks his status window and abilities again, noticing 2 useful skills, one for searching and one for tracking, so he buys both to improve further. Right away, he puts a hand on the ground. He activates the search skill, using it as a reference point. Then he uses tracking. It tells him the goblins are already already dead. That catches him off guard. Looking over, he figures it wasn't a normal goblin. He rushes toward the spot and is shocked by what he finds. The boy from earlier is under attack by a different monster. Park asks what he's doing there. The boy smiles, glad Park came back. Park reminds him he said he was hunting alone, but the boy says that's not what happened. He's the one being hunted, and he begs Park for help. Park charges in and blocks the creature's attack. The monster quickly regains its footing, but Park hits again at once, slamming it into a rock. The monster is left covered in blood, but Park doesn't stop. He's already on top of it. He finishes it off, and the system says he leveled up. He also gets 120 achievement points. The young man stares at Park, amazed by his skill. Park says the door should be open by now. The young man confirms it. A little later, the two are already out of the portal. That group from before is watching them. One man wonders if Park is the same guy who captured the bounty target earlier. He says Captain Kang wanted to be told if Park came back. Checking the records, the man wonders how fast that dungeon was cleared. The boy says he has to get back to his teammates and will contact Park later. Park agrees and says he'll leave the clothes in the warehouse. The scene then moves there. Park has already changed and says he's starving. Then a man shows up and asks if his name is Park. Park asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Kang, captain of the guild's 27th combat team, and asks for a few minutes. Later, the two sit down and talk. Park asks if he's from the Sheila Guild. Kang invites him to join, saying the guild can give him the right place to grow. Park says he's not interested. Kang gets annoyed and wonders what is wrong with this kid. He can't believe Park rejected a guild offer without even thinking. He says if Park is tied to another guild, they can make an official deal, but Park says he isn't in any guild. Kang says his guild may be in 4th place, but the top groups are nearly equal in power. Park answers that he doesn't like working under other people. Time passes again. Park is back home, saying it looks like they still haven't returned. Lying down, he figures the father and son might be enjoying time together. Soon, an old woman appears and complains that young people never respect time anymore. Park tells her to sit down too. The weather is perfect for a nap, but she says she's hanging clothes and has no time for that. Seeing his grandmother doing it alone, Park goes to help her. Then his grandmother asked if he was really Junho's older brother. Park said yes. She said it was a nice surprise to have him at their home, but Park said it wasn't a good thing at all. The old woman answered that with all these strange monsters showing up and wrecking everything, looking younger wasn't something to be shocked by. She'd heard he hadn't seen his brother in 10 years, so she told him to take care of himself and not hurt his family again. Park smiled and told her not to worry. He wouldn't die that easily. Soon his brother arrived with his son and greeted Park. Park handed him a paper, and the man asked what it was. Park said it was money for the debt and told him to use it to fix his life. He added that his brother should pay it off fast so they could eat together. Moved to tears, the man asked how he could ever repay him. Park told him to stop getting emotional and just go. With tears in his eyes, his brother left. Then Park called after him again. He asked if he had enough money for food and drinks on the way. The man said yes and promised he'd be back before they noticed. Park stayed on the terrace with his nephew when a system window popped up. It said the target was following him and needed a name. Park wondered what to call the dog. The child suggested Baku, and Park said that name wasn't bad. So from then on, the dog was called Baku. After a while, the boy said he was starving and wondered why his dad was taking so long. When Park spotted his brother's truck, he figured he was back and went to meet him. He and the child walked over to the truck, but the man came out covered in blood and collapsed. Seeing that, Park was stunned and wondered what happened. Later, the scene moved to a building at night. Inside, a group of men were playing cards. One asked if the fight would start that week, and another said yes, adding that online, everyone was betting on a man named Miho. They also asked if there was any news from Horizon, since the last trip there cost them a lot of money. Then loud banging hit the door. Annoyed, one man asked what the hell that noise was. The others got up to check. Then the door flew open, and a man covered in blood appeared in the doorway. Someone instantly grabbed him by the head and dragged him away from the entrance. The men watching had no idea what was going on. Then a cold stare came from the door, and chaos broke out. They were still in shock when a cabinet and a weapon came flying at them. The whole place turned into a mess as men were thrown around. Their boss was stunned. Park had dropped everyone in seconds. Another man asked if he knew who this guy was. He guessed Park was an awakened fighter. Then Park hurled a table at the man and rushed in. Standing over him, he asked if his name was Kim. The man snapped that it was, then demanded to know who Park was. Park said he was there to settle Park Jong-ho's debt. The man called him crazy and asked if beating up honest workers was what awakened people did. He warned Park he wouldn't get away with this. Park answered with a hard slap. He asked what that had to do with anything and why they beat his brother when he came to pay. All they had to do was take the money and leave. So why did they go too far and do that to his own brother? As Park kept slapping him, the man begged for mercy. Park asked if he wanted to clear the debt or get beaten to death. The man quickly chose to settle it all. A little later, the whole group was kneeling in front of Park, saying their client, John Rodham, no longer owed them anything, and every debt was cleared. Park told them that if they ever came near his family again, they were dead. He warned them not to cross his path. Still on their knees, they all agreed. But one of them clearly hadn't given up. Later, the man said Park had already left. Angry, he wondered if the kid really thought he had no one backing him up. The scene shifted again to another building, where the guild leader from earlier said he'd found new talent. He asked the other man to look at Park's file, but the man pointed out that Park was only rank F and had registered as awakened just that day. The other replied that made him even more interesting, so they should check deeper. But the system blocked their access. They wondered what kind of person he was. After getting around the lock, they finally saw the data, but still couldn't understand why his profile was hidden. He hadn't joined any guild yet, and there was clearly more to him. Then they asked to see his abilities. The report said he was a conjurer type. It also said he had easily beaten a man with a huge bounty. Then they noticed he had been missing for 10 years, which made everything even stranger. They started wondering if he was some kind of special agent. Though one man said he only thought Park was strong because of his powers. He never thought Park might be tied to intelligence work. The other man said they should stop trying to recruit him. He was sure Park belonged to another country. He said he expected this the moment all the trouble started. Trying to move on, the other suggested coffee and asked why a special agent would enter a level 1 dungeon. The boy asked why that mattered so much, but the man again told him to watch Park, and the boy clearly didn't want to. Then the scene moved to a hospital. Park visited his brother and asked if he was awake. Junho saw him come in and asked why he'd brought so much food. Park said he'd heard eating a lot helped recovery, so he brought plenty. Park asked if he was feeling better, and Junho said the bandages would come off the next day. Then Junho asked if his mercenary test was tomorrow, and Park said yes. Junho said it would be great if he passed and got picked up by a guild, but Park clearly didn't want that. He thought that he used to be king of the forest, so there was no way he'd join a group and serve under someone else. Junho still told him to look into a top guild. Park said there was no need, he'd start his own. Shocked, Junho asked if he really meant that. Later the scene shifted to the Adventurers Agency, where Shui was walking through the building. An older man stopped her and asked what had been going on with her lately. He said there had been 2 breaches in her area, and if yesterday's portal had been a breach portal, the whole city could have been destroyed. Shui asked if they really couldn't do anything without her. He told her to help because the portal department manager had been bothering him all day. What he really meant was that she was wasting her talent, but Shui admitted she'd had trouble focusing lately. He handed her a paper and told her to quit talking nonsense and read it. Shui was shocked. They were sending her to do manual work when she thought she'd finally get a break. The man said she wasn't the only one, and it wasn't her first time anyway. Annoyed, she started walking off. He called after her, telling her not to fail candidates just because she was upset. He reminded her they were short on people and needed everyone they could get, but Shui said it was better to reject idiots who couldn't even protect themselves. Soon the scene shifted again. A group of people talked about how badly they needed to pass the test. Nearby, a guy was live streaming on YouTube. Everyone there wanted to earn a mercenary license. Then another group entered the area. The streamer said he had to end the broadcast because the test was starting. At that moment, Park showed up and looked at the boy. The boy asked if it was Park's first time watching his stream. Park asked who he was even talking to, and the boy told him to give him some space. Soon after, the supervisor introduced himself and said he'd be in charge for the next 3 days. He explained that 21 supervisors would judge whether they were fit to pass. Everyone should have gotten a numbered ticket at the entrance, and the supervisors would be assigned through a random draw. When their number was called, they had to line up in front of that supervisor. Time passed, and more names were called until Park's turn came. He got number 15, but something caught him off guard. His supervisor was the same blonde girl from before. Looking at her, he thought it had been a long time since he'd seen her, and he recognized her right away. Then they were told to head to their waiting rooms and rest until the next announcement. Meanwhile, the streamer headed to his room, telling his viewers the test would be rough, though he acted like he'd be gone by the next day. Then it turned out that the streamer was in Park's room too. When Park looked to the side, he noticed the boy. He asks why he looks so down after being so excited before. Then he realizes Park is the same guy from earlier. He asks if Park knows about the blonde supervisor everyone calls a witch. According to him, she'll fail people just because she's in a bad mood. Park asks why that's her fault, instead of the fault of people who came unprepared. Annoyed, the boy thinks Park brushed him off and asks if he knows how to respect his seniors. Park says if there's a problem, they should settle it with a fight. The boy asks if Park thinks he's easy to beat. Park says yes. Now furious, the boy tells Park to come with him. At the same time, Choi arrives, but the place is empty. Annoyed, she wonders where everyone went. The scene shifts to a ring. Park and the boy get ready to fight. The boy says Park picked the worst target. He should have won 2 matches before trying him. He asks if Park has never heard of TV Kaboo, bragging that he's a rising YouTuber. Park asks if that's food. That only makes him madder, and he says he'll teach Park a lesson. The crowd in the stands cheers loudly for the streamer. He says he enjoys teaching rude kids some manners, and Park says this all seems pretty fun. The streamer warns him not to beg for hospital money after this. Then he rushes in and throws a punch, but Choi shows up. She orders everyone back to the waiting room right away. The others quickly scatter. Looking at Park and the streamer, Choi asks if they want to fail. She doesn't want excuses. One of them has to take the blame, so the loser fails, meaning they should finish the fight. The streamer thinks that sounds exactly like the crazy witch he heard about. Park gets ready. The streamer tells him not to get scared. Park was the one who wanted this. Park apologizes for what he's about to do. The boy charges in and gets dropped almost instantly by one punch. Choi is stunned. Ever since she first met Park, she's had a bad feeling about him. Park asks why she's spacing out. Then he says if she wants a fight too, she should get in the ring, but on one condition. If he wins, she can't disqualify the other guy. Choi thinks he must be insane. Still, she steps into the ring and asks if he's an irregular. Park says he has no idea what that means. Choi attacks first, but Park dodges. She keeps pressing him with attack after attack. For now, Park only defends. Before striking again, Choi says if he wins, she'll grant his request. But then she takes a heavy hit from him. She realizes something is off. He's clearly hiding something. A moment later, she's shocked again, and Park admits she's stronger than he expected. Choi is also surprised that he endured her attack. She rushes him again, saying this time it's over. She lands another blow and follows with a flurry of attacks. Then out of nowhere, Park starts fighting back. He lands a punch on Choi and even cracks her shield. Still, it isn't enough to finish her. Even so, Choi is shocked that he broke her shield at all. Park charges again, saying he's having fun. Choi says that proves it. He really is an irregular. Still confused, Park asks what that is. Then Choi suddenly surrenders. Park asks why when the fight was just getting good. She says the ring is too small for her powers, and they should fight somewhere bigger next time. Park asks if Earth has many strong girls like her. Choi says not many. Then Park says he chooses her and asks if she wants to have babies with him. Choi answers with a hard slap. At that moment, the streamer wakes up and wonders what happened. Choi, still furious, turns and walks off. The guy is shocked he got knocked out in one punch. He figures he should just go home since he wasted his application fee without even taking the real test. It's humiliating. Still angry, he asks Park if he's happy now. Park points out that he wasn't disqualified. At the same time, someone watches them through a camera, and the scene cuts to an old man at a computer. He's stunned that Choi lost. Park tells the streamer they should leave together, but the guy is still confused about why he wasn't failed. Park explains that he asked Choi to let it slide. The streamer still wants to know why Park got slapped, but Park says that's none of his business. Then the boy seems to figure it out. He assumes Park took that slap for him and used it to calm Choi down so he wouldn't be disqualified. After realizing that, he starts following Park. Then the intercom calls Park to the supervisor's office right away. A little later, Park arrives there. He asks why he was called in. The supervisor says the room is being recorded, and he saw Park's fight with Choi. He's shocked a candidate could hold his own against a rank B awakened, so he asks if Park is awakened too. Park says he still doesn't know what that means, even though people keep asking. The man figures Park needs a basic explanation about the portals. He says the pit portals connect Earth to 3 other worlds. The first is Aruka, home to elves and dwarves. Aruka is friendly with Earth, and people who return from there often learn magic or how to make artifacts. The second world is Gukshun, where Momonas and martial artists fight over control. The martial artists are allies, while the Momonas are enemies. The third world is Meter, ruled by orcs and filled with savage monsters. Some humans came back from those worlds with powers so great that they were placed above awakened and labeled irregulars. After hearing all that, Park says it's confusing, but he's sure he didn't come from any of those places. The supervisor is thrown off and wonders if Park is a dungeon returnee instead, asking what world he came back from. Park says he already told the doctor he lived with wolves for over 1,000 years. A little later, Park finishes telling the whole story. The supervisor thanks him and sends him back to the waiting room. After Park leaves, the supervisor says the story is too absurd to believe. Just then, another man enters and introduces himself. He says he was called, and the supervisor asks him to take over room 15. The man asks if that isn't Captain Choi's room. The supervisor says it is, but she ran off. That doesn't matter. He wants the man to keep watch on candidate Park and give a full report after the test. Meanwhile, Park is back in the room with the other candidates, waiting for the next test. Soon everyone lines up with their captains, and the new man really does take over Team 15. Seeing that, the streamer asks if Choi got fired. The man introduces himself as Sang, and says he's now supervising Team 15. For today's physical test, they need under 9 seconds in the 100-meter dash and under an hour for the triangle course. Once the test starts, several people are eliminated fast. A girl complains that healers should get an easier test, but Sang asks if monsters would go easy on her for that. Then he calls the next candidate. Han steps up, saying 9 seconds is easy, and tells Park he'll see him in the next round. Sang gives the signal, and Han runs. Sang announces 8 seconds, so Han passes. Then the next candidate is called, and Park gets ready. From the side, Han cheers him on. As soon as the race starts, Park takes off and finishes in seconds. Everyone is left stunned. Soon after, the director gets a call from Sergeant Kim, who says candidate Park Suho's physical test result just came in, and it's shocking. Back at the field, reporters start filming and taking pictures of Park because of how amazing he is. At the same time, someone else gets a call. The woman on the line introduces herself as Miso from the Association and the Returnee Center. The caller says he'll send videos of Park and asks her to watch them. After seeing the footage, Miso is surprised. The man adds that Major Young can detect lies, which means Park told the truth in his interview. Even then, Miso still struggles to believe the doctor's report. But at the very least, Park is probably an irregular, meaning he should be stronger than rank B. If his story was real, then Park Suho might have come back from a 4th planet, so Miso tells him to make sure reporters never get near the training grounds again. But the man is shocked and says it's already too late. Park has already made it into the news. Miso immediately orders every article taken down. Then it cuts to photographers snapping pictures. Meanwhile, Park and Han walk down the street. Miso realizes this means Park somehow kept his body in top shape even after going through a portal without any protective gear. She starts to wonder if he got ranked F only because he lacked dimensional energy. Either way, if he really came back from a fourth planet, South Korea could gain a huge edge in exploring it. At the same time, several reporters try to get into a building. Inside, many test participants are eating. Park and Han are eating too. Han is amazed. Almost no one could knock him out in one hit. Seeing Han stare at him, Park asks what's wrong and if he's done eating. Han says it's nothing and offers to get him some water if he's thirsty. Just watching Park eat, Han can tell he's on another level, and he's sure Park will become someone important. Soon after, time passes, and Park looks ready to sleep. Han notices all the empty lockers and guesses the others failed the test. He says that means they're in trouble, and Park asks why. Han explains that the next part involves dungeon raids, so bigger teams have an easier time while small ones struggle. Even so, Park tells him not to worry. They don't need more people. Han is surprised by how confident he sounds. Still, dungeons are different because anything can happen, so Han thinks having more people and more skills would help. Park tells him again not to worry, then asks what he was doing on his phone when they first met. Han says he was streaming on YouTube and asks if Park really doesn't know it. Park says yes, it really is kind of like he lived in a cave. Pulling out his phone, Han says the app is called YouTube. Then he starts showing Park how it works. After a bit, Park says Han is a really nice guy. Later, the two leave the house, and Han thinks his partner has everything needed to become a big YouTube star. He's handsome, built perfectly, and already made headlines for breaking a world record. So if Park also shows real power in dungeon raids, all the guilds will probably start chasing him soon. Then Park says he likes Han and asks him to join his clan. Han is stunned and asks if he wants to make his own clan instead of joining a guild. Park says he does. Han starts imagining a video about the clan being formed and going into dungeons with the top candidate from this year's mercenary test. Then it cuts to Han falling to the ground. Boxing was the only thing that helped him survive his awful childhood. Even though he kept losing, he still got his pro license. But then the great disasters crushed all his dreams. With nothing left, he ended up becoming a YouTuber. Back in the present, Han realizes this is exactly what he'd been searching for. He can't believe this chance is right in front of him and says he'll do anything for Park. Park says he's starting to like him more, so he should tell him more about the stream. With tears in his eyes, Han says he won't take back his promise. Park asks why he's suddenly crying, and Han says it's nothing. Then he explains a clan needs at least 3 members to be made official. Park clearly didn't know that. A moment later, an unknown man enters the room. Han asks why that monk is there. The man introduces himself as Miyuki Jin and says he's been assigned to Team 15. Just then, a device rings and tells the candidates to put on their battle suits. They have to gather in the 3rd floor conference room within 30 minutes. Park and Han stare in surprise, wondering if they really have to suit up this late at night. Park asks if the dungeon run wasn't supposed to happen tomorrow. Miyuki Jin says Reapers sometimes start dungeon raids at night without warning. Han says that's insane. Then everyone gathers, and they are told the dungeon raid is part of the test. The dungeon is in Seoul's Sector 5, which is protected by the Phoenix Guild. Because of that, it's a level 1 dungeon with 250 doors. Park asks what under protection means. Han can't believe Park really knows that little. He explains that since doors started showing up everywhere, the government couldn't handle them all, so it hired private mercenary clans to guard the 12 sectors. A guild is just a private mercenary clan working for the government, and in return, it gets rights to process the dungeon's dimensional energy. Park asks if that basically makes it a tax-free hunting zone, and Han says that's pretty much right. Park thinks he only wanted a clan because he missed hunting with his pack, but now he could even claim land of his own. Han says having your own dungeon is great since you don't have to pay to use it. Park says his clan's goal is to become a guild. Han asks if they shouldn't focus on passing the mercenary test first. He starts wondering if Park is only acting clueless. Soon after, the instructor shows an image of the portal in Sector 5 and says the dungeon has only 15 days before it breaks. It's a labyrinth-type dungeon, the easiest kind with the fewest monsters. The downside is that the monsters are so weak they won't get much dimensional energy from it. That's the end of the explanation, but Han thinks that's not the real problem. If they aren't careful, they could get lost inside the maze. That's why a tracking skill would solve half their problems. Park casually says he has one, shocking Han. Han wonders if Park really learned a tracking skill before even taking the mercenary test, since it's incredibly expensive. He starts thinking Park must come from a rich family. Meanwhile, the monk is still standing beside Park. Han asks if he has any awakened ability. The man stays silent, which leaves both of them confused. Then he pulls out a strange tool. The scene shifts to his flashback. Monsters surround a house and rush toward it, tearing it apart as they charge the monk. Another monk opens the door and tells them to stop making noise. Miyuki Jin asks what he's doing awake so late. The man tells him to take the priest and evacuate the area at once. Just then, a monster appears behind him, and he kills it right away. Back in the present, the man looks scared. Han asks why he looks so frightened. The man says that from here on, they're heading to the marked target. They are to begin the dungeon assault as a team under the supervisor's lead. He says he hopes everyone passes and no one fails. Soon, everyone heads for the portal. The soldiers tell them to get off the bus and ask if they're ready. Once inside, they must act like the supervisors aren't there and follow the rules. Han points out that his team is the only one with just 3 members and asks if the supervisor will really help if things go bad. The man ignores him and tells them to move. Then Park asks why Han is so nervous and whether they can use personal weapons. The soldier says yes. Han is surprised that the monk even has a dimensional weapon for the test. Meanwhile, each group finishes entering the portal. Then the soldier signals them, and Team 15 goes in. Han wonders why Park always goes first, which only makes him more nervous. He tells him to secure the area first, but suddenly stops talking. He realizes he may have already lost points by making noise and not staying in position. Worse, the noise draws monsters, and one is already right in front of Park. In seconds, Park grabs it and kills it. Han says making noise to lure monsters into a trap might actually work. He asks if Park is tracking while moving forward, but then Han steps on a trap and arrows start flying at them. The scene cuts to a dragon getting blasted by gunfire. The monk seems to have wiped out all the nearby monsters. With tears in his eyes, Han apologizes and says it's all his fault. Then the monster is completely destroyed. The scene returns to Park's fight. Watching Park use the staff, Han says he's really skilled. But then Han steps on another trap, and they crash down to the floor below. The way back closes, trapping them inside the dungeon. When they look up, the opening is completely sealed. Han panics, thinking this is where all his dreams end, and they're really gonna die down there. But then he notices something. They realize they really did draw in more monsters. The monk quickly apologizes and explains that his awakened skill taunts every monster in the area. Park says that's perfect. He was too lazy to go looking for them all. A moment later, he kicks off and jumps out of the pit, shocking Han. Han can't believe anyone could kick that hard. Park says he likes the monk and wants him in his clan, but the monk still seems lost. Then a huge wave of monsters rushes in. Park just stares at them without fear. Han activates his tracking skill and spots every monster along with all the traps nearby. He starts running right away, thinking they were seriously screwed. Then the monk points his staff at Han and tells him to grab on so he can climb out. Han says none of this makes sense anymore. This mission is nothing like they expected. But when they get up, they're stunned to see Park already wiped out the whole swarm. Han can only think this is insane. Park tells them to keep up and watch out for the monsters that are only knocked down. They follow his lead and finish off the ones still moving. The monk is amazed, wondering if Park is dodging the traps on purpose or using tracking too. That would explain how he's moving so fast, cutting down monsters while turning the traps against them. Then the monk looks up and spots a monster behind the protagonist, so he saves him by throwing his staff at the skeleton. Right after that, the system gives Park 42 conquest points, him throwing his staff toward the skeleton. Shortly after, the system informs Park that he acquired 42 conquest points. The scene shifts to the agency. One soldier reports that a team is already coming back from the dungeon, and the other is shocked since the test only started minutes ago. He says a run usually takes about 2 hours and wonders if something went wrong. But the reply is that it's Team 20 and everyone's vital signs are fine. A second later, the man gets a call. He answers, and it's the supervisor asking why they came back so fast. The soldier says the mission is complete and tells him to watch the video if he wants to understand. He adds that Park's performance in a level 1 dungeon is hard to judge, and that he set a new record inside it. The scene then moves to the city. Han starts a live stream and says they'll be doing daily streams about his clan. A viewer asks what's on today. Han says they're going to watch the video of Su Clan's house together as soon as it gets uploaded. Then he points out where everyone's dorm is. After that, he goes to the protagonist's grandmother and asks her to look at his subscriber count. Annoyed, she says she has better things to do and tells him to get lost before she slices him. Han goes quiet, thinking that's not how she usually acts. She's normally really kind. Then he heads to Park and the monk's room and introduces the monk on stream, saying his name is Myung-jin. He asks him to say a few words. The monk says he lost a lot in the evil spirit attack, but he still has the staff of clairvoyance left by his oldest disciple. Just then, a truck pulls up, and the protagonist's brother asks if everyone is ready, so they all head for the truck. On the way, a drone flies overhead. Park asks what that flying thing is and if he should destroy it. Han is caught off guard. Then he explains they're headed to Gate 30 in Area 4, and today will be their first dungeon mission as a clan. Back on stream, Han reminds viewers that his awakened skill is video memory, so they shouldn't worry. An even better video is coming soon. Sometime later, Park and the others enter the dungeon. Han asks if Park has any long-range skills, and Park says no. Han wonders how they're supposed to handle the bats without one. The monk tells him to leave that part to him. Then he starts pounding on a kind of drum, creating a huge deafening sound. The whole swarm of bats rushes toward them. Han is stunned and asks why they're all pouring out at once. The bats then dive at the monk, who starts using a fire skill. But it's not over yet. A giant bat appears. It doesn't matter though, because Park cuts it in half. With that, the mission seems finished. Park says the gate is open, so they need to move. The viewers can barely believe what they just watched. Then the scene cuts to Miso's office, where she also looks stunned. The man with her says that with how fast those 3 clear Area 4, they could finish even 20 dungeons a day and are crushing every level 1 gate. He takes out his phone and checks that streamer's channel again. Miso says she worked hard to keep Park out of the spotlight, but one of his guild members is a streamer. He points out that Park's videos are already 3rd in real-time popularity, and if they do nothing, it'll get even bigger. He asks if they should act now. Miso says she already knows. At the same time, she's watching footage of a fight between 2 people, and one of them wins with ease. The man on screen is Lee Sung-woo, an SS rank irregular born in South Korea. Miso wonders what happens if they approach Park too carelessly in the name of protecting talent and end up creating a second Lee Sung-woo. She stands up and tells them to prepare contact with Park. She'll meet him herself. Soon after, the story returns to Park's house. Han asks if the monk doesn't have somewhere else to be. Park asks where he'd even go since he doesn't have a temple anymore. Junho says the monk mentioned living in Seoul with a temple family that survived that day. Seeing Han get annoyed, Junho says the guy should at least get 1 day of rest since their clan is about to renew its rank. He also says the clan account has already reached 140 million won, which leaves Han speechless. Han thinks all he did was collect blood crystals, yet he already made 20 million in 3 days. Park says nothing, while Han keeps rambling that it's crazy, and if this keeps up, donations will flood in. Park thinks he now has over 3,000 conquest points, enough to buy all kinds of skills, so he says he'll rest for the day. Getting up, Junho says he'll take his son and grandmother to the nearby park. The grandmother is busy feeding the dog. Watching it, Park wonders if dogs can awaken too. Then he calls to his brother and asks if fixing that truck all the time isn't a pain. Junho says he doesn't even know where to begin. Finding parts is hard enough, and the repairs wear him out. Park asks why he doesn't just buy a new car. That instantly makes Junho happy. Later, the two are at a dealership talking with the manager about what car to get. The salesman goes on and on explaining every detail. Park just asks if his brother likes it, and Junho quickly says he does. With that settled, Park says he'll pay cash and asks if they can leave with it right away. Not long after, they drive off in the new car. Junho is thrilled, saying it's amazing and way better than his old one. Park says even the passenger seat feels great. They should have bought it sooner. Then Junho notices they're heading toward Area 34 and asks why, since that place is restricted. Park reminds him that he once said he couldn't awaken because he had no money, so they're going to fix that today. Soon after, they arrive at the spot. The area is full of ruined houses. Junho clearly doesn't like the look of it, and the dog is tense too. Park asks if the dog can smell it too, because he's sure the scent belongs to a goblin. Junho says he has a bad feeling and asks if they can leave. Instead, Park steps out of the car and says he'll be back soon, so they should stay put with the dog. Then he leaps away. Junho is clearly not happy about it. A moment later, the scene switches elsewhere. A group is watching footage of Park and his team. One man says Park is blowing up on YouTube, and that, as an irregular, his combat level can't even be measured. Another says if he's really that strong, hiring an assassin would be pointless. Even so, they can't ignore him, so one of them asks for a list of Area 4 guilds with regular sponsors. He remembers the name Shui, but says someone else would fit this job better. He orders them to contact that person and offer whatever money it takes. Sometime later, the story cuts again as rain falls over the city. The elderly woman from before is out walking and thinking she still needs to do the laundry. Then a car pulls up beside her, and several people step out asking if she is Sukja. They say they're from the returnees department and ask if they can meet Park. The woman stays silent. Then the scene cuts back to Junho's car. In the heavy rain, he says he can't see anything and wonders what Park is doing. At that moment, the dog goes on alert. A goblin jumps out, but someone kills it at once. Then Park appears. Right after that, the two get out of the car. More monsters start showing up. Park hands his brother a dagger and tells him to stay close while he kills them. Panicked, Junho asks him to wait. Park asks why he's hesitating. Junho wonders if he really has to awaken. Park says if he stays weak, he won't survive, so he needs to kill them fast. Then another goblin shows up. It charges straight at the dog. Park tells the dog to bite it. The dog jumps on the goblin and clamps onto its arm, but that still isn't enough. Park explains the dog is too young, so if the goblin isn't weakened, it'll die. He tells Junho to help and orders him to kill it. Still, Junho can't bring himself to do it. Meanwhile, the dog is about to be eaten. Then Junho suddenly rushes the monster. He stabs it and saves the dog, but it still doesn't go down. Park tells him to keep going, so Junho attacks again and again. When it's over, his hand is covered in ketchup-like blood. He's horrified by what he just did. Park tells him to pick up the knife again. Junho says he really can't. Park warns that if he doesn't kill, he'll probably die. The dog goes on alert again. Another goblin appears. Park tells Junho to follow him and kill them. They're out of time. Desperate, Junho flashes back to when he was bullied. Back then, Park ignored him. He left his brother to deal with it alone. But now things are different. Park is doing everything he can to help, and Junho's expression changes. He finally accepts it. Then he grabs the dagger again. He says this is how he's always been. Then he charges the goblin and attacks with ease. He yells at it to shut up and die. Then he splits its face open. Even after it falls, he keeps attacking. Soon it's over, and ketchup-like blood washes away in the rain. Junho looks completely different now. The fear is gone, replaced by a terrifying stare. Just then, another goblin appears. Junho spots it and blocks its attack. Both crash to the ground. Even so, Junho kills it. He gets back up, thinking this feeling is actually good. From above, Park watches his brother. He's surprised Junho's new name is Butcher. Park says his brother is evolving, and it's kind of cute. He asks if Junho used to work part-time at a slaughterhouse. With a hard look, Junho says no. Park calls out to him. Junho starts walking over with that same dangerous look. Seeing the pile of monster corpses there, he says he'll rest for a bit. Then the scene shifts to the Awakened Association. Junho and Park arrive covered in ketchup-like blood. A woman stares in shock and asks what happened. Park says Junho just awakened. She tells him to shower first, get checked for disease, then go to the dimensional energy room on the 3rd floor. On the way up, Junho asks about the meter. Park says it measures dimensional energy, and you need over 100 to register as F rank. He only got 96 before, so he failed. Junho still doesn't get how he passed. In the room, the doctor tells him to lie on the machine. Junho looks up at an energy orb, and his result appears, 1 out of 11. The doctor tells him to get up and head to the ability room. Then he asks if Park wants to test too. A moment later, Park lies on the machine. When he looks up, the system warns that something is watching and recording his data. He instantly opens his eyes. The number 189 appears in front of him. Park is stunned. The woman says his dimensional energy rose fast, just like the rumors said. Park asks if the machine is really accurate and who made it. She says the scientist who built it knows what he's doing. Later, the same woman brings the results for both of them. They also get a phone as a gift, and Junho now qualifies for the mercenary test. As Junho takes it all in, Park congratulates him. He asks if Junho felt anything strange inside the machine. Junho says no, nothing unusual. Park wonders if Junho just isn't as sensitive, then asks what ability he got. Junho says it's decapitation. Then they run into Choi's group. Park walks over to her. The guy beside Choi thinks Park has a death wish, then realizes who it is. Park apologizes for the misunderstanding and says he's still not used to talking to civilized people. Choi coldly says they won't be seeing each other again. As she leaves, Park goes quiet. He says it's too bad. She's a captain, but her personality sucks. Then the scene cuts to the Suho clan house. Miso sits with the elderly woman, who says the wine tastes great. The old woman says it's nice seeing a girl eat so well. She adds that her husband made this wine 10 years ago, but died before tasting it. Miso says Park is taking a while. Soon, someone arrives. Junho notices they made it back. Miso walks up to Park, and the boy asks who she is. Checking her stats, he sees she's rank A, level 2. Park asks if she's the captain of the returnee department and why she's here. Miso says she came to make a contract. She asks if he knows the official name for a returnee. Park says no, and she tells him it's human coordinate. Then she asks if he returned to Earth through a red portal. She explains that once that happened, certain conditions were met. That means the portal can appear again, and a bridge portal may open for travel both ways. Park realizes that could let him find his friends. Miso says the Awakened Department thinks this planet may be the new 4th planet. If that's true, South Korea would be the only country with a portal to it. Park asks when the portal will form. Miso says it will take at least 99 days, so Park asks what she wants from him. She asks him to stay hidden until the portal appears. Confused, he asks why. Miso says she doesn't want him becoming a second lead dungeon. Park has no idea who that is, and asks. She explains he is now the #1 in the world, and was originally from Korea. Early in the Great Disaster, the government locked up returnees in the name of protection. But back then, they knew almost nothing about irregulars. So Seokwoo, who returned as a rank D awakened, escaped easily. She says all 9,000 gates in Tokyo exist because of him, then asks if Park knows about the dimensional industry. If a portal opened while he was out, Korea could take a huge hit. Park asks what he gets in return. Miso says he can ask for anything. Park asks for a promotion for the Suo Guild and an exclusive territory. Across the room, Han listens to everything. Miso asks if he wants more while writing it down, and Park asks if she knows when the portals will appear. She says a top specialist in dimensional energy disruptions will be sent, and she's the best agent they have. Then Park flashes back to asking Choi if she wanted to have children with him. Miso asks if he had really been joking around like that. A man watching nearby wonders why she's reacting so strongly. An annoyed Choi says Park should have been thrown in jail for that. Miso shows up and asks what's going on. Choi says she's upset, so Miso should leave her alone. When asked what she wants, Miso says she needs Choi for a mission. Looking over the papers, Choi asks why she was picked. Miso says Choi is the best on the team at detection, so she's the right choice. She asks what would happen if a portal opened in the middle of the city, especially one leading to an unknown planet. Choi says it would be hell on Earth. Miso tells her that if she notices any sign of a dimensional breach, she must grab Park and leave at once, and until then, stay by his side. She makes sure Choi understands, then leaves. Irritated, Choi mutters that one day she'll quit because of this. Then the scene cuts to Park's house. Cherno asks why Park is in such a good mood. Ham says they passed the test to promote their clan, and starting today, they can take on level 2 dungeons. Park says that's great news. Cherno adds that to enter level 2 dungeons, they need to be in a rank P group. But they still don't have enough people, so maybe they should stick to level 1 dungeons for now. Ham agrees, but says with Park around, even level 2 dungeons should be easy. Park says they'll earn money from level 1 dungeons first, then get stronger with skill books. After that, they'll prepare attack teams and recruit more members if needed. Soon the monk introduces himself, everyone greets him and asks if he's eaten. The monk says yes, and that they're leaving today. Then the scene cuts to several lined-up cars. The group heads toward the portal. One of the men looks over and notices something. He spots Park's group. Then he walks over and greets Park, saying it's been a while. He asks about the friends Park used to run with. But then his face suddenly changes. Park looks confused. The guy says his friends are doing fine, and Park asks why he's with a day group. Just then, the man's teammates call him to move, so he says he has to go. The monk asks who that was, and Park says they used to clear dungeons together. Then he tells everyone to forget it and head inside. Meanwhile, a stranger watches Park's group walk toward the portal. He seems to be smiling. The other man's group also gets ready to enter. As he walks, he thinks about how he couldn't admit his clan had fallen apart. The two people he once called teammates left, saying they needed medical treatment. That kind of story is common. When the core members leave, the guild falls, and a level 0 clan can vanish as fast as it was made. In a job where one mistake means death, the stress eventually breaks people. That's why mercenaries with no clan often team up in day groups to raid dungeons. So he tells himself at least one person in that crowd could become a real comrade. And because of that, he's going to start over. Soon after, the scene cuts to Shu riding her motorcycle. She says she's been heading there since morning. Misa tells her she'll send the location. Then the scene returns to Park's dungeon. The monsters are getting wiped out with ease. Han excitedly says the skill he got from the skill book is amazing. Nearby, Junho keeps going all out against the monsters. One suddenly comes up behind him, but Junho catches it and takes it down. Han is shocked when he notices Junho smiling after the kill. From above, Park watches the whole thing. He says the three of them look more than enough. Then a light flashes through the trees. Another hunter comes running in panic, chased by monsters. The man from earlier shows up to help him, but it doesn't go well. He asks why the guy threw a firebomb at him. A moment later, another teammate gets caught by a monster and seems to be eaten. The boy on the ground says the team was already falling apart. He can't help envying Park's group. Even so, he refuses to quit and gets back up. Han says he's faster now and getting tired less easily. Park praises him and says from now on, they'll split into teams to attack. Then a man walks up and asks if they're from the Suvo clan. The boy asks who he is. The stranger introduces himself as Choi Myung-woo from the Bigi Guild. Everyone is surprised since it's a famous guild ranked 20th in the country. He says it's a coincidence they ended up in the same hunting area as the Suvo clan, so he wants to offer them a gift. Since the group just ranked up, they can get a free pass to a level 2 dungeon. Han gets excited because a ticket like that costs around 10 million won. Myung-woo asks if they want to go right away, but they wonder if they shouldn't prepare first. He tells them not to worry, plans are already set, and the gear will be provided too. Han tells Park that kind of support is already a huge deal. But Suvo tells the others to stay in a level 1 dungeon and work on teamwork while he goes to the level 2 one alone. Hearing that, the man gives a sly smile. Suvo's group agrees to follow his order. Then Myung-woo tells the young man to get in his car. On the way, he says they'll be using Portal 47. Suvo says he doesn't see any mercenaries around, and the man explains the portal opened recently. He adds that all the entry paperwork is already done, so the boy can go right in. He also says his guild would appreciate it if the Suvo clan kept using their portal. The protagonist says he just likes portals that are close by. When they arrive, someone tells Myung-woo that everything is ready. A soldier hands over strategy notes and a survival kit. Before entering, the protagonist looks back and says they'll grab food when he comes out. Myung-woo waves and tells him to come out fast so they can get a drink. Then the boy activates his helmet and steps into the portal. Right after that, a motorcyclist arrives. She parks, removes her helmet, and asks if Suvo already went in. The man says yes and asks who she is. Choi runs toward the portal, saying she's with the Suvo clan and is going in too. The man smiles when he hears that. Myung-woo tells another guy it'll cost 2 billion per person, and the guy asks why it's so high when this isn't even murder. Myung-woo says tricking them was easy enough, but the risk is high because the boy is famous. Then the woman enters the portal. Earlier, she had met Park's group and asked where he was. After they explained, she sped off to catch the young man. She told Miso he was heading to another portal and that she was going after him. Miso then told Choi to go in with him and personally confirm his abilities. Choi said there wasn't much to see in a level 2 dungeon, and she wasn't even dressed for it. Miso pointed out that she already had the bracelet on. The girl replied that she liked her current clothes. Miso said she'd give her double bonus for any property damage. Choi asked if they really had to go that far. Miso asked if catching Suho wasn't important. While riding, the girl says Miso told her the contract was already set. Miso answered that guarantees are just basic business. Back in the present, Choi steps through the portal. On the other side, Suho says the place feels different. Then he notices someone else coming through. The next second, Choi appears. She tells him to close his eyes because her clothes vanished during the trip. A second later, she uses her bracelet and a new outfit appears. She mutters that she should have asked for triple pay. Then she realizes the boy saw everything. Annoyed, she reminds him she told him not to look. Flustered, Suho says he likes the bracelet and asks if it works like an inventory. She ignores that and asks how long he was watching. Suho thinks about how she'd seen him naked before, so now they're even. Then he asks why she came all the way here. Choi says she's there to watch over him. Suho says he thought they'd send someone competent. Irritated, she snaps that she's the most qualified one. The boy says she doesn't look like it. Choi says she only showed up like that because she was in a rush. The protagonist says she can stay, but she better not touch his prey. She assures him she's only there to see how strong he really is. Then she says it looks like their welcome party has arrived. Ahead of them stands a huge creature. Choi says he's lucky to meet the boss right away. Suho corrects her. There are 4 bosses. That leaves her confused. Then 3 more monsters start coming in. Choi says that makes no sense for a level 2 dungeon. The protagonist tells her this isn't a level 2 dungeon and asks if she didn't notice while entering. Choi says she didn't because of the bracelet's barrier. As he moves toward the monsters, Suho tells her again not to interfere. Then a huge explosion goes off. Choi stares, wondering what kind of speed that was. The protagonist slams one orc with a headbutt and sends it flying. Then he grabs the orc's axe and cuts off its head. A second orc charges in, but Suho throws the axe straight into its head. He runs from the third one, grabs a vine, and slips out of the orc's sight. While it's confused, he closes in from above. Outside the dungeon, Mangu is on the phone. He says they can collect payment already because even S ranks couldn't escape from there. Meanwhile, the boy smashes the monster in the head, leaving Choi stunned. The last orc comes at him. Suho grins and says the dungeon's level doesn't matter if he can just kill everything inside. He dodges the attack and lands a clean kick. The force sends the orc into a tree branch, impaling it and earning him 32 conquest points. The protagonist says this place is a gold mine. Then he tells Choi to stop standing around and help collect the blood crystals. She thinks that even as an irregular, his experience should barely match F rank, yet he hunts and kills without the slightest hesitation. That makes her wonder what kind of person he really is. Then she activates search. As he gathers the loot, the boy says even the blood crystals here are huge, but Choi tells him this isn't the time for that. Suho asks why not. She explains that even after killing 4 orcs, the gate still hasn't opened, and the supply bag only has rocks inside. The protagonist says he can still use it to carry blood crystals. Choi says this dungeon is at least level 4, and getting out alive will be hard even if they work together. Then the boy realizes Maimu lied and sent him into a level 4 dungeon for free. Instead of panicking, he shouts that he'll buy the guy something really nice when he gets out. Choi decides the boy is a complete idiot. Right then, a 5th orc charges at her. She tries to block it, but she remembers too late that she left her sword on the motorcycle. Luckily, Suho jumps in and saves her. He tells her to relax. He's strong, even if he used to be stronger. Then Choi senses something else, followed by loud noises. She uses her clairvoyance and sees many creatures closing in. Choi says it's an orc squad. They're surrounded, and there's a war chief with them. Suho said the monk mansion was gone, but the prey just kept coming. The orcs charged in on wolves, which caught him off guard. He told Choi not to touch them. They were all his. Choi put up her shield. Suho kept slicing off orc heads. Then Choi pulled out her sword from her inventory and cut down one of the monsters. Even so, she still wished she had her real blade. Then Suho showed up and told her to stay off his prey before going right back to beheading orcs. But then one of them smashed him with a club. It was the orc war chief. Suho got right back up and asked if that thing was the boss. The creature answered by charging him. Suho dodged and drove his knife into it. Choi wondered if that finished it, but the orc was still standing. Elsewhere, Miso asked if Choi had gone after Suho, but both of their phone signals were in different places and hadn't moved for an hour. She was sure they were together and figured they had stopped to rest and sort their gear before moving again. Then they realized Suho had left his phone in the car and Choi had left hers on the motorcycle. Miso told them to track Choi another way and learned she was inside a newly opened level 5 dungeon. Miso wondered why they were there and told the person handling the DGB guild portal to call right away. Back in the dungeon, Suho got thrown aside while the orcs kept closing in. He muttered that things were getting rough. Then he jumped up, pinned one of the orcs, took its axes, and hurled them at the others. Arrows started raining down, and Choi dodged them, but she tripped. The monsters rushed to finish her, but she used a defense bomb and blew several of them up. Suho pulled her away just before the war chief's attack landed. Choi asked what he was doing, and he said they had to run. She pointed out that orcs were everywhere, but Suho spotted one open route. Choi said that way led to a cliff, and that was exactly why he chose it. He scooped her up and told her to hold tight. Then they jumped off the cliff, with the monsters still after them. Park hit the ground safely, and the monsters behind them seemed knocked out. Choi was shocked she was still alive. A second later, Park dropped her and complained he had almost died. Choi still couldn't believe what he had done, especially after realizing how far they had fallen. The scene shifted to a cave, where Park and Choi had taken shelter. She asked what his plan was, and he said if he killed 4 more orc warriors, he'd level up. Then they'd attack again. Choi said leveling up only raises your cap, it doesn't make you stronger. But Park said for him, it removed his limits. Every level actually made him stronger. A while later, 2 ambulances rushed to the scene. The gate Suho entered was now completely surrounded, with reporters covering everything live. Han and his group were in despair, as the news said the suspect had claimed Park Suho and Choi entered on their own. But once his lies were exposed, the army headquarters officer confessed. Reporters crowded around him, asking what Suho's final words were. The man watching found it all irritating. He never expected Choi to be from the department. Now that attention had shifted to their safe return, Park was being guessed to be a returnee from a 4th planet. Then the scene cut to Miso, asking what the director was doing, since they needed to go after the people behind this. The director said the one directly involved was already caught, and the head of driving loan had run, but a bounty was out on him. Miso said that was just cutting off the tail. This was a level 5 dungeon. One person couldn't have done it alone. The director asked if she wanted to investigate a level 5 guild over that, and whether it would bring Park and Choi back. Miso said there was already more than enough reason to investigate. He answered that Park was only rumored to be a returnee from a fourth planet. He might have just come back from a dungeon. On the news, the reporter added that crimes tied to criminal groups had been rising, and more people were demanding harsher punishment for guild-run dungeon management. The director said they were using the press release to pressure the guild, and if they could move now, things might improve. Tearing up, Miso said she was the one who sent Choi there. The director asked if she thought he felt nothing, but right now there was nothing he could do. Even so, that didn't help. Miso still blamed herself. The story then returned to the dungeon. An orc ran into a strange creature and froze. It tried to grab it, but the little thing dodged and rushed in. The orc kept swinging but couldn't hit it. Then someone dropped in from above and killed the orc in an instant. The system announced 32 conquest points. Park was pleased. He only needed 3 more points to level up. Meanwhile, Choi used clairvoyance and found another orc about 100 meters ahead. In a flash, Park leaped over and appeared behind it, but the monster noticed him. Choi tried to warn him it was a trap, but too late. Park had already fallen in and hit the ground, looking badly hurt. The orc gave some kind of signal, and several more monsters rushed out. They surrounded Choi as she ran to Park, telling him to get up. He came to and saw they were boxed in by monsters. He was stunned that he really got caught in a trap, and his senses were fading. His body wouldn't move right. Still, he refused to quit. He'd survived worse. Choi threw bombs at the monsters, wiping out a bunch of them. Using that opening, Park got up, grabbed his dagger, and killed a few more. He thought he only needed 1 more kill to level up, but then another monster landed a near-fatal blow. Choi lay there watching, muttering that the orc was huge. Right after that, Park got hurled into another monster, sending both of them crashing down, and his axe flew out of his hand. It came down right onto the monster's head. The system announced 1075 conquest points and asked if he wanted to unlock beast transformation. Park stayed quiet. Meanwhile, the giant orc moved toward Choi, who said she couldn't even stand anymore. Then the story cut to Park's home, where an old woman called the dog to eat. She said it had already been 2 days without any word from them. The scene shifted back to Choi and the orc, just as Park activated beast transformation and returned to his home. The dog looked different, with a sphere of energy around its whole body. The old woman stared in shock, asking what that was. Then the story cut back to Park. A black aura wrapped around him, changing his body. Claws formed, and he no longer looked human. Right after that, Choi was struck by the monster and looked too drained to keep fighting. Then Park, now in wolf form, appeared before the orc. He grabbed its head at once, and Choi stared in shock, wondering if he was a werewolf. Wolf form Park then tore into the monster with a flurry of attacks. He bit into its neck, and the system gave him 45 conquest points. That seemed to end the fight. Still stunned, Choi stared at him and asked if he was really Park Suho. He barked a few times, basically saying yes. Shocked, she asked if he was a dog or a wolf. Then the scene returned to the reporters, who said it had now been 3 days since the two went missing, with no news since they entered the dungeon. One reporter asked the director what kind of dungeon it was. He said it was a level 5 dungeon called Orc Castle. It normally required at least 30 B rank or higher hunters. The story then shifted back to the dog, still wrapped in that energy sphere. The old woman kept staring, unable to understand what she was seeing. At the same time, Choi looked stunned again. Park had returned to human form and explained he could merge with the beast he had tamed. Then Choi noticed him looking around and asked what he was doing. He said they should grab as much loot as possible and roast some later. She said none of it mattered, because that place would be their grave. Park didn't get what she meant. Choi said the gate still hadn't opened, even after the orc warchief died. She asked what he thought that meant, and said they might be trapped there forever. Park asked if she meant that wasn't the real chief. Choi said yes. There was something even stronger inside. Park asked what kind of monster could make her think she'd die before even seeing it. Then Choi started talking about what happened 3 years ago. Back then, right after they reached B rank, the department sent 20 fighters and 10 A rank mercenaries into a level 5 dungeon. The flashback began with an unknown man looking at Choi. He asked if her ankles were okay, and she told him not to worry. She said she was feeling much better now. Then several orcs charged at the group. The leader ordered everyone to hold formation and push toward the central tower. The team started cutting down the orcs in front of them. He kept shouting orders to help them advance. Then he was suddenly killed. Choi dropped to the ground, and the orcs rushed toward her. She froze in fear and couldn't move, but another man jumped in to save her. He wiped out the orcs around her. In the middle of the fight, Miso yelled for them to clear the way, taking down the nearby monsters. She told Choi and that man to fall back. He grabbed Choi's hand and urged her to run, but Choi said they had to wait. Something felt wrong. He insisted they could talk once they got out, so they ran from the monsters. Still, Choi sensed strange energy from the other side, while a terrified monster stood on the tower. Then an arm suddenly twisted out of place. Choi fell, and a katana landed in front of her. Mitsu and the others were stunned. The captain was dead. That goblin monster stood there with tears in its eyes. Choi watched in shock as the dying man spoke about the sword, but all Choi could think was, who cared about that stupid sword? Then she remembered his lesson. Put your feelings into your blade, treat it like part of your body and soul, and hold it like it means everything. Back in the flashback, that man had already been killed. Choi could only watch, completely shaken. In the present, Park watched Choi in the rain as she trembled from the memory. He walked over, hugged her, and asked what happened. Then the scene shifted to Han, panicking over what they would do if Park left them. At the same time, things outside were getting wild. A reporter said a great shaman was doing a ritual to save Park's life. An elite force from Su District was also gathering outside the dungeon for revenge. One man nervously said this never would have happened if Park had joined the Su Guild from the start. Then the scene cut to an unknown man watching that report. A girl suddenly hugged him from behind. She asked what he was watching, and he said no matter how much time passed, that country's dumb sentiment never changed. The scene shifted to the cave, where Park was eating beside the girl. He said the food was really good. Seeing her eat, Park said she seemed to enjoy it a lot. She asked if 12 hamburgers was really that much. Then she said she was actually full. Park asked why, saying he was on his 22nd. Then the girl thanked him for everything. At that moment, a light started shining nearby. Park asked if she had used that sword to kill the Orc Lord. Choi said no. She would have passed out right away, and when she woke up, she was in a hospital beside Miso. Miso had taken her master's sword, and 2 more Renka mercenaries died to barely bring that monster down. Park asked if there had really been an Orc Lord there, and where it was. Choi said it was likely Orc Castle, but there was nothing like that within 1 kilometer. Then the spirit from before showed up at the cave entrance. Choi explained that war chiefs usually stayed in 4 small towers, with the Orc Lord in the center. Then the tiny spirit moved next to Park, like it had found something. Park said she had located Orc Castle, then stood up and said they had to go now. Choi asked if he had a plan. He said the plan was simple: find them and kill them. Surprised, Choi said she wanted to smack him, but she didn't have a better idea. Then the scene cut to Orc Castle. At that moment, the gates were opening. A group of monsters riding wolves marched out. Park appeared with Choi riding on him as they rushed toward the castle. The orcs spotted them and blocked the way. Choi warned that orc knights were chasing them, so they had to move fast. The monsters raised their bows, but Choi used shield magic to block the shots. They jumped to the bridge and broke through. Choi threw a bomb, and a huge explosion went off behind them. After getting clear, she told Park to head to the center and draw all the orcs in. Then she looked up and saw more monsters coming. She was grabbed and started falling, but she told Park not to stop for her, just keep going. She caught part of the castle and managed to pull herself back up, but more orcs appeared in front of her. Choi quickly drew her sword. Meanwhile, Park kept climbing to the top. He reached a room with a throne. A terrifying goblin was waiting there. The goblin rose to its feet. Before it could react, Park bit its neck. He slammed it down and killed the boss with ease. The system announced that he leveled up. Then the castle started to collapse. At the same time, Choi was falling and thought she was about to die. But Park showed up, grabbed her hand, and saved her. Choi asked what happened to the Orc Lord. Park said it was already dead, and they needed to find the exit portal. They ran from the monsters. Still shocked, Choi asked if he had really killed the Lord that fast. Park said yes, and told her to scan for the door. She used her ability and was stunned. The dungeon door was open. She still couldn't believe Park had killed the Lord that quickly. Then the scene cut to a truck where analysts were checking data. One of them was shocked. He said the CT-27 dungeon was opening. Outside, Park's group was stunned too. A reporter announced that the countdown to the CT-27 dungeon breach had started. The crowd erupted with excitement. Meanwhile, Park and Choi kept running from the monsters. Park asked if she had found the door. Choi said yes. The exit was close, so they had to hurry. But Park caught a strange smell and suddenly changed direction. Choi asked why when they were running out of time. Park said he wanted something to drink. Then he found some wolves and told them to follow him, and they obeyed. Choi asked in surprise if he was bringing those wolves along. Park said yes. Starting today, they were family. Soon they ran into that orc group again. Choi groaned that they were surrounded now, but Park said his friend had told him there was another small exit. Choi used her ability again and told him to go right. They found the exit. Choi warned there was only 1 minute left before it closed. Then the countdown hit 23 seconds. At that moment, an arrow was fired straight at Choi. It hit her immediately. She collapsed. The orcs rushed toward her. Park started to turn back, but Choi told him not to come. He ignored her and charged in. He cut down one of the orcs blocking him. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the reporter said the door had been closed for 8 seconds. Everyone there kept hoping Park and Choi would come back. Inside, Park fought desperately to escape. As he lifted Choi, she said there were only 4 seconds left. Park told her to hold on tight, then made a huge leap. Outside, the countdown reached 0. Then a beam of light appeared, and the dungeon seemed to break apart completely. Outside, the reporter said everyone had been given hope, but sadly Park and Choi still hadn't returned. Then everyone was shocked when several wolves came out first. Right after that, Park appeared with Choi. People shouted that someone had flown out. They rushed over to check. Then they realized it was Park, and Choi was alive too. In the middle of the chaos, the reporter called it a miracle. The 2 people trapped in the dungeon had returned alive after 4 days. Watching the footage, Miso said it was taken right after they escaped, and they were sent straight to the hospital. Soon, headlines about the event started popping up everywhere. The director, amazed, said the reporters were really pushing those headlines. Miso said someone had tipped them off, so of course they were. The man said they were there to solve the problem, not blame people, so they should keep the meeting going. Miso went on, saying news about Park had spread fast, and scouts from many countries were already coming for him. One was Victor, a KGB agent from Russia. Another was Gorenstein from Israel. And last was Nakamura, vice chief of Tokyo's Awakened Federation. Annoyed, the director asked if that idiot Nakamura had shown up again. Miso said yes, and he had taken Sungwoo with him, but she thought America was even more dangerous. The director said they had to lock Park down first, and asked if they had any protection beyond the current contract. Then the doctor said Park wouldn't leave Korea as long as his family stayed there. The director asked, surprised, if Park cared more about family than money. The doctor said Park had lived with wolves for over 1,000 years, so he likely missed his family a lot, but it was actually the wolves he started missing after coming back to Earth. The director said Park was hard to understand, and the doctor said he simply valued time with family more. So in a way, he was just a regular person. They should give him a place where he and his family could live safely. That way, Park would have no reason to fight the department. The director liked the idea, but said they still had to stop foreign scouts from signing him first. Miso put an image on the TV and said an abandoned factory would work well as the Suo Guild's new territory. They could also mark the nearby land as private property. The director said the buildings should work after some repairs and asked if Suo would keep watching Park. Miso said she was the best person for it. Then the director asked if she had woken up yet, and Miso said she was recovering already. He then asked if she was resting after writing that report on Park, and Miso said he was like a dogman. That shocked everyone. The director told her to go on. The scene then moved to an arena, where the announcer welcomed fans around the world. It was the biggest event to decide the strongest fighter, and the final match had finally come. The crowd exploded as the shadow of an unknown man appeared. The announcer started introducing him, saying he was the current #1, defending the title for the 21st time, and still unbeaten after 45 fights. He was called the strongest being in history, and humanity's hope in these terrible times. His name was Okita Hiro. His sword gave off a dark aura. A woman watched from above. Then Hiro jumped down into the arena. The announcer moved to the next fighter, the S-rank human weapon and rising star of this generation, Michael, unbeaten in all 13 of his matches. He also leaped into the arena and charged straight at Hiro, saying Hiro's era was over. He swung a punch, but Hiro dodged it. Michael kept pressing the attack, but Hiro turned it around and landed several clean hits on Michael, cracking his armor. Michael then pulled a blade from his hand, but Hiro avoided it and struck him again. Even so, Michael trapped Hiro in chains, happy that he'd finally caught the boy, then started attacking again. Hiro calmly told him he was already dead. Suddenly, blood spilled from Michael's mouth, and the whole crowd froze at what they were seeing. In seconds, Michael collapsed. The announcer, stunned, asked what had happened, saying Michael had been on a huge winning streak but was beaten with ease. Medics rushed in to heal him, but he still didn't move. While the announcer kept talking, the referee made the call. Michael couldn't continue, so Hiro defended his title for the 22nd time. After leaving the arena, another man asked if he'd used a new move. Hiro said yes. He had thrown the aura from his sword into Michael, then let it spread on its own. He added that everyone did well and said they should grab drinks later. Then he opened the door, and at that moment, the woman from before hugged him. She asked if he had killed Michael. Hiro said Michael was supposed to become one of the 7 future villains, so maybe he should have. She told him not to carry everything by himself. Hiro then asked if anything strange had happened. She said the department had called, but other than that, nothing much. She added that the director warned her not to get hurt, so they should get ready and go since everyone was waiting. The scene then shifted to that man from earlier watching the match on TV. The woman said she had heard that the person trapped in a level 5 dungeon had made it out alive, which clearly surprised him. She said people were calling him Korea's second Samu, and expectations were high. She also mentioned the Defense Department was very interested in him. Hiro asked who it was. She said his name was Park and asked if Hiro remembered the guy reporters mentioned, the one trapped in a level 5 dungeon. She then showed Park's info on her phone. Hiro said he'd never seen him before and wondered if maybe he wasn't a swordsman since none had appeared in the last year. She replied that from what she'd heard, Park was a druid, and if he really came back from a 4th planet, Earth might connect to that world. Even as an F rank, that was amazing. Hiro smiled, thinking that was impossible. This was his 25th regression. He had lived through the same events again and again for about 500 years, so he remembered all the awakened people who would become famous and the rough shape of the major events. But Park wasn't among them. In all that time, no one named Park Soo had ever become important, especially not a returnee from a 4th planet. The story barely changed no matter what Hiro did, and even 5 years later, no new planet ever appeared. The woman asked if they should try to bring Park to their side. Hiro said he didn't know yet. She pointed out that Park was the most talked about person in Korea, but Hiro said they should wait because the apocalypse would start soon. The survivor cities, the last strongholds after the disaster, would fall one by one from dungeon breaks across the continent, with huge waves of monsters pouring out. Soon monsters would rule the skies, and as people died across the continent, a mass escape would begin. During that long war, everything else was forgotten. The awakened of Asia and the homeless would place their final hopes in the heroes who rose up. That was why Hiro chose to build his base in Japan, even though people called him a traitor. If he cleared that country's dungeons and gathered the gifted people who revealed their true talent, Japan would become the best place left for survivors. Still, Korean survivors didn't call him a traitor. They called him by name, and as a hero. Back in the present, Hiro said Park's story felt like a show. It might even be fake. And if Park was still alive once the apocalypse began, it would be too late to recruit him. So for now, they would keep watching. The scene then moved to the hospital. Miso entered the room where Choi was. She asked if it hurt, and Choi said yes. Miso sat on the bed and said she didn't look hurt, but Choi insisted she was. Miso brought up a rumor in the hospital. A masked man came every night and left at dawn. She asked if it was Park. Choi kept reading an ebook. Then she asked if Miso bought what she wanted. Miso said she got lucky, sent one over, and brought food too. A little later, Choi finished eating. Miso told her to get back to work and asked why she was still lying there. Choi said she'd just sleep for 1 hour, but Miso said no way. Then the scene cut to CIA headquarters. Some agents were watching news about Hiro. One said it didn't matter who fought him, it was still Michael, and he got crushed way too easily. Another said Hiro kept getting stronger. At this rate, an SSS rank might appear soon. He wondered where Park and Suho had gone, but then said they hadn't disappeared. These were recent photos from their agents. The man looked confused and asked if that was Seoul Station, wondering what Park was doing there. The other agent said Park had been going there often lately. He joked that maybe Park was talking to pigeons, or maybe he got rejected by someone. He said he could introduce Park to plenty of beautiful women, because they couldn't let anyone steal their protagonist. Then he said his special agents were leaving Korea that morning, which shocked the other man. He then said the skies didn't look very safe right now. The other man asked what he meant. The scene cut to a jet, with several people inside. A girl looked out the window and said there was a really pretty bird outside, so her mother looked too, but she froze. A giant monster was flying above them. The dragon was smaller than they first thought, but it still shocked everyone. People on the plane panicked and guessed the monster was following them. Maybe a wyvern. Another man said it was still young, so it probably wouldn't attack. He couldn't understand why a monster like that was there, and guessed a dungeon had appeared nearby. Then he was stunned because a huge wyvern flew right over the plane. A moment later, it prepared to attack, and flames swallowed the jet. The plane exploded and fell toward the ground. The dragon kept flying until it joined several others. The scene then cut to 2 cars. Han said the country had gone crazy and that they were almost there. Junho asked if that was the place they were heading to. Han stared at it and asked if it was supposed to be a haunted house, because the house in front of them looked bizarre. As he walked up, Han said it really did look haunted. He started complaining, asking if this was seriously going to be their guild headquarters. He even wondered if the internet guy would come to a place like that. Then Choi said she had just seen a ghost on the 2nd floor. Everyone started arguing about whether they should even go inside. Choi said she couldn't live in a place like that. Miso told her to relax. It was her first time in a place like this, so of course she was shaken. She added that renovations would start the next day, so there was nothing to worry about. Park asked what the issue was. He liked the place and said they could move in right away. Choi walked up and asked if he had lost his mind. Miso said a man who trusted his instincts would move fast, then asked if they should mark the edge of the land. That way, they could decide how much territory to claim, and Park seemed to consider it. Then he used an ability. Light spread across the area, and everyone stared as tree spirits appeared. The spirits moved toward one spot. Miso asked what he was doing, and Choi realized he was marking the borders. The spirits kept working, and tree sprouts suddenly burst from the ground. In seconds, they grew into a huge forest. Everyone was stunned by how fast it happened. A whole forest now stood there. Park then said he was done. He guessed the boundary stretched about 1 kilometer from the house, so that should be their limit. Smiling, Miso said it looked perfect. From that day on, the place would be the Shugal Guild's territory. Everything inside it would belong to the guild, but Park asked if that wasn't too much, since he only planned to stay a few months. Miso said it was standard procedure, and her department already saw Park as family. Park said he liked that. A moment later, Miso asked him to sign the contract. Choi cut in and told him to read it first, but Miso pushed him to just sign. After that, everything seemed settled. They agreed to keep doing their best until the portal opened. Park said he would keep his promise. Miso told him to trust the government. They got into the car, and Choi demanded the renovation team be sent over, or she was leaving. Then the car drove off. Annoyed, Miso said the girl was becoming a bigger headache every day. Another man asked if so few people could really manage land that large. Miso said if they couldn't, she'd use that as a reason to send her own people there. So she ordered a list of attack units above level 5 and told them to get ready. The scene then shifted to a ship at sea. A group of bandits moved in, saying they'd hit the jackpot. They opened fire on the ship. The people on board panicked and called for help. They sent out SOS signals to anyone nearby. Then the bandits started boarding. One man yelled to start the engine and hide in the engine room. But it didn't help, and everyone was suddenly shocked. Within seconds, the men on deck were thrown into the air. A huge tentacle rose up next, and a giant creature tried to swallow the ship. The vessel started sinking. The captain fell into the water, and a monster appeared in front of him and swallowed him whole. Then it became clear the water was full of strange, shark-like monsters. Meanwhile, a helicopter flew over the area, reporting that it had reached the boat's coordinates. After searching a 16-kilometer area, they found no trace of the ship. Below the surface, the giant tentacle moved on, heading for another ship before the scene cut back to Park's clan house. The tree spirits kept working, and the house was already being rebuilt. Soon, Choi's phone started ringing, but she was still asleep. She finally answered. On the other end, Miso joked that she seemed to be enjoying life in that house. Still half asleep, Choi asked why she'd say that and said she was still on duty. Miso asked if she was with Park right then. Still groggy, Choi said she didn't know. Miso called her lazy and asked how she could not know. Told to get up, Choi finally did, and found a giant tree in front of her. As she drank her coffee, she said Park had planted a crazy amount in no time. All the trees were already fully grown, and the huge one by the house amazed her. Wolves were roaming around it. At the same time, system windows appeared in front of Park, showing data on the wolves. Park started giving all of them names. The system warned that if dimensional energy went beyond his own during fusion, he could lose his mind. Looking over the info, Park wondered if he could keep leveling the wolves up. Just then, Choi showed up and asked what he was doing. Park said he was naming his family members. Choi said he should have woken her up and asked why he went off by himself. Then the dog from before came over. Choi was surprised by how fast it had grown. Park said everyone had gone out that morning and was probably heading to the dungeons. Choi was impressed by how hard they worked, even in that heat. Park then asked if she wanted to go for a walk and cool off. He transformed and told her to hop on. She got on and asked if he just wanted to show off. Park only told her to hold tight, then took off at high speed. Choi was shocked and told him to slow down. Meanwhile, the wolves ran after Park. The scene then shifted elsewhere. A man asked if there was really nothing to report. Headquarters wanted updates, but no one had left the house in 2 months. He also asked if anyone had crossed the boundary. The other man pointed at the cameras and said the military would move right away if that happened. Since no one knew when the portal would open, 2 units would stay nearby. Just then, a car showed up. The man recognized it as a Suva clan vehicle. Not long after, the truck left the area and headed somewhere else. Inside, Junho complained about the heat and said the reporters still wouldn't let this go. Han was checking YouTube for info on Park, and Junho asked what he was looking at. Han brushed it off, but he was clearly thinking hard. He couldn't figure out why so many countries were sending donations to Park. The biggest ones were coming from powerful foreign scouts. Then they spotted Park and Choi, with wolves running beside them. Choi waved and Han called her sister-in-law, which annoyed her. Han said if Choi lived at Park's house and helped him out, then she was basically his sister-in-law. He added that Park didn't look interested in giving them a ride. Watching them, Han commented on how fast Park was. That made Junho hit the gas. He said they weren't losing to someone on foot, so it turned into a race to see who was faster. Then Choi looked back and noticed something. She asked if Park felt it too. After checking, she confirmed a dimensional break was forming within 200 meters. A flashback to the hospital followed. Choi asked what kind of planet he'd been on. Park said it was the Animal Kingdom, a brutal world packed with hostile creatures whose dimensional energy was over 700. Choi was stunned by how massive that was. Park explained that world was all about territory and survival, with fights that ended only in death. To lead a group, you had to be at least rank U, and even after becoming king, he kept facing challengers for hundreds of years. The scene returned to the present. Choi thought that if a bridge portal connected to that planet, both sides could cross freely. If Park was telling the truth, this place would become a battlefield against hostile beings from another world, maybe beasts above rank S. Then it cut to Choi speaking with the director. She asked if he really thought Park's planet would be friendly, and he wondered why she was so worried. He reminded her that Park had been that world's king. The scene shifted back to Park and Choi. Choi asked why he had said he was the king there. Park said if the current king was someone else, that ruler would try to kill him after seeing how weak he was now. Choi, baffled, said that somehow made perfect sense. Then she told him to run full speed toward the northeast field. They needed to get far from the city center. They rushed toward the bushes, while Han wondered where they were going and hurried after them. As they moved, a beam of light appeared. Choi said the portal was starting to open, but the warped space around it left her confused. Soon, Miso got a call. Choi told her the portal was about to form. Miso asked what exactly she meant. Choi told her to send the portal location to the guard units. A little later, several convoys arrived and aimed their missiles in case they needed to strike. Park noticed something strange and said this wasn't the planet he'd come from, just a normal portal. Choi asked how he could know that without any equipment. Park stopped and said the feeling was different from when he crossed before. Choi explained that his old one had been a teleport portal, the kind returnees sometimes used, so that could be why it felt different. But then she realized something. Now that she thought about it, the teleport portal Park crossed had stronger dimensional energy than a bridge portal. Back then, she'd assumed the device was broken, but maybe her instincts had been right. Those same instincts still told her this was dangerous. It looked like a dungeon portal, yet she wasn't even sure it was really a portal. The soldiers watching guessed it might be a dimensional break. Soon, more cars arrived at the site. One man said the department's detection team had shown up. Right then, several helicopters flew over the area. The man was stunned. A portal really had opened, and he guessed it might be a dimensional break. Then another beam of light covered the area, and a second portal formed. Choi confirmed this one was a dungeon portal. She realized Park's instincts were better than hers, even though she had the best detection skill in the country. Soon Park's brother's car came into view. Han and the professor walked up, and Han said it was a portal, maybe even one linked to a new planet. 2 more cars pulled up, and soldiers got out. They introduced themselves as the 11th Detection Team. Then they started setting up measuring equipment. Junho asked what the machines were for. The girl said they measured the dungeon's rank and how long until it breaks. As they checked the data, the number 4282 appeared. One man said it was only a level 4 dungeon. Park said that was good enough. Miso sounded disappointed and asked if it was really just level 4. A little later, the girl changed clothes and said that since Park claimed this wasn't the same portal, she needed to go inside and confirm it. The scene cut to the director on the phone, asking if it was really a level 4 dungeon. Miso said they still didn't know. First, they had to check whether this new dungeon connected to the place Park came from. The director, fed up, said this whole thing was driving him insane and asked if she knew how much money they'd burned on it. Miso repeated that they couldn't be sure yet because Park's abilities were unusually high. The director argued that if a portal appeared near someone who had just returned, it was probably only a dungeon portal. Then he asked if she knew who had trusted this project enough to fund it. Miso shot back that Park was valuable just because he was an irregular. The two kept arguing until the director told them to fix this somehow. If they couldn't recover the investment, they'd be finished. Back with Park, the full analysis was ready. One man said the dungeon would break in 50 days, so they should send a team soon. Park said that worked for him. Another man added that Park would need to report his current number of guild members. The man said that part was easy. He explained that most guilds use dungeon energy meters, but the newest model cost about 3 billion. Park said that was expensive, but the man told him they had orders to leave one here permanently for this portal. He then asked Park to sign the paperwork. Watching all this, Park asked why they were giving him so much. The man just smiled and said that even if Park wasn't a returnee from a new planet, the department still wouldn't treat him badly. He added that other countries had been trying to recruit Park lately, so the department wanted him to know they saw him as family. Speaking as the nation's treasurer, he said he was there to pass along that message. Park only looked confused, saying no foreign country had contacted him. Then Han walked up and asked to speak with Park. He explained that the fight over Park was intense overseas, and since Park barely used the internet, Han had been receiving lots of donations. Park asked how much. Han said around 5 million. Park put a hand on his shoulder and told him that no matter how much he loved money, he shouldn't become its slave. He said that in life, having someone to talk to was worth more than that kind of cash. Han sat down and said he'd remember that. Still, he explained that those countries wanted Park to at least look at their offers. Han said he had to show him 3 of them, and Park asked what he had done. Han replied that those countries hadn't sent assassins just because he hadn't shown Park the offers. Park told him to say he showed them and got ignored. Then he asked Han to get Junho and change clothes before they headed back. Han said he'd keep some of the donations and put the rest in the guild fund. Park told him to do whatever he wanted. Han was thrilled, thinking Park was generous and exactly his type. He was especially happy because he'd just gained over 3 billion. Some time passed. Park asked if everyone was ready. They were about to enter the dungeon. Just then, the other man returned and told them to wait because the department's combat team was coming. Park refused the help. He said if someone had to come in to check the contract, he'd allow only 2 people, and they wouldn't join the hunt. Choi told him not to worry. They were ready to go in. The man warned that a level 4 dungeon wasn't easy for such a small group, but Choi told him to be quiet and keep recording. Soon the dog from earlier showed up. Park said it should come too and gain some levels. Then they all entered the portal and arrived in a strange place. Park said he wasn't fully sure where they were. Choi used her skill to scan the area. Park said the place felt a little familiar. The other man asked why they were walking around so casually when they should be careful. Han answered that as long as Park was leading, they just had to follow. Suddenly, Choi told everyone to stop. There were 3 monsters about 70 meters ahead. Han quickly pulled out his weapon. The other man doubted that was enough, but Han said it was. Junho drew his sword with a fierce look. The other man asked why Junho was acting like that. Junho charged at the monsters, but Park instantly knocked him out and asked Han to wake him later. The man demanded an explanation, and Choi said Junho had a condition. When he held his blade, he went crazy. Han kept trying to wake Junho, but Park noticed something else. Something moved in the bushes, and Park told everyone to get back. A monster jumped out and rushed the group. Everyone took defensive positions, but Park ran straight at the monsters instead. The other man recorded it all. Several monsters charged Park, but he killed them with ease. The system told him he earned 48 conquest points. The group stayed alert in case more monsters were nearby. Park was surprised by how fast he reacted and wondered if this was real. Then he reminded Junho not to forget the loot, and the two started pulling stones from the monsters. The other man muttered that Junho looked normal outside a dungeon, but once he grabbed a knife, he turned into a psychopath. Choi told him to stop talking and keep moving. Park said he'd handle the next monsters too, so everyone should stay alert. After they gathered the stones, the other man wondered if sending C-rank soldiers and interns with a rookie and a psychopath had really been a smart idea. Park called the dog over and told it to run into the forest and lure more monsters back. The dog obeyed and rushed into the forest. Choi and the other man watched, wondering what would happen if a whole pack came charging at them. When the team leader asked if they'd be okay, Choi just told him to keep filming. Soon, Park said the monsters were coming, and a heavy rumble echoed around them. The other man started panicking. Han noticed Junho was losing control again and told him to take a tranquilizer. But Junho, crazed, rushed at the monsters. At that moment, the dog came back and an arrow shot straight toward it. Junho dodged the arrow and cut down one of the monsters charging at them, then pushed forward and finished it easily. Right after that, the other man yelled for Junho to be careful because another monster was behind him, but it was already dead. Han had taken it out from the rear. Using his crossbow, Han finished the monster while backing up Junho. Both were pleased with their teamwork, and Han reached level 9. Seeing that, the other man went quiet. He asked if this was really a level 4 dungeon, and Choi sarcastically asked if he thought it was level 3. Then she told him to stop talking so much and keep recording. Suddenly, the dog went on alert, and Park noticed right away. A monster burst from the bushes and rushed at him, and Park quickly drew his dagger. The scene cut to a car stuck in a big crowd. A man seemed to be greeting the sector director, but Miso asked what he was doing and whether he had a death wish, wondering why he still hadn't moved aside. The young man said he'd only move if something actually happened. They said Captain Lee's combat team had entered the area not long ago, and if a combat team went in, then it had to be a level 4 dungeon. The new dungeon was probably one of those. Miso stayed quiet for a moment, then ordered them to clear the way immediately. As she left, the young man sarcastically thanked her and called the whole thing a waste of time since it was only a level 4 dungeon. Then they started packing up. Meanwhile, Miso's car kept heading to the site. One of the men asked what they would do if the information got leaked. Miso asked what mattered more, higher-ups gambling with money, or Park. The man admitted Park was probably more important, and Miso said that if people learned Park was a returnee from a dungeon, the news would get even bigger. The man asked if Park would be okay. Miso said that was exactly why they were going to him now, to figure out a solution. Meanwhile, the teams were getting ready to enter the portal. The captain asked if they were ready, saying it was time to take down some monsters. A soldier asked him to wait because someone had told them to hold off. The man asked why they would do that just as a car pulled up. A woman stepped out of the car. Miso greeted the captain. He asked what she wanted, and Miso said he couldn't go in. Confused, he asked why not. Miso explained that until Park agreed to work with the combat team, no one was allowed to cross the portal. The man snapped, asking what nonsense she was talking about when his team had changed their plans and rushed over for nothing. Miso said some things had come up, so they could not enter the portal. He argued the contract clearly had a problem. How did it make sense to send only a recon team with no combat experience? Miso answered that they planned to revise the contract, and she came to settle it. She added that the director was involved too. Annoyed, he asked why everything had to be so complicated. Miso told him they should talk in the car. Then the scene cut to the director watching the news on his computer. He muttered that they had made a mistake and needed to check a few more things before giving an official statement. At the same time, the man got a call. Upset, he asked why he still could not reach Miso. The scene shifted to a building. The doctor from earlier was going over Park's information. He said Park was like a broken dream fallen onto Earth in Korea, and this was probably a key turning point. To him, the boy's life felt like a drama full of conflict. He remembered Park saying he hid near the coast and found fruit in the trees. In the past, the sea had given him plenty of food, but he soon realized he could not live there, because when he looked over, he saw something terrifying. A huge monster was circling the area. Startled, the doctor realized a level 4 dungeon should not have an ocean, and he wondered what that meant. He thought about the current theory on dungeons, that an entire planet could become part of one. A flashback of Park appeared. He said his brother was coming and asked the doctor to help find him. The doctor agreed, but only if Park told him the full story of those 500 years. Back in the present, the doctor noted Park had promised to explain everything after meeting his brother again. For an F-rank returnee, Park seemed strangely ordinary, even after living hundreds of years as the king of the jungle. Still, the doctor regretted losing the chance to hear a far more interesting story because of one rushed choice. Back in the dungeon, Park was still cutting down monsters, calmly taking them out one by one. Watching him, the other man said it was insane that Park could dodge an ambush like that. Park asked what the problem was and told him to help collect the loot, so the man did. Later, the group kept moving through the dungeon. Kui asked what this place was. It looked oddly beautiful, and Han said the shining stone looked like a gem, but gave off a dark feeling. Park said he had never seen a place like it, yet somehow it felt familiar. Soon they found another stone, with words carved into it, warning them never to return to that territory. Park studied it. Kui asked if this was one of Han's pranks, but Park said it was not. The girl said everything was fine. Kui asked if the guy was still recording, and he said yes. Just then, she noticed Park climbing up to another area. The group followed him. There, they found a new spot, a cave hidden in the open space. Han stared in shock. The walls were covered with writings, and none of them were what they expected. One line said it really missed humans. The walls were also filled with drawings. Then they found a bigger message saying it missed even the people it used to hate, along with its family and brother. Han was shocked because the name Junho was written there too. Then they found another line saying Park Suho had been there. Now they understood. Han said it looked like prehistoric cave art and could have huge scientific value. Choi walked up to Park and asked if he had lived there. Park gave a sharp look, focused on something else. One message said it had been 500 years since he became the owner of Moon Hill. That made him remember an old enemy, a giant black tiger that always looked at him like a threat during their fights. A moment later, Choi asked if he was okay. Park kept staring at the writing, remembering every fight and every moment he had there. Then he seemed to realize something. Han kept searching the cave and found some unfinished blades too. He wondered how they made them since the stone was so shiny. Suddenly, Park started running, and Han asked where he was going. Choi chased after him as he hurried somewhere else. A moment later, he reached the top of a mountain. Shocked, he wondered what had happened to this place. Choi caught up and asked what was wrong, and if this was where he used to live. Park said yes, but something was off. There should have been a snowy mountain that way, and a grove of fruit trees on the other side. The sea should have been over there too. Surprised, Choi asked if there really had been a sea. Park said this place was called Maelstrom 12, and no one should go there. Choi wondered if a sea could really exist inside a level 4 dungeon. She then asked if Park had written those messages, and he said yes. He wrote them so he would not forget the civilized world. When he first came there, he lived in that cave to hide from the other animals. Even after moving, he came back from time to time and kept writing on the walls. Choi asked if the lizardmen had always lived there. Park said no. Then she asked what happened to his animal companions. He said that was leopard territory, and they were not weak enough to leave just because of a few lizardmen. Then Choi asked if he could see that mist. Park said that was the end of the dungeon, so they could not go past it. Just then, a noise echoed through the forest, and Choi asked if it might be the lizardmen. Using his ability, Park confirmed it was an ambush. Then several lizardmen started climbing up. Meanwhile, Han and the others were still higher up the slope. Choi said there were 102 lizardmen coming, and wondered why they were attacking all at once. Below them was the Lizard King, wearing a strange skull on his head. Looking at it, Park guessed it belonged to one of the leopards he had once fought. He told Choi to stay with the group, then leaped off the mountain straight at the monsters. Choi shouted, asking what he was doing. Then the scene cut to that woman from earlier watching a pigeon. Blue energy started wrapping around the bird, and Choi was stunned as Park suddenly formed wings and flew fast toward the boss. The Lizard King threw his spear, but Park dodged it with ease. In seconds, he was right in front of him. Then blue energy wrapped around the dog from earlier, and Park shifted into his wolf form, slamming into the lizard. The two of them crashed down toward the bushes. Choi was stunned by what Park had just done. Han and the others soon reached the mountain. Choi said it was fine. Park was not dead. Meanwhile, the lizardmen kept climbing the mountain. Choi warned that more were only 30 meters away, so everyone needed to get ready. The other guy grabbed a stone and said he was ready. Han raised his crossbow and told the lizards to come try climbing. Even Junho, with no weapon, picked up a stone. Soon the lizards got closer, and Han fired an arrow. Back with Park, he was locked in a fierce fight with the boss, and it looked like he might end it soon. He ripped the skull off the monster's head and demanded to know where the leopards were, but the creature already seemed dead. Up on the mountain, Park's group kept fighting the lizardmen. The other guy asked if long-range weapons used more dimensional energy than short-range ones. Han said there was no fixed limit, it just depended on the user's level. Soon Choi warned that even more lizards were coming. Junho picked up 2 weapons. Han said Junho had gone crazy again, so they could not let him jump in. Then the other guy noticed something. Park and the monster were suddenly in the air, leaving everyone stunned. At that moment, the lizardmen were almost at the top. Then Park seemed to finish off the lizard boss. Panicked, the other guy yelled for everyone to take cover. The boss's body slammed into the mountain. Then the system announced that Park had leveled up and unlocked a wind skill. After the blast, several monsters were thrown into the air, but the mountain started collapsing too. Choi shouted for everyone to take cover, but it was too late, and they all began falling. The monsters were falling too, and then a landslide broke out. Still, Choi seemed to save himself. He called out, asking if everyone was okay. Soon the other guy answered that he was fine, and Han was relieved to still be alive. Junho was awake beside him too. Park turned back into his human form and told them to leave, because the gate had already opened. So everyone quickly got up and headed back to the exit. Watching this, the other guy asked what the point of all this was. Back in the real world, the portal was still very active. Miso and the soldiers waited for Park, and then he finally came out. One soldier quietly watched as the whole group returned safely, without a single casualty. Looking at Park, the man asked if that was really him, because he seemed kind of weak. Miso then stepped forward to greet him, but Park suddenly turned into a pigeon and flew off somewhere else. The other man stared in shock, asking if Park had really turned into a pigeon. A pigeon. Miso asks what happened, but Choi tells her if she came to negotiate, she should leave. Miso asks about the recording, and Choi tells her to go back to headquarters with Chief Kim, but Miso says she needs to come with them too. Choi asks why, and she explains her mission to watch Park has ended. Because of that, she got reassigned. Now her new mission is to help at the field border north of Daegu. Another man says 4 portal management members will stay there since that's the minimum needed to handle the equipment. Junho shakes his hand and tells him not to worry. They'll treat them well as guests. The man looks at Park's brother and is shocked since he's totally different in real life. Then the scene shifts and someone asks what she meant by going back since they were supposed to work with Park. Miso tells him to return first and discuss his pay later. The director is waiting, so they need to go now. The man says that's not the point and asks why they even have to meet them. They start arguing while Han and Junho watch. Han says that guy's way of talking just annoyed him, and Junho says they should leave. Soon after, several buses are shown heading out. Then someone calls Miso and angrily asks where she is and whether she told the press everything. Miso says everyone is retreating except the management team, so they should deal with it later. A little later, a man shows a recording and points out Korean writing on the cave wall. They found Park Soo-ho's diary there. In the video, Park suddenly leaps up and throws the Lizard King away. The presenter says they couldn't film more inside the dungeon, but they did get footage outside. Then someone sees Park's new form and asks if that was a pigeon. The presenter says yes, they think he mixed with an animal. Then the recording ends. A white-haired man says it was terrifying seeing seeing the boy handle the Lizard King like that. The director asks if a Lizard King from a level 4 dungeon is usually around rank B, but the presenter corrects him. It was actually rank A, and Park beat it easily. The director asks if that puts Park Soo-ho above rank S, but Troy says his dimensional energy is only rank E. Still, his normal fighting power is rank S+, and after fusion, depending on the animal, he may reach at least rank SSS. On top of that, unlike other awakened people, Park Soo-ho has no level cap on his skills. Then the white-haired man asks if all regulars are like that, but Troy says he doesn't know. The director then asks what Park's status was before he came back. Another man says if everyone who vanished in the cataclysm returned like Park Soo-ho, their country would become insanely strong. But the presenter says entering a portal without gear means going in with nothing, so someone else like him is almost impossible. The director says that even so, the first tests already showed Park Soo-ho came back from a level 4 dungeon, but Troy says they still can't confirm that yet. The director admits he hates to say it, but the truth is, this isn't a new planet. What matters most now is the secret behind Park Soo-ho's power hidden in that dungeon. Then he asks why Park keeps blocking scouts even after signing a contract. The white-haired man says maybe Park just doesn't want to share the source of his power, but Troy defends him, saying Park Soo-ho isn't that kind of person. Miso asks if they shouldn't try negotiating a little more. The director asks what else Park could want when they've already offered him plenty. Miso says that's exactly the problem. Troy leaves, clearly upset, wondering what they meant by calling Park's strength a secret. Another man tells Miso that if she fills Squad 37 with 80 people ranked C or higher, he'll take responsibility and bring in Park Soo-ho. He says that would solve the minister's investment issue too. The director says taking all the dungeon loot alone already sounds good. The man adds they'd make 3 times the usual profit, plus a 780 bonus. Then the director asks Miso what they should offer Park Soo-ho to get full access to the dungeon. Miso asks if they don't already have plenty of that to spare. Elsewhere, at what looks like a farm, a child asks monk Myung-jin if he's going to harvest the tomatoes. The monk says not just the tomatoes, but the peppers and potatoes too. As they head into the shed, one child says they'll pick 100 cherry tomatoes, and another says they'll get the peppers too. Then they're told to each grab a hoe and start harvesting. But while they work, a creepy man watches them from hiding. The scene then cuts to a soldier saying they have 10 minutes before departure. He tells them to report troop numbers and check the equipment. The others answer that everything is fine and detection has no issues. Meanwhile, Choi is on her phone. She reports that detection team 11 has no problems. A soldier says the operation is about to start. Then they move out in a tank. Choi is still on her phone, while the soldiers talk about how the Daegu border is basically hell because of constant dungeon breaks. One asks if the detection team is really being sent to the front line. Choi says yes, and if they're smart, they'll write a will before they lose signal. Then the story cuts to the house where Park is staying. A little later, Choi calls him, but Park is asleep. Han is at the computer, saying Park has been sleeping way more than usual. He also says that now people know Park is just a returnee from a level 4 dungeon. The donations should have stopped, but then he sees something shocking. Just then, Junho walks in. Han tells him to knock first. Junho apologizes and jokes, asking if Han was doing something illegal. Then he asks if that monk had called. Han says no. Junho adds that he couldn't reach him either and wonders if something happened. Han jokes that maybe he reached enlightenment, but he's probably just having fun with the kids somewhere. Noticing what Junho is holding, Han asks what it is. Junho says his grandma thought he was seeing things because of a vitamin deficiency, so she bought him supplements. Han asks if he doesn't think Park has been sleeping too much, and Junho says he was about to wake him. But in Park's room, he was already awake and staring at the giant tree ahead. He thinks he had hoped the portal would let him meet his old friends again, but the land he came back to was only a small part of that world. Instead of his friends, he found strange red lizards, and he had no clue where his red wolf family was. He also thinks about his worst enemy, Kuro, who might be somewhere with that giant gorilla from before, and wonders where they ended up, or if they ran somewhere else to escape those lizards. But he quickly stops himself and asks if that even matters. If it's meant to happen, they'll meet again someday. Soon after, Junho comes in and asks if he's awake, saying they should eat. Park says he is, and he slept so long he didn't even notice he was hungry. They leave the room while Choi keeps trying to call him. Sometime later, Park is eating dinner with the others and asks where that blonde girl went. They stare at him in surprise and ask if he seriously doesn't know her name. Park asks if her name isn't Blondie, wondering why they're reacting like that. Han, totally stunned, says her name is Choi. He asks if Park and Choi weren't close before, and Park asks if Han means that house. Then Junho adds that they might send her to the field. Park says he has no idea what they're talking about. Junho explains that she called because Park didn't answer, and they also need to recruit new people for the guild. Park asks if they really have to. Junho says yes, they need people to manage the portal meter, and they never know when a portal might appear in his area. Park then asks Han if he knows where they can find recruits. Han says he might if he contacts an old boxing friend. Park asks if that monk came back yet. Junho says no, he hasn't called, and he never said where the old orphans were staying in Seoul. Annoyed, Han says Monk still isn't answering his phone, and then the story cuts back to the battlefield. Choi is still waiting for orders. Looking at her phone, she realizes she's in the red zone with the necrophiles and wonders if that was part of the original route. Then she stops thinking about it and shuts her phone off. Back with Park, he notices he has 2 missed calls from her. He tries calling back, but her number is already unavailable. The scene shifts again to tanks moving toward a new location, and zombies are swarming the area around them. Park keeps trying to call, while Choi's phone lies there covered in blood. Park realizes she just isn't picking up. Soon after, a car pulls up at Park's house. Mai-soo tells Junho they just got there and asks if she can see the protagonist. The other man looks over and spots Park. Park was sitting in a chair, looking over something. Park asked if this was about the inspection, and Mai-soo said yes. Park said it wasn't even a new planner and asked why they were so obsessed with checking him. Mai-soo said they wanted to learn the secret behind his dungeon power. Park said he'd told them plenty of times. They just needed to train hard for 1,000 years. Then he asked why they still didn't believe him. The man told him to quit messing around. They were from the same country, so in a national crisis, they should help each other. Park asked what he meant. The man explained that level 6 dungeons were appearing more often, and the time before a dungeon break was getting shorter. The number of infected in the field had shot up, making things worse during a huge food and worker shortage. That was why they badly needed strong people like Park. Park asked what infected people were. The man said that after the Great Shift, an unknown virus started spreading among people living in the field. The infected were called necrophiles. He added that the red-marked areas were red zones full of necrophiles, and if those zones spread, land travel would be cut off. That would make handling dungeon breaks in the field much harder. They believed the virus came through a portal, but it had spread so fast that their current manpower couldn't contain it. Park asked if, in exchange for freely inspecting and hunting in dungeons, they would give him 2 rewards. The man said the first reward was raising his guild to level 5. That meant he could enter any dungeon level 5 or lower, which he called a pretty exciting deal. The second reward was new territory, land in the north near Park's current area, and he asked if Park could manage it. Park said that if he meant the field, that land was already abandoned. Then he asked if they wanted him to protect Eastern Seoul. The man said most of it was empty land, aside from a few cities. After the disaster, the people left in the field couldn't take it anymore and started moving to safer places. But the larger secure cities didn't have enough room. Park asked if that meant he should stay there and receive them. The man said that when people gather, they start rebuilding, trade grows around dungeons, and farmland gets cleared again. If Park's guild proved it could manage the area well, it would likely make a lot of money. He also said modular mobile homes and dungeon trade districts should help during dungeon breaks. Park looked over everything. Then he said it wasn't a bad offer and asked about North Korea's current state. He said their command system took a huge hit at the start of the disaster. The other man explained that coups followed, and when the system collapsed, many escaped to the mainland. The survivors left behind were wandering from place to place just trying to live, and since no one could manage the dungeons properly, breaks were happening everywhere. He asked if it wasn't only a matter of time before they crossed into South Korea. Park then thought maybe he hadn't been mistaken. After that, he accepted the offer and said they should sign the contract. Pleased, Mai-soo said he had made the right choice. Park asked if the rule about staying in the country for 30 days had been removed. The girl said it had. Park said he had 2 personal requests. First, he wanted to meet the scientist who made the dimensional energy measuring device. Second, he wanted help finding Monk, a guild member who had suddenly stopped answering his phone. Mai-soo said both requests would be easy, and they'd handle them. Park stood and said he'd start the mission. Soon the scene shifted to a building where 3 people sat near a chair, waiting. A man thought about the Astila Guild, the mercenary group backed by Korea's biggest company. They only opened recruitment twice a year, and most applicants failed during the first stage. It was the dream guild for mercenaries, so getting in was hard. But if you made it, the support was huge. That was why he applied, hoping to gain something, even if he got rejected again. Then something unexpected happened. He passed the registration stage. After 3 years in small clans and life as a known mercenary, it felt like real recognition. But it still wasn't over. Out of the 50 who passed registration, only 10 would survive the interview round, so he couldn't lose confidence now. This might be his only chance. Just then, he got an email. And what he saw shocked him. Later, a woman said they could leave the room now. The others began filing out. One man commented that this round of applicants had been weak, so the candidates were pretty average. A woman said some would at least work well as porters since they'd guard supplies with their lives. Another man said he had found a swordsman named Jang. Jang had 3 years of experience, but was still rank E. He said if Jang's awakened ability was fencing, he might be worth training, so he'd take him. Then they told someone to send in the next group. The man called numbers 46 through 50 into the room. The interviews started again. Then one of them asked why only 4 people had entered and where Jang had gone. The boy answered that Jang had suddenly left. The scene cut to his phone, showing Park's message asking if he wanted to join his guild. That's why Jang walked out. He felt there was no point thinking it over, and should just say yes. After all, Park had saved his life and was the most talked about man in Korea. Then the scene returned to the tank convoy, moving toward the battlefield. One soldier warned everyone to stay sharp since an ambush could happen at any time. Monsters were already crowding the area. A soldier said the roads were getting too dangerous and they should have stayed on the usual route. Another answered that they had no choice. They wouldn't make it in time otherwise. Soon, one soldier called his friend over after spotting something strange and asked what it was. Looking closer, he saw several zombies eating a monster corpse. Then the zombies turned their eyes toward the tank. The soldier ordered them to wipe the creatures out with a rocket launcher, but the other man warned that shooting would stir up the necrophiles even more. The captain said they didn't have time, so fire anyway. If they got through this area fast enough, they'd reach the military operations zone. Following the order, the soldier prepared the launchers. Then the captain gave the signal to fire. At once, 4 rockets flew straight into the infected horde. The monsters barely reacted in time. The blasts ripped them apart, and the tanks rolled ahead, crushing what remained. Nothing was spared in their path, but all that noise brought in even more creatures. The survivors howled, calling the rest. The tanks braced for impact. The creatures rushed in, snarling as they tried to reach the vehicles. The sergeant yelled from the cabin that they were pushing through and ordered full fire. The cannons answered with a thunderous barrage, blasting open a path. At the same time, a white van sped down dirt roads, with a horde of infected right behind it. Then the dashboard warned they were almost out of fuel. The driver shouted that gas was nearly gone, and Monk told him to keep going for the camp. The van sped past a road sign. The monsters kept chasing them, but Monk said if they could just go a little farther, they'd reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized. Taking this route had been his idea, but he never thought the monsters had reached it already. Monk told the older monk he had only wanted to cook fresh food for the kids too. The older monk, a little embarrassed, thanked him for that. Monk said there was still plenty of work in the fields, and they had to shake off the monsters if they wanted to eat peacefully with the children. The older monk agreed. The kids had to be starving by now. The infected were getting closer. When the van reached camp, Monk shouted that the gate was open and told the driver to slow down. He pulled the curtain back and looked inside. Then he asked the children if they could run, because the second the van stopped, everyone would need to sprint. The kids were terrified, and the women nearby had no words. But Monk had made up his mind. He was going to save them all. The monsters were clumsy, but they were fast. As soon as the van stopped, everyone jumped out and ran, with the infected right behind them. Monk was carrying 2 children when he heard a scream behind him. He turned, and one of the monsters was already almost on them, arms stretched out and breathing hard. Without hesitating, Monk set the kids down and told them to run without looking back. Then he faced the monster, gripped his staff, and smashed its head in one clean hit, snapping its jaw loose. He charged straight into the zombie horde with shocking speed. After breaking through the first wave, he paused. More infected were closing in. There were already too many, and the dragons would arrive in 6 minutes. Then he noticed something strange. Firefly-like lights started appearing around him, glowing as he stood surrounded by zombies. In the next moment, columns of wind rose up and lifted the monsters into the air. Everyone stared as the infected spun like leaves. Monk froze in place, surrounded by that strange light. Then someone appeared behind him. It was Park, standing on top of a building, looking down calmly, hands in his pockets. He said that power was pretty useful. The survivors and the bald man turned at his voice and recognized him at once. Monk shouted that his benefactor had come. The protagonist just told him to back off before the tornado caught him too. When he used the skill again, the monsters spun even faster. The fireflies also started glowing brighter, making the whole thing look almost beautiful. With shining eyes, the protagonist said he liked it. Elsewhere, the military convoy kept firing to slow the monsters down. The sergeant, clearly rattled, yelled into the radio for a military channel. He called for backup right away. They were being overrun by zombies. Then stones suddenly started raining down on the convoy. At the same time, dozens of infected swarmed the tank, clawing at the cabin while the sergeant told everyone to hold on. The rocks kept falling, and even when the infected slipped off, they climbed right back up. Then the vehicle hit a cobblestone and flipped onto its side. The soldiers behind them saw it happen and ordered an immediate turn. At the same time, Choi, still unaware of the mess outside, noticed her sword starting to glow in the car. Over the radio came word that the first vehicle had overturned. Their car stopped and the soldiers asked what was happening. One nervous soldier muttered, "Captain, we're done." Zombies climbed onto the car and were knocked down like bowling pins. Choi hit the switch to raise the window blind. On the other side, red eyes stared straight at her through the glass. The infected were stacked all over the vehicle. Choi ordered them to unlock the door at once. One soldier complained he should have known something bad was coming after last night's nightmare. The driver looked away from the window and said he was opening the rear door. It started sliding open slowly, and the monster's growls got louder. Choi shouted for everyone to back up as rotten hands forced the door wider. The soldiers panicked, wondering how they were supposed to get through that. Choi told them to lock it again, head for car 7, and kill anything blocking the way. A yellow fireball formed in her hand, and she told everyone to spread out. Then she sent out a pillar of fire that tore through the zombies ahead. The soldiers were stunned by her power, and one said the path was open. She told them to move fast. More monsters were coming. She also told the driver to come with them. That vehicle was done for. Then a zombie leaped down from the roof to attack her, but Choi instantly drew her sword and cut it clean in half. As more monsters closed in from every side, she cursed under her breath, irritated, then swung her blade in a smooth arc, blasting the infected away and shouting for them to make an opening. Back at the first vehicle, the sergeant was still firing to keep the infected back. He ordered the soldiers to circle the vehicle. One man moved in to check the people in the second car. After looking inside, he reported that the driver and front passenger were dead, but the infected still wouldn't stop. The soldiers tried to open the door and failed, until one called for a blowtorch. They announced they were from Group 7 and were opening the door, telling everyone nearby to stand back. The others formed a line to shield the survivors, but there were too few of them, and the infected quickly broke through and rushed in. The line was getting crushed and couldn't last much longer, but the captain kept his cool. He told them not to panic. They only had to hold on a little longer. A soldier using clairvoyance looked ahead and called out, 40 meters left. More zombies kept pouring in, surrounding the soldiers as they fired non-stop. The sergeant pulled a dagger and ordered everyone to prepare for close combat. Then blue lightning began flashing behind the horde of monsters, cutting through them like paper and spraying body parts everywhere. The attack grew stronger until the whole horde was swallowed by it. The soldiers stared in shock, asking what was going on, until one pointed at the sky. People were dropping from huge drones marked with 707A. The captain smiled in relief. They had shown up just in time. One special unit soldier landed on top of a car, startling the troops below. Meanwhile, Choi kept hacking through the infected, not knowing backup had arrived. She turned to strike again, but another soldier caught her sword from behind. When she saw his face, she thought, "Is that Jin Woo's son?" The soldier on the car said he'd take it from there and started setting up a device on his back. Jin Woo's son put a hand on Choi's head, pulled her close, and shouted, "Shield!" At the same time, another soldier on the car fired several red spheres. They flew toward the horde but didn't explode right away. Instead, they kept moving forward like they were carrying something. Then the soldier yelled, "Fire!" The spheres exploded one after another, ripping the monsters apart. Rocks, trees, and bodies were thrown everywhere. Choi and Jin Woo's son were right in the middle of the blast. Soon the area that had been packed with monsters became a field of fire and wreckage. Drones and helicopters moved over the area, trying to contact the surviving soldiers below. They asked for a count of the dead and wounded, but then a pilot suddenly warned over the radio that something unknown was coming in fast. Meanwhile, the infected the tornado had thrown up earlier began falling back down. The protagonist smiled at Monk, who looked back with a serious face. Both stood in the glow of the fireflies as zombie bodies rained down around Monk. The orphans stared in amazement. When they saw the area was clear, they ran to Monk, cheering that the monsters were gone. The protagonist smiled and said that was fun. Now it was time to go home. Monk called him his benefactor and asked how he found them. The other monks and children finally noticed him too and asked who he was. Smiling proudly, Monk started to introduce him, but he couldn't finish. One of the monk looked down in horror and saw a zombie biting his leg. Elsewhere, in Osaka, Japan, a new portal opened and the road collapsed, swallowing cars. A giant monster came out, sending civilians into panic. A woman fell and her baby's stroller rolled away. It stopped just in time when Okita Hiro arrived at the portal. The crowd cheered his name in relief. They were saved. Men in black suits appeared around the monster, each carrying a sword. The creature raised its head and fired several fireballs. One of the men turned invisible, and black flames covered his swords. A fireball shot toward him and exploded beside him, while the monster kept blasting fire everywhere. Then more men in black suddenly appeared. They were clones. While the clones distracted the monster, Hiro rushed in and cut it in half with perfect precision. His swing looked effortless, like he knew the exact weak spot. With a few fast strikes, he carved the monster apart, and it dropped in pieces. The people erupted in cheers, shouting Hiro's name. "It's Hiro's team. They saved us again." Military vehicles rolled toward the portal. News reports said a giant monster had come through and caused damage, but Hiro's team stopped it before major losses. Akiko praised Hiro for the clean win. Curious, he asked what she was watching. She said it was a video about the protagonist and asked if he remembered the druid she told him about. Smiling, Hiro asked what happened this time. Did he get stuck somewhere again? Akiko said he had just returned from the dungeon. Hiro watched with clear doubt, thinking the video was way too dramatic. He'd been there, so why make such a show of it? Then something caught his eye, and he asked her to scroll down. The screen stopped on a group photo titled "In-Depth Analysis of Park's Guild." Hiro's eyes widened. He recognized one of the faces, and Akiko asked if he knew someone there. He was stunned. That boy was the 8th evil, no doubt. He remembered the boy should have just lost his father and been living in an orphanage. That was why Hiro had placed him last on his kill list. There should have been time before he became Korea's worst villain, but now nothing added up. That kid was the terrifying 8th evil, so what was he doing there? Then Hiro noticed another face, young Jasek. He was listed as a new member of the Suho Guild, and Hiro remembered him well, the infernal swordsman. He also recognized Monk, the man he once called the immortal destroyer Monk. Hiro couldn't understand how all of them had ended up together in one guild. Then Akiko showed him more videos she had gathered so he could judge for himself. She said that to her, either nobody was controlling that guild or something much bigger was going on. In one clip, Park wiped out a horde of monsters with ease. Another showed Hiro fighting the Lizard King and throwing it into a mountain. Hiro watched in shock. Akiko said Park seemed way too strong for someone from an F-rank dungeon. Hiro agreed. That power didn't fit an F-rank. Akiko said maybe Park was an irregular, just like Hiro. That made Hiro think, what if Park had awakened too and simply wasn't in the database? Suddenly it started making sense. What if Park was a regressor too, gathering future villains into one guild to change the timeline? Then the answer hit him hard. Park wanted to change the future too. If that was true, Hiro's plan to rewrite the past could be in danger. Akiko noticed his tension and asked if he was okay. He took a deep breath, still shaken. Then he said he wanted to go there after the apocalypse. She was caught off guard and asked what he meant. Hiro said right away that he had to go back to his country. He needed to speak with Park, but Akiko told him that wasn't possible right now. Hiro asked why. Back with Park, the tree by his guild had grown so much that deer and even elephants were showing up nearby. Refugees had started camping around it, including the orphans Monk had taken in. People were stunned by all the animals and the huge amount of fruit and vegetables. The kids spotted apples and asked if they could really eat them. Monk told them to build a lake, and the children cheered, running around and pointing at everything. Near the portal, the Reborn department set up a base module. A soldier reported that 37 squads of 20 had stayed in the dungeon for 28 hours, while Park's guild cleared it in only 2.5. Another added that the guild's 8th raid took just 11 minutes. Furious, Miso figured that at this pace, 10 hours a day would finish it all in 4 days. That's when she realized they'd agreed too fast. She muttered that they needed to cap the number of dungeon runs. At the same time, Yang showed off his new weapon, the Infernal Blade, and one of the boys said it fit him perfectly. Park said it was a gift and asked if he liked it. Yang happily said yes. His old sword was already worn out. Han added that the blade would show its real power once its user reached B rank. Until then, it would stay sealed. Yang smiled, thanked them, and promised to work hard to reach that rank. Then Monk told Park he wanted something too. His staff didn't hit hard enough, and he wanted a weapon with better crit chance. Zhang quietly asked Han if he was really a monk. Han shot back, "Did you think he was a nun?" Monk said he wanted a winged spear, but his level made that impossible. Park asked if he meant the 120 million one that jumped straight to A rank. A flash appeared, and the spear was suddenly in Park's hands. The boys all reacted at once. It really was the legendary winged spear. Park handed it over, and Monk immediately spun it to test the balance. Monk loudly thanked him, saying he'd repay it with endless curses and their enemies' blood. Zhang again asked Han what kind of curses those were, and Han explained that Monk specialized in nasty debuffs. Park asked Han if he wanted anything, but Han lifted his rifle and said he'd already gotten enough. Then someone asked why an elephant was wandering around Park's land, but even Park had no idea. Zhang was still thinking about how insane it was that an F-rank group walked around level 4 dungeons like this. Park turned to his brother and asked about the medicine. Zhang looked confused, so Han said that if they refused to take it, he'd shove it down their throats himself. Blue glowing blades appeared in Junho's hands, wrapped in a dark aura, and Zhang flinched. Junho grinned and said, "All right, let's start." Meanwhile, Hiro was still waiting to hear why he couldn't return home. Akiko explained that all flights were grounded, so getting to Park in Korea was impossible. Hiro hadn't heard that and asked why travel was blocked. She showed him a headline on her tablet. A wyvern attack had brought down a passenger plane. Akiko said the skies weren't the only problem. The sea routes were blocked too. She pulled up another article about a ship that had vanished in the ocean. Hiro read it in shock, wondering why the wyverns had broken through already. Just then, the minister called him. The voice on the line was urgent. They had to move now. A level 7 dungeon had opened. Hiro couldn't believe it. Akiko was just as stunned. By his calculations, that dungeon shouldn't appear for 5 more months. Staring at his phone, Hiro realized the timeline had changed. He checked it against his records. The wyverns weren't supposed to appear for another 3 months, and the army should have had 1 more month before dealing with them. If that level 7 dungeon wasn't closed fast, the world would fall apart. He decided it had to be Park. Park had returned from the future too, and everyone around him might be extraordinary. But one question stayed with him. There was only one time stone. Had Park gone back 20 years too, or come from some other point? Did he know things Hiro still hadn't learned? Hiro knew he couldn't ignore him anymore. He had to find him fast. And if Park wanted something different, Hiro would have to kill him for humanity's sake. He turned to Akiko and said firmly, "First, we go to the level 7 dungeon." She agreed and said she'd keep collecting info on Park. Inside the dungeon, Park told Monk to gather the monsters. Monk walked up to a bull, started hitting it, and muttered a prayer. Han ran over yelling for him to hit harder. The sounds of shouting and Monk's staff rang through the area. Zhang felt embarrassed. Did these guys really not see how weird this looked? Peering through his rifle sight, Han warned that the enemies were getting close. The team went quiet and watched ahead. Han called out, 40 meters. Junho drew his blades with a quiet laugh. Zhang got his sword ready and Han said, 30 meters. Then the enemies came into view, a horde of lizard men with spears. Han shouted that 1 in 25 were rushing straight at them. Park raised one hand and summoned spirits. They rushed toward the monsters. With his other hand, he cast Tornado. The lizard men were hurled into the air and spun around in the water. Han spotted one that slipped through and fired at once. The shot was perfect and the creature dropped. He cheered that he had 13 points, but the mood changed fast as even more enemies showed up. Han yelled that there were way too many. Then Monk used Dragon Rupture, and a huge blue dragon launched another wave of monsters skyward, but not all of them stayed up. As bodies started falling, Junho charged in to cut through them. Han looked at Jang and asked why he was standing there like a statue. That was exactly the problem. Jang had frozen until Han snapped him out of it. More lizard men poured in, glaring at the group. Han kept firing and yelled for them to die already. Junho tore through the monsters with his daggers, slicing off arms with clean strikes. Then one got too close to Han and thrust a spear at his head. Jang jumped in, cut the spear in half, and in one smooth motion took the monster's head off. Han grinned and thanked him for saving his life. But when he turned, he saw Jang already finishing another enemy behind him. A second one rushed in right after, and Jang cut it down with one swing. Han thought the infernal blade was really doing its job, and looking at Jang, he realized the guy was on another level. At that moment, Jang remembered the past. When he tried joining the Scylla Guild, he thought no major guild would ever send an E-rank swordsman into a level 4 dungeon. But Park's guild was different. Then a huge lizard man appeared before him, and Jang noticed the mask on its face. It was the Lizardman King. Junho came from behind and slashed its arm off. Jang poured all his strength into his blade and rushed forward with a shout, unleashing a savage flurry that tore the monster apart. The group fell silent as blood dripped from the king's body, but no one was more shocked than Jang. He could barely believe he'd beaten the Lizardman King in one blow. Han then complained dramatically. Did he really have to kill it that fast? With a sigh, he said now they had to leave all those blood crystals behind again. At first, Yang didn't understand why Han was upset, but then Han gave an awkward smile and said he just got carried away. A portal opened beside them, and a voice announced 5 minutes until it closed. Park told everyone to get out, and the group headed for the portal. Han looked back in frustration, saying they were leaving 400 million worth of crystals behind. Junho told him to forget it. They could come back later. Still hungry, Han said he wanted fish cakes and told Junho to come too. While they talked, no one noticed Monk falling behind. He was sweating and limping. The bite on his leg was getting worse. Elsewhere, another team was sweeping the dungeon. At headquarters, a soldier asked Group 2 for an update. They answered that they'd covered 30% of Sector 3, and if Park found anything important, he would have marked it. They'd also finished checking the cave drawings and were moving to the next sector. Then another soldier radioed in. 6 targets 70 meters from base at 4 o'clock. The white-haired man heard that and ordered 2 soldiers to kill them quietly and collect the crystals. Then he contacted base and asked where the Lizardman King was. The operator said the recon team had tracked it to Sector 12. The man sighed, set down his coffee, and muttered that this dungeon was too slow. He wondered when they'd finally find something worth it. Then a strange sound cut him off, and he turned. Another soldier rushed in and reported that 8 lizardmen were approaching the base from 70 meters out. The man stayed calm and asked if the monsters had spotted them. He glanced over and saw a red light blinking in the bushes. Holding the remote, he warned that if they came any closer, they'd be blown apart. Then something slimy dripped onto his face. He looked up and found the Lizardman King above him, grinning down from the roof. At the same time, the team kept killing lizardmen and pulling blood crystals from their bodies. Then they heard a noise in the distance and quickly called over the radio to ask what happened. The answer came right away. The base was under attack. They had to defend it now, but an explosion hit HQ before they could react. The captain cursed and sprinted toward the blast with the others right behind him. More lizardmen rushed the group, but the captain twirled his axe and got ready to fight. He cut through them easily and opened a path to the ruined base. He yelled for everyone to run. They still had time, but not much. Above the landing zone, helicopters and drones from Unit 707A watched the battle. Another wave of infected came at the soldiers. One man noted the zombies were pulling back, while another shouted that the wounded had to be airlifted out right away. The troops tried to stop the infected from escaping, firing at anything that moved. Jinwoo's son told Choi they had picked up an SOS during an air mission and arrived just in time. Choi said they were about to meet up with the SDS group, but the young man explained the CDC was fully active. They had to handle 5 level 2 dungeons at once. Suddenly, everyone looked up. A fireball was flying straight at the helicopter. It hit hard. The helicopter exploded in the air, and the wreckage rained down, leaving the soldiers stunned. Then a huge creature came out of the trees and started hurling fireballs everywhere. Back at the base, a soldier stood before a dark screen and told Miso it was the last footage sent by a soldier who could transmit data in real time. Miso asked if they had learned anything from it, but the answer was no. They said they'd know more only after the area was fully cleared. Losing patience, she demanded to know why the groups had changed routes and ended up there. The soldiers started to explain that the instructors believed it was a mistake, but Miso snapped, asking who authorized anyone to enter the zombie red zone. She swore that if that idiot came back alive, she'd deal with him herself. She tried calling, but only got a message saying the phone was off. With a heavy sigh, she wondered what was wrong with Choi and why this always happened to her. Meanwhile, the phone she was trying to reach had been smashed, lying in a pool of blood. Back at the dungeon base, everything was a mess. Wrecked gear and blood everywhere. One soldier, missing an arm, stumbled out of the makeshift HQ, trying not to scream. Behind him, the Lizard Man King charged in like a storm. It caught him easily and slammed him down with one paw, but the young soldier had been waiting for that moment. Smiling darkly, he pressed the red button on his remote. The Lizardman King turned, sensing the trap, but it was too late. Its whole body burst into flames and burned away before everyone's eyes. Just then, the captain with the Kakashi-like hair and his team reached the ruined HQ and froze when they saw the king's head on the ground. A soldier reported that a portal had opened 120 meters away, and it would close in 10 minutes. Annoyed, the captain muttered that this was a complete disgrace. Meanwhile, at Defense HQ in the capital, Miso was driving when she got a call through her headset. A soldier told her the first group had returned, but 2 were dead and 2 more were badly hurt. Miso was stunned. How could a level 4 dungeon cause losses like that? The sergeant explained they had split into 2 teams, one for battle, one for recon, and planned to go back in after 2 hours. Miso told them to delay it. She needed reinforcements first. She asked what the other groups were doing. The answer was simple. Everyone was on an incursion. She asked if they'd found anything valuable, but the soldiers said they were too busy defending the base. There was no other major update, except one thing. They confirmed time distortion. Group 1 spent 48 hours inside, but only 24 passed outside. Miso remembered that when she entered a dungeon, time had moved twice as fast inside. Park had vanished for 10 years, which meant he spent 20 years in there. She remembered him saying it takes 1,000 years of training to become strong. Now it clicked. If that was true, then he must have trained for 500 years in real time. How could anyone survive 1,000 years in a dungeon? She said out loud that Park's guild was far ahead. Even with more mercenaries, they still wouldn't catch up easily. Another soldier confirmed Park's team had cleared the dungeon 50 times in just 7 hours, and they had already reported they were leaving the island dungeon. Their next stop was the Awakened department to update their records. Miso was stunned. They were leaving already. And right then, Junho was the one driving. His stats had gone up and the others were asleep in the back. Everyone had leveled up too. Park looked at Jang and asked if he was tired. A little awkwardly, Jang said all of this still felt like a dream. Park raised a brow and asked what he meant. Jang admitted that for the last 14 years, he'd only been getting by. He had never entered a level 3 or 4 dungeon, and now in one day, he'd gone into a level 4 dungeon 50 times. The lizardmen there were as strong as bosses from level 1 or 2 dungeons. For 3 years, he had struggled just to reach E rank, but with Park's guild, he jumped to D rank in only hours. He said that if he'd joined the Scylla guild, he probably wouldn't have even finished training on time. Then blushing, he asked if this was really real. Park joked that he could hit him if he wanted proof, but Jang laughed and said he'd rather keep dreaming. Soon, the car reached the Awakened department, and Junho shouted for everyone to wake up. Park told them to finish quickly. After this, they were going to eat lobster. In the energy test room, lightning crackled through the air, and strange eyes seemed to appear inside the sparks. Park heard voices through the device and realized the stronger he became, the clearer they sounded. He remembered Miso saying the device had been made by an English scientist, and she'd tell him when she could arrange a meeting. Park had already decided. He wanted to go to England and meet the man. Han looked at the results and said the number was way above C rank, so why did they only rank him there? Still, he congratulated him. Park found it funny that they were only now figuring out his level. It seemed he was the only one who could see other people's levels. He walked up to a staff member and asked who created their system. Han, surprised, said it felt like it had existed since Awakening began. The staff member said it was more like an old legend called the Godstone. After the Great Cataclysm, that item was found, and it led to the rise of spatial engineering. Han said he'd heard that story before. Curious, Park asked what the stone actually was. The staff member explained that after the Great Cataclysm, a red stone covered in symbols appeared somewhere in Europe. Since then, every awakened person in Europe had an integrated interface. People believed the stone carried a divine message. After its commands were decoded, pieces of it were sent across the world. That let awakened people use their interfaces, and one fragment was placed in the department's processor. That's what powered the interface system. The group was stunned. They had never heard any of this. Park then asked what exactly had been decoded. The man said it covered the basics of the dungeon world, the level system, spatial energy, all of it. Park said it sounded like all of this was part of God's plan. As they left the building, the group kept talking about it. Park wondered how anyone could even find God, and Han said probably only after death. Park then wondered if someone could make an artificial awakened by injecting atomic energy during a raid, but Han shut that down right away, saying that was just fantasy. Awakening needed special conditions. Park moved on and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jang kept saying it still felt like a dream, and Park laughed, asking how many times he'd repeat that. Junho then said his level had reset, which surprised the others. He explained it had increased. Park asked if he remembered the orc dungeon, and Junho groaned. Did he really want to go back there? Smiling, Park said that with his new level, he could tame even more wolves. It was time to grow the family. Han asked what they should do next, and Park said to run raids with Yang so he could earn experience and build teamwork. Grateful, Jang called Park captain. Junho said raiding with Park was great, and Han added that with their new levels, their government benefits would go up too. Junho shot back, why care, when they already made way more in the dungeon. Han thought about it, then agreed. They really were rich now. Monk, in his usual serious way, said his math put their earnings at around 5 billion. Han added that they also got a lot of blood crystals. Junho turned to Yang and said he forgot to mention the guild keeps half of everything, and the rest is split among the raid members. Jang was shocked when he saw 500 million had been sent to him. Embarrassed, he said he hadn't done enough to earn that. Han told him Park was just generous, but Jang still couldn't accept it. Then Han suddenly yelled that he was starving and called everyone to go eat lobster. Han suddenly grabbed his head and yelled that he forgot something huge. The others jumped and asked what was wrong. With tears in his eyes, Han cried that he was probably going to die soon. The group stared at him, confused, and asked why anyone would kill him. A little later, they reached a restaurant. The boys crowded around Han's laptop, and Yang was stunned by the amount on the screen. Junho read the names tied to the transfers, shocked. Han tearfully said the money was probably from the Yakuza. Junho asked why the Yakuza cared about a hunter who had just come back, and Han said their messages were about Park's plant-growing power. Since so much farmland had been destroyed, most food now came from planet Aruka. Park's ability could fix a country's food problem. Han forced a nervous smile and said that as long as they had Park, no disaster would feel hopeless. Park then asked why Han thought he was going to be killed. Han said the money was only the start. They wanted a meeting, and if he didn't show up in 2 days, he'd be dead. Park turned serious and said he'd already told them he wasn't going. Han said they kept pushing and reminded them that one time, while drunk, he sent a message saying Park didn't even have money to meet them. Jang was horrified. Park calmly asked what they wanted from him. Han begged him to record a video or they'd do something awful to him. Park agreed right away. Han sprang up, bowed deeply, and thanked him with tears in his eyes. He said he'd use all the money for the guild, and even joked that this YouTube channel should be renamed Park's Guild. Park told them to hurry so they could go eat lobster. Everyone agreed. They were starving. Han set up the camera, greeted the sponsors, introduced himself, and pulled Park into view. He called Park the man they had all been waiting for, then left the rest to him and stepped aside. Park looked straight into the camera and said, "I'm not going anywhere." Then, he turned around and said that was enough. "Now let's eat lobster." Han froze. "That's it?" he asked. The others didn't get the problem either. Zhang said Park was clear enough, and Monk just said he was hungry and told them to move. Then Han got a message. He read that if Park wouldn't go to them, they'd come to him, and asked if that was okay. Everyone looked surprised. Han said they wanted to come there and seriously talk with Park. Park just said, "Tell them that's fine." As he walked off, he added that no one could stop them if they really wanted to come. At the cafe, Junho asked what country the messages were from. Han said it seemed to be the same place Hero had gone. None of them noticed the man at the next table watching them closely. Night fell over the city. In one car, a young man told his superior on the phone that he was already on the way. After hanging up, he frowned and muttered that the old man was driving him crazy. Then he told the driver he was tired and they were heading to the club. But his phone rang again. He answered, annoyed. This time it was a man calling from a cafe. The caller told the director he had found Park. Surprised, the director asked where. The man said that after dinner with the guild, Park was going to a dungeon, the same one where an incident had happened recently. Smiling, the director ordered him to keep Park there. Meanwhile, inside the DGB building, a man in an armchair picked up the phone and asked the director what he needed. The director said they had a member of the Vitamin Group, Songyi, and in her last interview, she said she liked Park. The man confirmed that she really had said that. The director said a new song was coming soon, and he wanted to use that scandal as part of the promo. The man frowned, unable to follow his boss's thinking. Then the director told the driver to turn around. They needed to pick up a client. The car swerved hard and sped off the other way. Then the man in the car got another call from the chairman. He answered respectfully. The old man was already shouting, calling him a bastard and asking why he still wasn't there. The man calmly said he was handling DGB business and asked why he was cursing so much. The chairman yelled louder, accusing him of plotting against him again. He ordered him to come at once and warned that if he went anywhere else, he wouldn't leave alive. The director tried to calm him, saying he was still his son and DGB's vice president. He promised that this time he'd actually help the company. The chairman, confused, asked what he meant. With a sly smile, his son said he wanted to recruit Park. The old man blew up again and asked if he really thought it would be that easy. He revealed he'd already sent a manager to deal with it. Fed up with the shouting, the son hung up, furious that his father didn't trust him. Looking at his phone, he muttered about being treated like that by his own family. Then Song-yi called him, calling him brother. Hearing her voice, he smiled and asked how she was. She asked if it was true he planned to introduce her to Park Suho. He said yes, and told her to get ready because he was coming to pick her up. After the call, he replayed the talk with his father and got annoyed at the manager. How dare that old fox get in his way? In his mind, young people should handle young people. Surely not even Park Suho could resist a Vita Group idol. If this worked, he wouldn't have to bow to his father anymore. Power would finally be his. Meanwhile, in an abandoned dungeon, a loud buzzing filled the area. It came from a helicopter overhead, watched by monsters peeking out from buildings. Glowing spheres dropped from the helicopter and spread out. Each one gave off an infrared glow. An image popped up on the helicopter screen, and the pilot reported goblins everywhere. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He wondered why such elite soldiers soldiers with top gear had been sent after just one man. Then a person suddenly appeared on the ultraviolet display. The pilot shouted for a left turn, and the red light shifted. A man was hiding in a corner, crouched low, with a huge scar on his face. Annoyed at being found, he grumbled that they used him first and were hunting him again now. From the helicopter, the soldiers told him to stay put. They were there to rescue him. The pilot cursed, saying the man was surrounded by goblins, and right then a goblin popped up in front of the scarred man. The soldiers yelled to move faster and reach him in time. The man pulled a pistol and fired wildly. He dropped the nearest goblins and ran for it, but the creatures chased him hard, almost catching him. The helicopter followed from above. He ran full speed until a goblin nearly hit him with an axe. He turned and fired again, killing more of them. He rushed up a staircase, shooting to hold them back. Then his luck ran out. He tripped and hit the floor. His pistol flew away, and before he could rise, a goblin reached him and opened its jaws to kill him. At the last second, its head exploded from a perfect shot. Glass shattered as a squad crashed through the windows. The man recognized the old DGB team and realized he had nowhere left to run. He cursed. Then he died of natural causes. Meanwhile, a black car raced through the city. On the dashboard, an image from Group X appeared. The man answered and heard that the target had been captured. He praised them and told them to take the man to the warehouse. At the same time, the director scolded the manager, asking what he had done. Annoyed, the man said he had only told the manager to keep Park there until he arrived. The manager remembered Park quietly saying he'd go in alone. He tried to stop him, but Park only glanced back, took a DGB business card, and stepped into the portal in a blur. The manager guiltily explained that Park vanished so fast he didn't even listen. The director turned away and said he didn't want excuses. The manager apologized again. Asked how long the dungeon took before, the manager said that in pairs it had taken 4 days. The man grimaced. Alone, it would take at least 8. The director was shocked. Had Park really entered that level 5 dungeon by himself? Then the car window rolled down, and a girl asked when she'd get to see Park. Without even turning, the director called her Spark and said Park was already inside the dungeon, standing on a mountain of dead goblins. Inside, Park checked over his abilities. He had all his druid points now, but he still needed more experience. Then he felt something moving under the corpses. Smiling, he asked if someone was still alive there and used tracking. A wounded goblin showed up in the pile. Somehow, it was still breathing. Park didn't hesitate and swung his axe. The goblin had no time to react. The blow was so strong it tore apart not just the goblin, but bodies around it too. Park pulled out a blood-covered stone and smiled at the notification. He got 23 experience points, exactly what he needed. The stone vanished from his hand and went straight into the guild's point bank. Now he had enough points, and the system offered a new hunting area for 5,000. Park accepted. The map popped up, and he picked a spot. Park's land. A message confirmed the hunting ground was now active. Then he checked his tamed creatures. The cap was 100, and he had 24 so far, including one hybrid. Park quickly figured that hybrid had to be Biku. Just then, another group of orcs came in, and the system suggested setting a summon command. The orcs rushed forward with weapons raised, ready to kill. Park barely paid attention. He was still thinking of the command. He held out his hand, and a blue glow appeared. Then he said, "Summon beasts." Lightning and blue light burst across the field, but the orcs kept charging, smiling through their sharp teeth. A wolf's jaws came out of the light first, then the rest of the pack followed. Park smiled, pleased with the result. The wolves tore toward the orcs while a dove circled above, watching. A moment later, Park joined in with a dagger, grinning that today was perfect for filling all 100 slots. Meanwhile, loud music blasted through a club as young people danced, but the director complained the place felt boring and asked for pretty girls. Then his phone rang. It was the manager again. He picked up, annoyed, then froze when he heard Park had already come back from the dungeon. He thought the manager had to be drunk. Who clears one in 2 hours? He was even more shocked to hear Park had already gone back in. The manager said a vendor had seen this before, and Park was apparently clearing level 5 dungeons in just 2 hours. The director refused to believe it and said the manager was losing it. Nearby, Song Yi looked up from her tablet when she suddenly heard her name. Inside the dungeon, Park kept enjoying himself, shredding orcs with ease. Then he turned and saw arrows raining toward the wolves. He instantly ordered them to retreat, and they jumped one by one into blue portals. The arrows came down on the orcs instead, making them cry out as they tried to block the shots. At the same time, Park launched himself into the air, and white wings spread from his back. The orcs shouted in their language as he flew at the enemy archers. He circled over them, then dropped down and used tornado. Shining whirlwinds rose up, yanking the monsters into the air and tossing them around. Then something else caught his eye. He glanced over and saw a huge creature falling from the sky. Park sprinted toward the landing spot while the tornado still held the others. He arrived just as the Orc King crashed down. Without pause, he said it was time for the Grey Wolves and summoned one. In a flash, Park turned into a giant white wolf, ready to fight. The Orc King growled something in its own language, and Park answered, "I have no idea what you're saying," before smashing a punch into its face. The Orc King flew backward. Park followed up with tornado again, and the wind swallowed the monster. Still in wolf form, he leaped up and chased the orc through the air. With a spinning hit, he struck the orc king head-on and slammed it into the ground hard enough to leave a huge crater. Park landed on top of it and finished it with one last blow. A notice appeared. He leveled up and gained 238 experience points. Another portal opened 500 meters away, and it would close in 15 minutes. Park ran for it as the orcs started recovering from the storm. On the way, he passed a wolf pack and used Tame. The orcs noticed and chased after him, but Park and his new wolves were already rushing the portal. One by one, the wolves slipped into smaller portals he opened. Back in human form, he crossed through and thought how different this form's side effects were from his hybrid one. When he opened the menu, he saw he'd tamed 88 wolves. One more run, he figured, and he could fill all 100 slots and still boost the hunting level. Then a girl in a cap stepped in front of him. It was Song Yi. She asked if he was Park, and he bluntly asked what she wanted. People nearby recognized her and started whispering, wondering if they were together. Dating rumors spread, while the manager called the director to say the two had finally met. The director lit up, asking if they were finally going to catch Park. The manager said Song Yi was making progress, and Park seemed to be reacting well. The director laughed and said Park was still just a man after all. Song Yi grabbed Park's arm, and the manager excitedly reported that they were heading to a cafe. The director said he expected no less from her and told them to watch closely. In the car, he told the driver to hurry. Meanwhile, Park seemed busy as usual. When the director finally got there, he looked around, asking where Park was. Song Yi sat at a table crying. She said they had come there together, but Park only said he wanted a drink, then left right away. The director yelled in disbelief, and Song Yi cried even harder. Then she burst out that Park rejected her because she was weak. He didn't like girls like that. The director completely misunderstood and asked if she was on drugs. Furious, she slammed her hands on the table and shouted, "Of course not!" Then she stormed out, declaring she'd become a hunter too. The director, totally lost, asked the manager what just happened. The manager explained that Park said his girlfriend had to be strong. The director started panicking, saying everything was going wrong. The manager tried to calm him, saying there were strong, awakened women in the clan. The director asked who. The manager mentioned a red-haired Class A who was very strong, but the director snapped and demanded to know where Park was right now. The manager said he'd gone back into the portal. Desperate, the director grabbed his head and complained that nothing ever worked out. Then the manager pointed behind him. Park had already come back out of the portal, checking his interface like nobody else was there. With a faint smile, he looked off into the distance. The director stared in shock. It had only been a few minutes. Then he ran toward Park, determined not to let him get away again. He sprinted over, yelling Park's name. When he finally caught up, Park simply asked what they wanted. The director said he needed to talk and reached into his jacket, trying to introduce himself properly. Park ignored all of it and stepped right back into the portal without a word. The director stood there stunned, asking if he'd really just been brushed off like that. The manager said yes, apparently. Furious, the director started cursing and moved to chase Park into the portal, but the manager stopped him. Still angry, he asked if that really just happened, and the manager tried to calm him down. Then someone walked over. A voice cut in, telling them that was enough. Annoyed, the director demanded to know who it was. A man stepped forward with bodyguards in black suits. At once, the director recognized Chief Secretary Cheon. Cheon said there were too many people watching and they should drop it for now. Around them, people started whispering. One said, "Isn't that the president's son?" Another mocked that Park ignoring him was why he was acting like this. Someone else laughed, curious what he'd mess up next. The director felt his image falling apart and muttered that this really wasn't his day. Cheon told him to rest and leave the rest to him. Still upset, the director said coldly that this was his job. But Cheon praised his effort and said there would be another chance to approach Park. The director perked up and asked if he meant it. Cheon said yes. Then the director left, muttering that he was sick of that crazy guy. Right after that, Cheon called the president and said he was waiting at the dungeon entrance. The president asked if his son Junho had caused trouble again. Cheon said the bigger issue was Park's dungeon clearing speed. It was beyond what they expected. The president sounded pleased and said that was exactly why they were investing so much money in him. Just then, Park came out of the dungeon again, catching Cheon off guard in the middle of the call. Without looking around, Park opened his interface and checked the results. He had finally tamed 100 creatures, and at hunting level 2, the cap had risen to 200. After checking everything, he decided his next step was simple: rest and eat. He didn't even notice the people standing in front of him. Cheon greeted him, and Park joked that he was really popular today. The secretary introduced himself as part of DGB, and Park noted that this guild must control the dungeon. Cheon confirmed it and said he was there to apologize for what happened. Park didn't follow at first and asked what he meant, but then realized they meant the level 5 dungeon incident. He asked why the apology was coming now. Cheon said they were preparing more than words, and they also wanted to thank him. Park's presence had greatly raised the dungeon's value. People nearby whispered, wondering who this guy talking to Cheon was. Cheon said they had something prepared for him and suggested continuing over a meal. Since he was hungry, Park agreed right away and said he'd be happy to eat. Cheon said the cars were ready. Park remarked that they had good taste, and the secretary asked if he liked them. Park only smiled. Back at Suho's guild, the night felt special. The main tree had grown even taller, and fireflies drifted around. The group came home celebrating an amazing day. Good drinks, juicy lobster, a real feast. Jeng said he got why Monk was like that. but he felt bad for Junho, who didn't even get to drink. Han laughed and said they should just hire a driver, and everyone agreed. Then Han's face suddenly changed. He swore, and Junho asked what was wrong. Han said he forgot to set up a meeting with people who wanted to join the guild because he got distracted by the food and drinks. Monk said he had to visit the construction office tomorrow, and a little worried, suggested moving the meeting. But Han got excited and said this should become normal. They'd eat and drink lobster every day. He checked the chat and said it was packed with complaints. Then he looked at Junho and asked if he should take care of recruiting himself. Junho said it was his job anyway. He still didn't have his license and was only listed in the guild as the doorman. Junho was stunned, and Monk said the first thing he needed was that license. Junho said he could finally start the process tomorrow. Jang warned them harder days were coming since they still had to join a lot more raids. Cheol apologized, but Han said Park would figure something out. Monk agreed. The guild leader would know how to handle this problem. Just then, Gun-woo ran over to them and leaped into his father's arms. Grandma, watching from upstairs, saw everyone come in, and Junho hugged his son tight. Han was also happy to see Grandma, who was holding a box full of lobsters. She asked where they'd been all this time. They said they were working, then stopped for a quick drink, and of course brought lobsters as a gift. Park rubbed his full stomach and said that meal was amazing. The secretary was glad he liked it. Park asked if the fancy dishes and customized SUVs were a bit too much, but Choi answered that when someone risks his life like Park did, nothing is too much. And that wasn't all. There were more gifts. Far outside the city, muffled screams came from red DSS containers. A bloodied man yelled for them to just kill him already. Park, now suspicious, asked if this apology was really just an excuse for a feast. Choi laughed at his joke, then turned serious. Park asked what they actually wanted. Choi said they wanted an official partnership with Park's guild. He explained that the city had 12 sectors, but DGB still didn't control one because they had no level 6 combat team. Even with all their money, they couldn't make one. Park said that had to hurt their pride. The secretary agreed, especially for the CEO. Park bluntly said he had no interest in representing a sector, but Choi quickly clarified. They didn't want him to join one. They wanted to build a 13th sector with Park's guild. Choi explained that current sectors are centered around level 6 guilds, but those guilds are overloaded. People are scared, and if a 13th sector appeared where they felt safe, everyone would want to move there. Land prices would shoot up, and they believed Park's guild could become the face of that hope. He asked if the guild had struggles. Of course it did. Money, people, and experience. If Park kept handling dungeons, DGB would cover the rest, from management to government support. Park said they actually had money and experience. What they lacked was power. Even so, Choi said he still saw promise in the guild and asked if Park and his team were ready for that challenge. Park thought about his friends and wasn't sure. Then Choi pushed a little more. Why do big guilds always get support from companies instead of the government? He said DGB wouldn't find a better partner. Park realized that would give them full control over the dungeons. Honestly, it sounded great, but he said he'd think it over carefully. A new sector couldn't be built in a day. Even that answer surprised Choi, and he thanked him. He'd heard Park was just a goofy guy who folded when he saw gifts. Maybe the gifts simply weren't good enough. Park stood up and said he had to leave. Choi stopped him, saying there was still one more gift. The secretary said it had taken a lot of work to find him. Park asked who they meant. Choi revealed that after going on the wanted list, the former director of the debt company ran off and hid. DGB's people tracked him down, and now he was in Park's hands, officially listed as dead during capture. Surprised, Park said that man had hurt a lot of people. Then he told Choi to deal with him however he wanted. The secretary looked unsure, so Park explained the man was finished anyway. Why waste time on him? Choi asked if he really didn't want to see him after all that. Park said that was too much even for him. He even joked about tossing the guy back into a dungeon. Then Park suddenly got an idea and told them to wait. Meanwhile, Junho was buried in hugs while his son showed off everything he learned at school until his phone rang. He answered. It was his brother. After hearing Park out, Junho asked in surprise, "Seriously? Right now?" Park said yes, right now. Junho asked what this was about and got even more confused when he heard someone wanted to meet him. Park said he'd text the address. When he mentioned DGB, Junho frowned and asked what that even was. In the car, Park said he was heading out. He added that he'd leave this one to his little brother. The secretary nodded and said they were ready if Park needed anything. Even late at night, every window in the DGB building was still lit. The president called Miso's boss and asked if he was still at the office. The man said yes and asked why. The president said they had met Park and that it went well, then thanked him for it. But the man said there was no need for thanks, he just wanted a return on his investment since people would soon start moving to Park's land. He added that they needed to rebuild infrastructure and housing fast. The boss said that in times like this, everyone had to help each other. Meanwhile, Junho reached the address and was greeted by two men. After confirming his name, they led him to a container. Inside, a man was screaming, cursing, demanding food, and threatening to kill everyone when he got out. So this was the guy DGB caught. The one I said died naturally. When the door cracked open, his tone changed at once. He said he didn't mean it, apologized, and claimed he was just starving. Junho stepped inside and the man froze. He recognized him and slowly broke into a nasty smile. Junho only answered quietly. The man asked what he was doing there, and Junho said someone told him he wanted to see him. The man said Junho hadn't changed and asked if Park came too. When he heard no, he smiled in relief. Junho asked what he wanted, and the man said he wanted to apologize. He claimed he attacked Junho because he lost control after Junho's friend beat the others and said he regretted it. Junho said he understood. It was in the past. The man thanked him and brought up the level 5 dungeon incident. He insisted he wasn't the one who sent that person in there. Seeing Junho's doubt, he asked if a small-time debt collector could really do something like that. He said the government and DGB were the ones trying to use Park, and he was just the fall guy. Junho listened in silence, then said that must have been hard on him. The man said it was. His business was ruined, and he'd been hiding in abandoned places full of goblins thinking he would die there. Junho said it was sad, but if that was all, he was leaving. The man panicked and begged for help getting out. He said he'd given him money and helped Gunwoo's mom find work, then stopped, realizing what he'd admitted. Looking down, he said she asked him not to tell Junho. Junho's calm face turned into shock. He asked what kind of job it was. The man said he used to manage an employment center, and Gunwoo's mom came to him begging for work. He remembered the day they barged into Junho's apartment and found only her holding the baby. He asked where Junho was. He said the debt kept growing and had become huge. It was pathetic that the whole family was suffering over one mistake. The woman trembled and cried, begging them not to kill her. He grabbed her face and said he could never kill such a pretty woman. Then he asked if Junho was worth all this pain. He asked if they even had enough food, then offered help, said a hardworking woman like her could clear the debt in just 3 months. But she turned away, crying and begging him not to do this. He still pulled out a stack of cash and asked if she wasn't tired of living that way, saying a woman's life could change in an instant. He left the money and paper with a phone number and told her to call when she was ready. As he left, he warned that if her husband wasn't there next time, she'd have to pay. She stared at the closing door, eyes filled with fear and tears. After hearing it, Junho was shaken and asked, "She went to your office after that?" The man said that after Junho disappeared, Gunwoo's mother came to him desperate, holding the boy and begging for a job. Junho could barely speak, but the pain in his eyes said enough. He remembered coming home and finding his son crying, and in that note, she wrote that she was tired of living with him and told him not to look for her. Grinding his teeth, Junho asked if he knew where she was now. The man said if they let him go, he'd take him to her. Junho's heart raced, but one look at the battered man was enough. He'd already decided. At the same time, Park was driving when a message from Miso came in. She said Dr. Toddler was finally ready to meet in England. Park lit up and answered right away. He thought back to Miso saying the power meter and blood crystal generator had opened a whole new age of discovery. Now he hoped the doctor could tell him where the dimensional rift came from, what planet he'd reached, and maybe whether it could lead him to his brothers. Excited, he tried to call and share the news, but the phone was off and went straight to voicemail. He immediately told the driver to turn around. When asked where, Park said to head back to the DGB container. Meanwhile, the blue SUV was already on the move, and the scar-faced man kept cursing everyone around him. Then he looked at Junho and thanked him, earning a dry, sarcastic, "You're welcome." They drove through the night until they reached the address he'd given. Junho said they were there. The man stretched, said he had a nice nap, and even praised the car. With a smug look, he added that Junho seemed to be doing pretty well. Junho ignored that and asked where Gunwoo's mother was. The man said his people would arrive soon and take him to her, and right then a group started walking over. The scar-faced man leaned out and greeted them. The thugs crowded around the car and recognized him at once. One yelled that it was Boss Yongari, another was shocked he was alive, and a third joked they'd already written him off as dead. When one peeked inside and saw Junho, he asked who the kid was. Another recognized him. "Isn't that Junho?" The name spread fast, and they started mocking him, calling him Loser Park Junho and sneering at his fancy car. Yongari said he was helping the kid find his wife and told them to cooperate. One thug looked in again and said if he meant that woman, her name was probably Mig Yong. He said she was inside. They led Junho to the entrance, with a crowd around him carrying axes and bats. One shoved him from behind and mocked him for being scared. Junho nearly fell as he went in, while someone laughed that he must be dying to see his wife. They told someone to switch on the lights, and the sudden brightness blinded Junho for a moment. When his vision cleared, he saw a huge grinder stained with dried blood. Junho stared in confusion. Yongari said the place used to be a crushing factory, and one thug guessed Mig Yong might be in the back section. Another laughed that there were already more than 200 bodies in there, so who could remember? Junho turned, confused, trying to ask where Gunwoo's mother was, but a bat smashed into his head first. He slammed to the floor as blood ran down his face. The scar-faced man laughed cruelly and said Junho still didn't get it. They had killed her. He claimed they'd helped Mig Yong, but she never paid them back and called her ungrateful. He said if she hadn't been so stupid, she might have lived, and in the end, they were doing Junho a favor. As Junho tried to rise, he heard that his woman didn't matter anymore. Then the kicking started, and the scar-faced man let out all his rage. He screamed that this was all Junho's fault, and his brothers too. They had ruined his business. Another thug told him not to kill Junho yet, but he kept raging, asking how he was supposed to kill those bastards now. Grinning like a madman, he looked down at Junho's limp body and asked if he knew how long he'd dreamed of this. Junho coughed. He was still alive. Someone mocked how tough he was and suggested throwing water on him if he passed out. But even then, Junho was thinking that he'd kill them all. It felt like being a kid again, saying the same words while playing games. Back then, he thought life would get better after school, but now he was grown up and still playing the same way, wishing the manager would die. In his favorite games, the hero was a mad killer, and Junho saw himself in that role. To him, it was the only way to survive and escape his miserable life. The virtual world was the only place he felt free, and the only person who was ever kind to him was Mi-kyung, the one brave enough to ask him out first. But even after their son was born, nothing really changed. Junho kept dumping his anger into violent games while his wife and child slept nearby. In his own mind, he was just useless weight, a man who only made his wife's life worse with his outbursts. Then one thug switched on the grinder and shouted that it was ready. The scar-faced man told Junho to stand. He said he was done beating him and that he'd be seeing his wife soon. Head lowered, Junho thought that if she was really alive, he'd beg her for one more chance. But that wasn't the plan. The man said they'd do to Junho what they did to her, smash his knees and feed him into the grinder piece by piece. He pointed at a thug with a sledgehammer and gave the order. The thug told Junho to bite down because it would hurt. Junho only whispered, "Thank you. Now I remember." He admitted he was trash and deserved pain, but somehow it didn't hurt anymore. The thug called him crazy and swung the sledgehammer with all his strength, but in an instant, Junho rose and cleanly cut off both his hands. Blood burst out, screams filled the warehouse, and daggers began forming in Junho's hands. The thugs froze in terror. Junho said that when Gunwoo's mom left him, he swore he'd never become this again, but now it was too late. Smiling darkly, he promised no one there would leave alive. The thugs panicked, staring at the blood-covered blades and screaming that he had awakened. They ran, but it didn't matter. Junho chased them down and cut them apart one after another. Yongari could only watch in shock. With every strike, Junho's grin grew wider. The more he killed, the more twisted his smile became. The few left alive ran out of the building screaming, and a severed head flew out after them. Junho stepped out right behind it, his daggers still dripping. The thugs begged to get away, but he was already on the next one before they could react. Above them, where the snipers should have been, Park was watching with a faint smile. A man in black beside him asked if his brother was all right. Park said yes, and told him to make sure Junho wouldn't face legal trouble for this. The man replied that most of those gangsters were already marked as negative social value, so the government wouldn't care. Junho had no idea Park was there. He just kept killing as if nothing else existed. Still smiling, Park said his brother had truly awakened and could handle things on his own now. The smile on Junho's face wasn't just rage anymore. It was the look of someone who had moved past his regrets and changed. By then, the long night had ended. The next day, the news reported that even with many dungeon breakouts across the city, things were finally starting to improve thanks to the special military forces. People still worried the guilds couldn't keep up with the growing portals, but for now the city was hearing victory cheers from the soldiers. The cameras showed the elite 707 unit, and among them was Choi, walking with her team beside a red-haired girl. Watching the broadcast, Miso muttered that Choi was an idiot for not calling her. Then the news switched to a scandal about Song Yi's new song. A photo showed Song Yi talking with Park, and the anchor asked if viewers recognized the man. Choi happened to pass by and stopped to look. The red-haired girl beside her saw the picture and exploded, cursing Park out. Just then, the captain of another squad stepped out of a portal, cursing under his breath. One soldier reported that 12 teams had searched the area and brought back more resources, but not the treasure they wanted. Watching quietly, Miso drifted into old memories. She remembered Park saying they only needed to train for 1,000 years. Then she recalled the white-mustached man saying in a meeting that Park simply didn't want to reveal his secret. That was when Choi snapped and yelled that Park wasn't like that. After putting all of that together, Miso decided she needed to stop focusing only on dungeons and pay closer attention to what Park was really doing with them. Just then, her phone rang. It was Park. She picked up and immediately asked if there was any chance of finding his brother. But Park said everything was fine and asked something else. What happens if an awakened gets bitten by a zombie? Miso's face changed at once, and she asked if someone had been bitten. Far away, Monk lay in his room groaning, his bitten leg throbbing as blood dripped from the wound and a red web spread under the skin. Still acting casual, Park said no one was bitten. He was just curious. Monk twisted in pain, clutching his leg, but it didn't help. Trying to stay calm, Miso said there had only been 38 recorded cases of awakened people getting bitten by a zombie. She kept going. By day 48, 2 had died from leukemia. 26 lost all their hair, and in 7 cases there was only pain around the bite. Then came the worst part. 3 F-rank awakened turned into zombies. She said the usual signs were fever, phantom pain, and red veins. The lower the rank, the higher the risk of turning. Park asked what someone should do after getting bitten. Did they need quarantine? Miso said infected people were kept under constant watch in special facilities while scientists tried to make a vaccine. Park ended the call, still unconvinced. To him, it sounded like using people as test subjects. Out on the street, Park spotted a man selling things off the ground. The guy wore a hood and drew odd symbols on scraps of paper. Park walked over and greeted him. The man said it had been a while and asked if he still wanted medicine for his brother. Park shook his head. Not this time. His friend had been bitten by a zombie. He asked if the man had anything that could help. The seller dug through several jars before picking one out. He handed it over, saying it worked on any bite. The ointment was called Anti-Frame. Use it morning and night, and after a week, it should start working. Park asked how much. The man grinned and offered a discount for a repeat customer. 4 million normally, but he'd sell it for 2. Park didn't hesitate and asked for 10 jars. The seller gladly agreed. Before Park left, he added one more tip. If the infected started convulsing, give him a hard slap. Sometimes that stopped it. Park walked off with the jars in his bag. Then 2 cops showed up, shouting that selling there was illegal. The vendor instantly packed up and bolted down the street. The officers rushed over and looked around, but he was gone. All they saw was a big black bird flying off, leaving them confused. Meanwhile, Monk kept tossing in bed. Outside, Han, Jang, and Gunwoo were panicking because Park still wasn't back. Gunwoo peeked in and nervously asked if Monk was turning into a zombie. Han took a breath and said yeah. Then Han pulled out his phone and showed them a button. Jang asked what it was, and Gunwoo said it was the ultimate weapon. If he pressed it, Monk would die. Before anyone could stop him, the kid hit the button. But instead of an explosion, a blinding flashlight turned on. Han just stared, and Jang froze. Gunwoo frowned and muttered that he thought 100 spears would shoot out of the phone. For one last dramatic try, he threw out his hands like a wizard and shouted for Monk to turn back to normal instead of becoming a zombie. Just then, Grandma yelled from downstairs that the soup was getting cold. As if that did it, Monk suddenly sat up in bed, holding his head. Gunwoo pointed and screamed that he was awake. Jang, stunned, asked if he had really turned into a monster. Han said Monk probably just woke up because he wanted food. Then a voice behind them asked what they were doing. They turned and saw Park at the door with a green jar in hand. The boys rushed over, shocked by Monk's state. The red veins had already spread to his eyes. Park immediately smacked him right on the head. Then the story cut to a reporter covering the city, where a level 7 dungeon had just been cleared. The whole world was watching. 10 days and 11 hours had passed since Hero's 10-man team entered. A huge crowd waited outside, hoping they'd come back alive. Then a figure appeared in the portal, and the crowd exploded in cheers, shouting that they were back. People cried out Hero's name. The reporter announced that Hero's fire team had returned, and the mission was a success. The crowd applauded and celebrated. Then Hero's teammates started dropping one after another. Medics rushed in to help. Hero himself dropped to his knees, and the reporter wondered if the fight had taken that much out of them. Then he collapsed too, and she revealed in shock that 7 team members had not made it out alive. After the dungeon, Hero was taken to the country's best hospital. Akiko stayed by his side until he woke. When he opened his eyes and saw her, he said her name. Akiko was surprised he was awake. Holding his head, he asked for water. After drinking, he let out a long sigh. Akiko blamed herself, but Hero told her it wasn't her fault. In his mind, though, it wasn't his fault either. Akiko then said they had learned Park met with Daigo, which looked very suspicious. Hero was stunned. After all, Daigo was the deputy director of the supernatural department, the one handling national security. Catching the eye of someone like that meant more than any praise from the Awakened Federation. Park was on their radar now, and Hero bitterly thought Park was a bastard. He believed he should be the one leading humanity, not Park. From then on, he decided he couldn't ignore him. He had just lost 7 people in that dungeon, but even that barely shook him anymore. He had seen too many deaths and too many reincarnations. Even Akiko had died dozens of times. At that point, he gave his anger a name: Park. He couldn't let a madman ruin the plan. To Hero, Park's actions clearly hid something dark, so he decided that, for humanity's sake, Park had to die. Hero told Akiko to find any boat to Busan, or build one herself. No matter what, he wanted to get there. Back at Park's guild the next morning, Junho woke with a pounding headache. Grandma scolded him for drinking too much and told him to come eat breakfast. He picked up his ID card from the table and smiled, thinking he was finally a real mercenary. Elsewhere, Han was already in his room on his laptop, dealing with business. He thought views had dropped a little after people learned Park was just an awakened, but the channel still had 1 million subscribers and over 10 million views, more than he ever expected. He figured success came down to connections, and earning a powerful person's trust was a skill too. Then Junho burst in and nearly scared Han to death. Grinning, Junho asked if Han was the only one allowed to have fun. Han snapped back, asking if he'd ever heard of knocking. Junho apologized and said Grandma was calling them to eat. Then he asked where Jang was. Han said Jang was training again and wouldn't come down until he finished. Jang was out on the training field among tree stumps. With his eyes closed, he listened to the wind. Then he opened them and started cutting through the trees with one technique after another. His last strike dropped the final tree, but he still wasn't satisfied. As the trees reset, he told himself he could never hesitate in battle again. So he kept repeating the moves, swearing he would never let that happen again. Meanwhile, Park and the others went out hunting with a pack of wolves. One boy shouted that whoever caught the deer first won, and another said the loser had to pick apples. Park stood by the temple with the older monk and 2 boys in gray robes. He said the temple was finally done and asked if there was any chance it might collapse. The monk laughed and said everything had been built right. Park told them to speak up if any problem came up. The monk thanked him deeply, saying they had no idea how to repay someone who gave them shelter. Nearby, a deer sprinted past with the wolves chasing it, while Gunwoo led the run and yelled for everyone to go faster. The temple boys joined in, cheering the wolves on. Park smiled and said it was the first time he'd ever seen Gunwoo this happy. He had been so lonely before. A lot of mothers wouldn't even let their kids play with him, and Gunwoo heard all of it. A woman from the temple called Park to lunch, but he turned her down. Instead, he asked if Monk was recovering. She said Monk had suffered delusions before, but now he could train again and was eating well. Monk stood before a mirror, staring at the scar around his red eye. Now he looked like Saitama with a Sharingan, and his thoughts slipped back to the past. He remembered being mocked as a hairless monkey. Orphaned as a child, he was bullied until he shut himself off from everyone. Then his master took him in and brought him to the temple. Years later, goblins attacked and destroyed it all. They killed his master right in front of him. Monk told Park that was the day he started killing. In a rage, he hunted the goblins down one by one without mercy. He searched every hiding place to wipe them all out. He said that sin was his choice, and he didn't care what happened to his soul after. He only wanted to quiet the fire inside him. In that madness, he heard a voice. Or maybe it was just his future self. It told him that if he truly cared, he would have died in that dungeon long ago. Monk looked at Park and thanked him. He said Park had saved him again by restoring the temple and bringing peace to his heart. Then his face turned serious. He said he had a new goal, and Park's group had no idea what he meant. Suddenly, Monk summoned a winged spear inside the room, smashing everything around him. The boys backed away in shock. With a dark smile, Monk said that for the sake of the wronged, he'd go to hell in their place. Jang looked lost, and Han muttered that now the group had 2 lunatics. Right then, Grandma stormed upstairs with a knife, yelling to know which idiot dared pull a weapon inside her house. Monk didn't wait. He dove out the window, breaking through everything on the way. A few minutes earlier, he had been in his room staring at his reflection. When they called him to lunch, he smashed the mirror with his head and grinned like a madman. "I'm so damn handsome." The full moon lit the sea with a silver glow. A small ship moved fast across the water. Hiro and Akiko stood at the back. When they reached land, Akiko said they'd continue by car. Hiro stayed quiet, staring ahead and reminding himself he was only following the druid. Back at Park's guild, they wondered if Monk had returned. Someone said the old lady tore into him, and another said he deserved it after breaking the window. Then Junho came in and said the secretary called. The city plan was done. They'd get the map tomorrow and start on the building details. Park told Junho to watch them closely and make sure no one tried anything shady while he ate breakfast. Jang asked where Park was going. Park said England to meet Dr. Toddler, but Han said that wasn't possible right now. Park asked why, and Han explained that all flights and sea routes had been shut down. Surprised, Park asked what happened. Yang said there had been several dungeon breaks. Wyverns filled the skies, and the sea was crawling with another monster. Park asked for details. Han showed him a news report about the wyverns. Then another report showed a giant octopus, and nobody knew where it was now. Junho wondered if Park could just fly there himself. Park said maybe if he turned into a pigeon, but he could only fly for about 10 minutes. Junho immediately said that wouldn't even get him around the block, let alone to England. Park sighed. He never thought he'd be wishing for real wings. He asked how long this would last, and Yang said the military was already trying to wipe the creatures out. Still, it would take at least a month to get things back to normal. Park was shocked it would take that long. Then Han offered a wild but possible answer. There was another way to reach England, using a golden eagle. Not just any eagle, though. It had to be an awakened one. Park stared at him and asked where he was supposed to find that. Han said there might be one in a restricted northern area featured on a survival channel. One video showed several giant awakened animals, including a golden eagle. Soon the blue SUV was racing down the road, and someone inside cursed under their breath. Park said Han had been taking it easy, but Han nearly cried, saying running the channel was making him go blind. Park laughed and told him to be happy, but Han snapped back that if they got good footage, he'd just have even more editing to do. Akiko drove and told Hiro to sleep since they still had 10 hours left, but he refused. She warned that if people found out what they were doing, it would cause a huge scandal. Hiro knew, and it could even start ethnic conflict. When she asked why they weren't using official channels, Hiro said there was no time for bureaucracy. Doing it themselves was faster. The GPS announced that the zombie zone began 200 meters ahead. Akiko said they'd have to drive through it. At the same time, Park and Han had already stopped and gotten out. A huge beast stood in front of them, blowing steam from its nose. Its sharp teeth showed in a nasty grin. The giant boar glared at Han, clearly angry, while Park asked in his head how he felt. Han admitted he was terrified. The thing looked insanely strong and clearly hated humans. Park loved that answer and said he needed to tame it. The boar suddenly charged, and Han ran for his life. He scrambled up the nearest tree. The boar smashed the trunk so hard the tree started tipping, and Han screamed for help. On the second hit, the tree crashed down. Han landed flat on his back. He squeezed his eyes shut and begged for help until something brushed his face. When he opened his eyes, he was staring at a giant red-eyed rabbit. Panicking, he crawled backward. He glanced between the boar and Park, confused that neither animal was attacking. He asked if they weren't going to eat him, and Park said it didn't seem like it. Han lowered his head and breathed out shakily. Then he pointed at the rabbit and begged Park to get it away from him. It was terrifying, and its level was crazy. Rank C, level 2. Just then, a blue portal opened, and the rabbit hopped inside. Han asked why the boar didn't go too. Park climbed onto the boar's back and said it was going to carry them instead. He'd already named it Yucca. While Park rode Yucca, Han sat on a wolf and asked if those transformations were really worth it. Park said they only changed an animal's personality a little. Han didn't buy that. Park explained he only transformed beasts weaker than him. Curious, Han asked if the rabbit really was that dangerous, and Park said yes. It was a higher rank than him. Han grumbled that even a rabbit was stronger than he was. Even after finding 2 strong animals, there was still no eagle. Han asked how much longer they'd keep looking as they reached a spot overlooking the forest. Park said the eagle was the hardest one to find, then called Miso, who answered right away. She asked what he needed. Park asked where Blondie was since he couldn't reach her. Miso said she was in another region and asked if he wanted to be connected. Elsewhere, dark clouds hung over a ruined city. A soldier warned the captain they had 10 minutes before the dungeon broke. Choi ordered everyone to pull out immediately. The soldiers had requested an airstrike long ago, so he demanded to know why nobody had answered. At last, the reply came. No airstrike was possible, and artillery was down too. One soldier cursed and asked why they were hearing this only now. They were told the 3rd battle group would arrive in 10 minutes, and another unit in 15. Choi angrily asked if that was a joke. They were supposed to hold off the spiders alone until then. The response ignored that, and repeated that retreat was the priority. Running out of patience, Choi ordered everyone to grab their gear and move. Another soldier shouted that they should leave before the witch changed her mind, and the girl mocked herself, saying that's why nobody loves her. Then she picked up the phone and introduced herself as the captain of the 11th Recon Squad. On the other end, Park greeted her brightly, saying it had been a while. Blondie froze when she heard his voice. After a short pause, Park said he needed to find the Golden Eagle and asked if her team could help. She clenched her teeth at that. Then she suddenly screamed, telling him to screw off, "You disgusting pervert," and hung up. Park just stared at the phone, confused. He turned to Han and seriously asked how asking for help catching an eagle could sound sexual. But Han was already staring ahead. Pointing forward, he asked what that was. Black smoke was rising outside the city. Holding up his phone, Han said in disbelief that they were starfish. Park stared and repeated, "Star what?" Han showed him the report. A starfish dungeon had broken open. Those creatures spat fire and exploded when they died. Park was stunned they could still cause trouble after death. Then Han pointed up and yelled for Park to look at the birds. A whole flock was fleeing the dungeon, and Park, oddly enough, watched the chaos with a faint grin. Seeing the fire spread, Han warned they needed to get out fast, but Park stayed put, watching the flames come closer. Animals ran through the forest as the fire caught the slower ones. Suddenly, the wolf Han was riding started howling. Park calmly said the ones starting the fire were here. The flames were already swallowing everything behind the animals and catching the fastest ones too. Then both of them looked up. Han shouted that it was a golden eagle. A huge eagle flew among the flock, far bigger than the rest. Park said it looked amazing. He checked its info. Rank C, level 6. Smiling, he named it Jayamsuri and said it would fly with him now. Later, the news said the sudden fire had ended because of a natural disaster. Experts claimed a hurricane destroyed all the starfish. Watching it, Han muttered that it was total nonsense and said that's why nobody watches the news anymore. Glad he had uploaded the real footage, he said people would now see what really happened. The drone showed Park riding the boar around the fire, making a ring with the Earth Spirit's power. Then he used Tornado, turning the flames against the starfish. The video, titled Park's Tornado Skill, blew up right away. Some people said it had to be fake. Others asked if Park was a god. Han was stunned. Within seconds, it passed 400,000 views. Another clip was taken after the fire ended. Drones hovered overhead while Han ran to Park, who had collapsed. Han considered cutting that part since showing weakness seemed risky. But then he got an idea. He could upload it as a separate video. Just then, someone called his name, and Han turned. Coffee in hand, he stepped onto the balcony and looked down. Junho and Jang were below. Han asked if they were going into a dungeon, and they said a level 2-1 had opened nearby. Junho said they still had 3 open spots. Han laughed and asked if they really couldn't clear a level 2 dungeon by themselves. Junho bragged that he had more skills than all of them put together, and Jang added that Monk was already waiting in the car. Han thought they had picked up a huge mix of skills. Since the team was small, they had to cover every role they could. Before leaving, he asked for a minute to upload one more video to the channel, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. The video opened with a message. "Park, I invite you to London. Dr. Toddler." Then it showed monsters throwing Earth into chaos, with the skies packed full of them. Even the sea was cut off, and nothing could stop the creatures. Then Park appeared, facing away. He turned and said he'd be back soon, asking everyone to watch the house while he was gone. Next, huge wings burst from his back and he shot into the sky. The caption said, "Your adventure continues." The last shot showed Park flying into the unknown. Han loved how it turned out and suddenly thought, this could be a movie. The clip blew up fast. Even people at their motel were already watching it. Akiko stared at the newly uploaded video, shocked that Park had gone to London. When Hiro came out of the shower, drying his hair, he asked what happened. She told him, tense-faced, that Park seemed to have left the country. She showed him the video, and Hiro snapped in irritation. Why the hell did he go to London? Hiro figured that because Park came from the future, he already knew what he would do. So if Park was dodging a fight, he wasn't ready yet, and Hiro needed to reach him before he finished his plan. Akiko said they couldn't just sit and wait, and Hiro grinned darkly. Then I'll drag that bastard into the open. Surprised, she asked how he planned to do that, and Hiro hero answered right away. I'll provoke him. Meanwhile, not knowing any of this, Park kept flying toward London. In eagle form, he realized he was too slow and wouldn't make it in time. When he checked his menu, he was stunned. Using GM Suri had a time limit, and even worse, he had unlocked several fire skills that cost a ridiculous amount. Then the system warned him, 60 seconds before transformation ends. Deep in a huge forest, the sound of a chase rang out. A bull was running for its life, while two men on motorcycles hunted it. One yelled not to waste bullets and to aim better. The other fired back that he'd already hit it 3 times, and they were almost out of gas. The younger one shouted for Uncle Jongsong to get closer. Just shoot it already. Jongsong moved in as his nephew lined up the shot. Now they were close enough, and he fired. The bullet hit the bull's leg, and it roared in pain but kept going. The guy cursed, wondering if he'd need a machine gun for this thing. Then he noticed something falling from the sky. Uncle, what's that? Wrapped in lightning, it slammed down in front of the bull with crazy force, throwing the animal back and blasting rocks into the air. The biker stopped cold and looked around. A crater had formed. The kid asked what the hell had fallen. Jongsong brushed it off and told him to get the bull. But then a huge scream came from the crater. Both of them froze. Uncle, what was that? A bright light began shining from inside as the lightning flashed harder, and the screaming got louder. Staring into the crater, Jongsong asked what it was. The kid wondered if it was a person, or some alien copying a human voice. Then a human hand burst out, crackling with electricity. Jongsong pulled a knife, and both of them stood ready. Then Park climbed out, holding his head and groaning that he almost died. The kid muttered, "Yeah, seems human enough." Park replied that of course he was human. Trying to steady himself, he said his name was Park, and asked who they were. The boy introduced himself as Chul Yong and the other man as his uncle, then asked how Park survived a fall like that. Park called it a fall from hell. Stretching his neck, he asked where he was. Chul told him the area, said there was a river nearby, and confirmed they were still in Park's country. He also said Park sounded like he was from the south, then asked why he fell out of the sky. Park laughed and said he was flying first, then he fell. Taking that in, Chul guessed that surviving without a scratch meant Park was one of the strong awakened. Park paused, then said, "Yeah, strong as hell." Still holding the knife, the uncle asked if Park was alone or had people with him. Park said he did have companions, but he was traveling alone. The uncle said he wasn't trying to stop him. They were only after the bull, which should still be nearby. Jongsong told Chul to go look for it, and the boy said it couldn't have gone far. Still dizzy from the crash, Park wondered if he'd really flown the right way. He checked his pockets for his phone, but it was gone. Annoyed, he used clairvoyance to find it. He spotted it in some bushes nearby. When he picked it up, he sighed. The phone was smashed. Meanwhile, the two men found the bull far away and weren't even sure it was still alive. The uncle was shocked. Their bullets had done almost nothing, but one hit from Park had dropped it cold. Chul asked if they would need to cut it up to carry it home, and his uncle said bringing it back whole would be hard. They'd lose all day skinning it and still have to protect the meat from wild animals. Even so, he pulled out his knife. If they didn't bring it back, the village would starve. Then Park appeared on a rock and asked if either of them had a blood crystal phone since his was broken. Chul said there was one in the children there. How are we supposed to take an awakened one back with us? Realizing what he'd said, Chul quickly apologized. While they talked, Park walked over and lifted the bull like it weighed nothing. The man stared, stunned by his strength. Park offered a deal. He'd carry the bull to the village if they gave him the phone. The two stepped aside to whisper. Chul said Park was insanely strong, and his uncle added that bullets probably wouldn't work on him. Even so, Chul insisted they had to fight back, angrily reminding him what the Awakened did last year. They came disguised as nomads, were welcomed in, then brought allies and slaughtered everyone. Park cut in, asking if they were going or not. The two got on the motorcycle, and the uncle started it. Park followed on foot with the bull in his arms. Jongsung told Chul to hold tight. There was no way Park could keep up. The bike tore off at top speed. Feeling bad about leaving the bull, Chul heard his uncle yell to forget him. They'd reach the river and hunt another one. But a second later, Park was running beside them, still carrying the bull like nothing. Both men were speechless. "Watch out," Park yelled. A cliff was right ahead. Before they could stop, the bike flew over the edge and both men screamed. Back at the village, everything was a mess. The gate had been smashed, and villagers were gathered around it. When they saw Yongsung, they were shocked and asked if it was true a bull had been chasing him. Another villager shouted that it wasn't the bull. Someone had been carrying the bull beside him. As soon as Yongsung stopped the bike, people rushed over and asked what happened and why the gate was wrecked. The injured villagers, wrapped in bandages, quickly explained. One said it looked like a whole herd had run through. Another came up and said they had all gone to save Hyeon. Already on edge, John asked what happened to her. The villagers said a winged monster attacked the village. It was savage, killed people, and even breathed fire. Still, one villager managed to get everyone into the shelter, but when he looked back, Hyeon was on the ground. The beast saw she was alone and grabbed her by the arms before flying off. That was it. The monster had taken Hyeon. Furious, Jongsung shouted, "Where did it take her?" The man tried to calm him, saying the elder had already gone after her with a group, but Jongsung wasn't listening. He kept yelling, demanding to know which way it went. At last, the villager pointed toward the mountains. They went that way. Jongsung instantly jumped on the bike and sped off, ignoring everyone calling after him. With tears in his eyes, Chul turned to Park and begged him to save Hyeon, promising he'd never forget it. Park agreed right away, surprising everyone. He only said that when he got back, he wanted the phone. Blue lightning wrapped around his back and huge wings burst out. In the next second, Park launched into the sky. The villagers could only stare. They asked who he was. One man said he was a southerner, a young nomad, and as they watched him streak through the sky like lightning, he added that Park was also a beastmaster. Deep in the forest, a giant bear roared in a blind rage. A group of men tried to bait it into a trap and escape, but one of them tripped and hit the ground. The bear was nearly on top of him, and his companion could only scream his name as blood sprayed through the air. The fallen man was thrown aside while the bear rushed in again. With one savage swipe, it sent him flying. One of the others, furious, pulled his knives and charged to avenge him, but the beast was too fast and too powerful. One swing scattered the group. A man shouted that they had to retreat. Another yelled back, asking if they were really going to run. Then someone shouted, "Watch out!" and the bear struck another man with a fresh swipe. Coughing blood, he said that at this rate they were all going to die. Hope started to fade. They wondered if saving Hyun even mattered anymore. Maybe the winged monster had already eaten her. Only 4 awakened were left in the village, and they couldn't lose anyone else. As the bear raised its paw to crush another man, something slammed into it hard. The beast was launched away. It was Park in eagle form, diving from the sky and kicking it straight in the face. The men stood there speechless, unable to make sense of it. Then Park stood before them, glowing wings on his back and a swarm of shining crickets around him. They all asked who he was. Park just said he was a man helping Chul. Then he asked, "Where's Hyun?" One man said the flying monster took her to a nest in the mountains. He added that the bear caught them by surprise, and the others were still hurt. Park pulled out a bottle and told them to use the potion on the wounded. A man took the flask, shocked by how precious it was. Park kept asking where the girl had been taken. Then the bear suddenly roared behind him. Without even taking his hands from his pockets, Park kicked it away again. He followed with a hit to its stomach, then an upper kick to the chin that sent the bear spinning. Park landed lightly as the bear slammed onto its back, but the system showed the bear was barely hurt. Park narrowed his eyes at it. "Playing dead? Open your eyes." The bear instantly obeyed and looked at him. Park gave it one more order. "Get up and obey." The huge beast sat in front of him like a trained pet. The men were stunned. Park had tamed the giant bear. The system asked for a name, so he called it Ilgan. He also learned it had once ruled the forest until the winged creature beat it and took its land. Park smiled. "Then you know where she is. Let's go get her, and your revenge." Ilgan roared back, ready to move. Just then, John arrived on his motorcycle. He rushed over, out of breath. When someone asked why he came back, he brushed it off and asked where Hyun was. No one could answer. They didn't know. Park looked at Yongshang and said he'd bring Hyeyeon back. But Yongshang had to keep his promise. Only then did John realize who Park was, and he was shocked. Park wasted no time and told Ilgan, "Take me there." The two left at once, leaving everyone staring. As they moved, blue light spread across Park's body. Lightning wrapped around him. His wings came back, and he leaped into the air toward the mountains. The men could only watch, realizing Park could command beasts and turn into one too. Yongshang dropped to his knees as Park vanished into the sky. He prayed with all he had that Hyeyeon would be saved. Elsewhere, strange sounds came from a cave. The winged creature was eating half a deer on top of a pile of bones. In one dark corner nearby, Hyeyeon cried for her father. Her voice made the monster snap its head toward her. With blood and drool hanging from its jaws, it scared Hyeyeon so badly she curled up and covered her face. But before it could reach her, Ilgan appeared behind her, ready to fight. The monster turned and lunged, but Ilgan was already prepared. Then a giant eagle dropped in behind him. It was Park. Right as the monster tried to bite into Ilgan's armor, Park's body flashed blue and partly merged with the bear, one eye glowing red. He quickly figured out what it was, a young wyvern, and it was still injured. The creature tried to bite Park's claw, but he slammed it with his other paw. Then he grabbed the wyvern by the neck, threw it far away, and fired a fireball after it. The wyvern blasted through the cave wall and dropped hard. Park turned to Hyun and promised to save her, but told her to stay quiet and not move. Then another wyvern crawled back into the cave. Park wondered if he could tame it now that his spatial energy was higher. The interface said a wyvern could be tamed once its integrity dropped below 10. That meant he had a chance. But a sudden urge to kill it rushed through him, and his body attacked on its own with full force. The wyvern crashed through another wall and fell. Its integrity dropped to 16. Park realized Ilgan's rage was affecting him. The bear's hostility was getting out of control. Again, the need to kill came back, and his body prepared the final strike. He hit the wyvern hard with a furry paw, while screaming in his head not to kill it. Knowing Ilgan wouldn't stop, Park canceled the transformation. The bear vanished back through a blue portal. The beaten wyvern rolled down the rocks, and when its integrity dropped under 10, Park used taming. An exclamation mark popped up over its head. It worked. He instantly used healing, and the wyvern's integrity started going back up. Once most of its injuries were gone, Park gave one order: fly. The creature growled and dipped for a second, then caught itself and got back in the air. Park climbed onto his new beast and rose into the sky. Wrapped in blue healing light, the wyvern flew toward the mountain peak. Back below, the villagers froze. They grabbed their weapons, ready to shoot. Jongsong broke down, whispering apologies to his missing daughter through tears. Seeing his pain, the others went quiet too, thinking of Hyeyeon. One man pointed up, saying it was the same creature from before. Another yelled for everyone to fire. Guns went up and fingers tightened on the triggers. Then the elder shouted, "Stop! Don't shoot!" Everyone paused. There was someone on its back. Then another man realized it was Hyeyeon. Jongsong could hardly believe it. The wyvern landed in front of him, and Haya Yeon ran straight into her father's arms. Crying, he held her tight. She was safe. Later, the whole village gathered by the fire, eating, talking, and calling Park the Dragon Knight. As more meat cooked, someone joked the baby needed more food, while another admitted they still feared the winged beast. Park watched the kids playing with the wyvern and thought about how calm it had become after being tamed. He also learned he could now see the past of any beast he had tamed. The wyvern's past was sad. Her group had nearly been wiped out by the Sky Alliance, and because she was young and always flew behind the others, she survived. After crossing the border, she starved, got hurt, attacked the village, and finally hid in Ilgan's den. The elder thanked Park, saying the village could finally rest and celebrate. Park had given them food, healed the injured, and even fixed damaged homes. He explained they had been poor even before the government fell after the disaster, but they were still happy. Even united though, they couldn't hold back the monsters and had to run. Their city became impossible to live in, so they moved deeper into the continent. Later, many other nomads followed. Now almost no one was left. Hunting had become impossible, and nothing grew from the land. Wild beasts and raiders kept attacking. The chief said they left the city with 400 people. 2 years later, only 60 were alive. That same day, they had planned to leave again because they couldn't stay there anymore. Park asked if the continent was safe. Sadly, the answer was no. Those lands were huge and filled with monsters and bandits. Still, the elder had heard stories of places protected by magic barriers where normal people could hide. The problem was getting in. Without connections and speaking a different language, they had no chance. Surviving the trip alone would be a miracle. That made Park remember something Miso had said. Soon, all of Asia would turn into a giant battlefield, and refugees would pour into their lands. The nomads had heard from guards too. If they couldn't defend themselves, they'd need to join someone who could, but it would cost them. The chief stood up and said everyone was drunk, so they should stay the night. He added that a room upstairs was ready for Park. Chol said it was a little messy, but he'd still sleep fine. Park just smiled and refused. He said he had to leave. The elder worried it was late, but Park said it was fine. The man nodded and said they had kept their savior long enough. Park awkwardly said it wasn't like that. Then the elder told Chol to bring the blood crystal phone, and the boy ran to get it. The villagers gathered to see Park off, while the wyvern behind him was ready to go. When Park got the phone, he said the navigation and satellites worked perfectly, and that it would be useful. The leader told him not to thank them. He had saved the whole village. Then Park's hand began to glow, and a ball of electricity formed in his palm. The villagers watched in awe, thinking he was about to use magic again. Instead, dozens of blood crystals poured from his hand. The villagers were stunned by how many there were, and how valuable they were. As he prepared to leave, Park said he hoped the crystals would help them too. The whole village thanked him. They wished him a safe trip, and he waved back, saying they would meet again. The wyvern spread its wings and took off, and Park shouted that they were heading to England. Jongsong held Haeyeon's hand as they watched him disappear into the distance. Then the story cut to a news report with breaking news. The anchor said a wyvern horde had been destroyed by the Sky Alliance, but that morning the Air Force found another wyvern. This time, though, it was different. The creature was being ridden by an awakened. The story exploded online, and people started praising an unknown dragon knight. The broadcast then showed a destroyed bridge that had just collapsed. 2 giant fire ants had come out of a portal and turned the place into an inferno, but something was now racing across the bridge. The anchor called attention to the screen, where a long-haired man appeared with 2 swords. The commentators were stunned. Was that the #1 hero? What was he doing in a nearby country? People everywhere started asking if it was really him. The match was too clear to ignore, and the news confirmed it. The strongest awakened had suddenly shown up on that bridge. Fighting with the Scylla Guild, he cleared every monster in just 10 minutes. The commentators were split. Some called him a legend. Then the Dragon Knight joined the army in a mission to wipe out the Scorpions. Now the top summoner awakened were gathering there, and everyone kept asking the same thing. Who is this Dragon Knight really? Over the last few days, more reports said the Dragon Knight came back to help the troops, this time against ogres. After checking everything, they finally confirmed it. The mysterious knight was Park. The commentators praised him without holding back. They called Park a god, listed his powers, and even said he might be the new #1. Then came a shock. Breaking news revealed that the current top hero had openly accused Park. The anchor said his sudden statement, and his return to the country he once left behind, caused a huge stir. He then told viewers to watch the interview. Reporters got right to it. They asked why he was targeting Park and why he came back. The hero didn't soften it at all. He said he came in person to expose the so-called godly tamer as a fake. The press room erupted, and reporters demanded to know why he was calling Park a fraud. He claimed Park ran the moment he heard Hero was coming, too scared to be exposed. He also said Park's videos and achievements were blown way out of proportion. According to him, Park was just an ordinary tamer with no proper evaluation, pushed by the government because they benefited from his image. One reporter pointed out that it sounded personal, and asked if he had anything to say straight to Park. The hero stared into the camera like he knew Park was watching and issued a challenge. If you want to prove me wrong, meet me at SPFC station. Somewhere else, Han sipped his coffee and muttered, surprised, damn. The media was flooded with stories about Hero saying he'd beat Park with one hand. Another report showed Park with the Russian president, talking about how close they were. Seeing that, Junho wondered how Park, who was supposed to be heading to England, ended up in Russia. Then the phone rang. It was for Park's guild, and Junho answered. The caller asked if they'd reached Park yet, but they hadn't. Han asked if the agency director had called again, and Junho let out a sigh before saying yes. Han thought that was odd. Not long ago, Junho couldn't even stand hearing the director's name. Now he was taking his calls every day. The base was tense. Nobody was finding much in the dungeons, and one guy even said they should stop chasing money and just take whatever loot they could get. Han sighed that now everybody needed Park, and Junho asked why it was different this time. A new report explained that level 7 dungeons were appearing more often. People in the area were nervous and wanted Park's guild to take over the 13th district. Junho said many people wanted to move into that new part of the city, and Han said this was the perfect moment to act. A little irritated, Junho said the director had told him the same thing. That caught Han off guard. The offer was that once the district was officially approved, the guild would protect it. The agency would collect taxes and handle the smaller dungeons themselves. Impressed, Han asked what Junho told them. Junho said they were still thinking about it, but Han felt they should have accepted already. The agency also wanted the guild to build a special team to respond whenever new dungeons appeared, but Junho said clearly that with his brother gone, he couldn't decide that alone. He wasn't sure they could manage both level 7 dungeon raids and building a new district at the same time. Han thought about how becoming a special task force would completely change how people saw them, but it would also bring much bigger risks. He looked at a photo of Park beside the president, with the painted wyvern behind them. The whole country was already a mess because of Hiro's statement and the new district, and still no one knew where Park was. Han asked if they'd heard from him at all, and Junho just shook his head. At the same time, in a ruined city, a red car raced through the empty streets. The gray-haired driver called Park, sounding nervous. He asked if Park could hear him and said he was heading to the meeting point. Park answered by asking if he was the one in the red car. The man said yes and welcomed him to London. Then he asked if Park could see the 3 stone golems chasing him. Park said yes, and that he'd deal with them now. From above, riding his wyvern, Park dropped lower. He focused on the 3 golems closing in behind the car. The nearest one lifted its huge hand and slammed the ground, blasting open a crater beside the vehicle. Before it could crush the car, a huge fireball appeared and smashed into one golem, throwing it into a building. The other 2 roared in rage, but Park flew past on his wyvern and pulled their attention away. With a flick of his hand, he released tiny glowing fire fairies. Then he used a fire tornado, feeding it with bursts of wind. The attack was so strong the 2 golems collapsed before they could fight back. Park moved toward the first one and blasted it with a pillar of fire. Then he turned to the second and kicked its head, cracking it on impact. Its jaw flew off and tore through a wall. Looking over the damage, Park said they were weaker than they looked, probably just low level. His wyvern landed nearby. Then he heard clapping and excited praise behind him. Park turned and saw a gray-haired man taking pictures, saying he was just like the rumors. Park asked if he was Professor Toddler, and the man confirmed with a smile. The wyvern flapped its wings, and the professor stared at it in awe. He asked if this was the famous wyvern, and Park said the Russians had painted it so people wouldn't mistake it for one of the wild ones. Toddler thanked him, saying that even for a moment, he'd really felt the presence of the Dragon Knight. Park joked that the professor's translator worked great. The professor proudly showed it off and said that once he heard about the meeting, he bought the most expensive one he could find. Park looked around, a little doubtful, and asked if this was really London. The professor said all of England was struggling, but London was total chaos, and after sunset, it got even worse. Park understood and got ready to move. He opened a portal and called his wyvern, Biryong. Biryong slowly walked into it while the professor watched in amazement. The portal led to a place full of wolves. On the other side, they watched the wyvern come through before the portal closed. Then they gathered around it. Biryong let out a roar, and the wolves howled back. Someone said that had to be the same wyvern from the news. Another said people claimed she lived on a farm with other tame beasts. Total sweethearts. Meanwhile, the red car kept moving, and the professor still looked stunned by what he'd seen. He said that for a wyvern that big to pass through a portal, the place on the other side had to be at least level 3. Park said he was pretty informed. The professor replied that Park had been the main thing on the news lately. He added that he was really glad they'd finally met. But Park wasn't nearly as excited. To him, the man sounded like a scientist dying to run tests. As they drove through the ruins toward the coast, creatures swam in the river. Park asked if the lab was in London, and the professor said that city was basically the past now. England's new capital was New Dover, and that was where the lab had been built. Park asked why they hadn't met there from the start. The professor said he had to pick up materials here first, especially after the recent bombings left blood crystals scattered all over. He explained he was studying how to make instant teleport stations, portals that could summon creatures. He believed monster portals during rift events worked the same way. If humans could use that, he said, monsters would never be able to stop mankind's progress again. Park didn't seem convinced, but he politely said it sounded good. The professor kept going, saying rivers and air routes were blocked now. If nothing changed, humanity would become isolated and survival would get even harder. The car crossed the bridge over the river when the professor awkwardly admitted he might be talking too much. Park didn't answer. He was staring hard at the road ahead. The man asked why Park had been in such a rush to meet him, but Park cut in, voice low and serious. Careful. In the next second, the bridge exploded upward like something huge had burst through from below. A giant sperm whale tore through the road with its snout, sending the car flying backward. Gripping the wheel in panic, the professor shouted, "Is that a whale?" But Park saw more than that. He read its status right away. Level C2, integrity 18. And then it got worse. A huge shark leaped from the water, and tentacles started rising nearby. Even while the car spun through the air, the professor kept hold of the wheel and screamed in terror. That's a megalodon. Below the broken bridge, a brutal fight was already going on. Whale against megalodon. The car dropped toward the water, with the whale crashing down behind it. Military forces rushed in. Helicopters above, soldiers skimming over the water on motorboards. One helicopter reported that a small car had been hit and ordered an immediate civilian rescue. A soldier on a board asked who was coming for backup, and the answer came fast. David and Silva, the legendary pair, including the powerful Muscle Queen. David, a big man with a ponytail who liked guys, took command and asked if the red car belonged to Professor Toddler. A soldier said it looked like it did. David dove in, his glowing eyes lighting up the water below, and he quickly found the car, but it was empty. The soldier spotted the megalodon chasing a whale much smaller than it. The shark was almost on it, but the whale twisted away at the last second and slipped free. A moment later, it burst out of the water. A huge wall of water rose up, and the shark followed in a savage jump. Seeing the chaos from above, the soldiers got ready to fire. Then someone yelled to stop. There were people on the whale's fin. It was Park and Professor Toddler, both alive. Park checked the shark's info. Level D3, young specimen. He raised a hand and used tornado. Blue light wrapped around the shark. It got dragged into a spinning vortex. One soldier stared and said it looked like the tornado he once saw on this YouTube channel. Back on the surface, David muttered in shock, "It's him, the Dragon Knight." Park then called out his fire fairies. The tornado turned into a giant fire whirl. With the whale safe, the military moved in to end it. Helicopters rushed closer and opened fire on the burning shark. Meanwhile, the professor still clung to the whale's fin, too stunned by what he was seeing. In his mind, he couldn't believe it. Park had trapped a megalodon inside a fire tornado. Then Park looked at the whale and asked if avenging its mother made it feel better. The creature didn't answer, but its eyes showed thanks. Then it dived back into the deep. Below, a soldier watched the burning megalodon sink and shouted that it was going down. The shark slammed into the seafloor, and Park noticed he had leveled up while his water affinity skill disappeared. Later, somewhere peaceful, they were at a small cottage by a cliff. Coffee and biscuits were set on the table. The professor asked if Park slept well. Park said yes, looked out at the sea, and said the place was incredible. The professor agreed. Right then, a whale jumped from the water nearby. Professor Toddler said blue whales were getting rare because of monster attacks, but that one had survived by luck. Park smiled and said the village really felt like the end of the world. The professor nodded. English forces had been trapped by monsters for a long time, with nowhere left to flee, so the country started building walls no one could break through. But he admitted he still couldn't stop thinking about that night. He said he was amazed by how Park could control so many creatures, but what truly shocked him was the fire tornado. Seeing it in person felt unreal. Meanwhile, Park quietly sipped his coffee. The professor added that no awakened one had ever been able to control all four elements: water, fire, earth, and air. Curious, he asked what Park's life had been like before awakening. Park said it was completely ordinary, until he ended up in the animal kingdom. That changed everything. Then Park asked if he had made the spatial energy meter. The professor proudly said yes and asked if he liked it. Park got right to it. What laws was it based on? Caught off guard, the professor asked why. Park explained that every time his energy was measured, he felt watched, an uneasy sense that something was observing him. The mood turned heavy. Professor Toddler looked uneasy, and Park went on. He said it was tied to the planet he came back from. That world had shattered, and now pieces of it were showing up on Earth as dungeons. And those level 4 dungeons were only tiny fragments of what it once was. The friendly animals he knew were gone, replaced by lizardmen and other creatures he'd never seen. He asked what happened to his old friends, why he hadn't aged in 1,000 years, and who was watching him whenever his energy got measured. This time, the professor admitted Park was right. He said all those questions, even Park's sudden interest in languages and writing, were linked. Then they opened a hatch in the floor and headed down the stairs. There, the professor revealed his real lab. Park noted how deep it was, and the professor said it was built to survive even a nuclear blast. Even though it was his personal lab, it actually belonged to the government, and Park was the first outsider ever allowed in. At the bottom, the professor entered a code, and the door slowly opened. "This is it," he said, lighting the room with a flashlight. Park went silent as he looked around. The lab was huge and completely messy. Things were scattered everywhere, but the professor laughed and said it was fully stocked. He pointed out analysis gear, test samples, and even a robot that could rebuild projects from code and recognize voices. Another bench held stones and flasks with dungeon minerals being tested. On a monitor were notes Park had written in the cave. The professor said all of it had been collected from dungeons over the last 2 months, and the most amazing part was that they had found writing in human language inside them. Park's language. Those inscriptions had kept appearing for the last 21 days in every dungeon they entered. Park was shocked. shocked. He asked if there were multiple versions of the same dungeon, and the professor said yes. Similar dungeons had started appearing in cities across the world, from level 2 to 5, and they showed up at different times. That reminded Park of something Miso once said. Dungeons open near awakened ones. Maybe they weren't just planet fragments. Maybe the dungeons were copying themselves. Park asked if the planet had been duplicated and broken apart. The professor said that was the best theory so far. Then Park asked about the animals living there. The professor admitted he wanted that answer too. Park asked if that was why he wanted this meeting. Exactly, the professor said. He grabbed Park's hands eagerly. He said he hoped Park could help him learn how dungeons appear and vanish. Someone had even contacted him recently, the person behind those inscriptions. Since getting Park's letter, he hadn't been able to sit still. He was desperate for answers and called Park the Dragon Knight. But Park felt disappointed. Deep down, he thought the professor didn't really know much. Sensing that, the professor changed the topic and brought up the spatial energy meter, saying he could show it now. He dug through a box, suddenly shouted that he found it, and pulled out a strange stone. Showing it off with a pleased smile, he let Park ask what it was. It was a memory stone, the professor explained, holding it out. He told Park to hold it and close his eyes. Park did it without hesitation. The stone instantly began to glow. As soon as Park shut his eyes, he saw those strange inscriptions again and felt that same eerie gaze watching him. When he read that his data had been recorded, he opened his eyes at once. Tense. The professor quickly asked what it felt like. Park said uneasily that he clearly felt something staring at him while he held it. The professor said everyone reacts differently, but sensitive people often feel that. Park then asked if a meter could be made from that stone. The professor said yes, but added that he hadn't created the stone itself. Surprised, Park asked what he meant, and the professor calmly explained. The stone had fallen near a portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe. Only later did they figure out what it could do. Park asked if it had literally fallen from the sky. The professor said Europe suffered badly, but it also received a gift, the Divine Stone. It appeared on the very day of the disaster. Thanks to the knowledge inside it, they began exploring space and creating many devices. Then he showed Park a box with several vials and said it was one of those inventions. Inside was a holder fitted with a memory stone. Park didn't look impressed, so the professor added that he had transferred all the stone's information into the device. He explained that the stone stores data from contact. It has a limit, but it still works well. Then he handed the box to Park and told him to touch it. Park put his hand on the device right away. Seeing the result, the professor got excited, saying Park had passed energy level B in only 3 months, something unheard of, even for someone like him. Park asked if that was really a portable meter, and the professor eagerly said yes, though he still wanted to make it smaller. He then brought out another device he had made and showed it to Park, who asked if it also used the same stone. The professor said yes, and added that this one had extra features. He explained that the stone could hold a huge amount of data and show physical traits. Park, noticing agility on the screen, asked what kind of traits he meant. The professor said it could measure strength and dexterity too, helping build better teams based not only on energy level, but also raw physical ability. Park stayed quiet, realizing that until now, no awakened person could see another's stats. Smiling with excitement, the professor asked what Park thought. Park pointed out that, in practice, there had never been a way to view another awakened person's stats before. The professor said the prototype was ready and invited Park to watch a demonstration the next day. Park handed the box back and agreed, but then the screen showing his strength and agility started flashing. An error message popped up, and the professor said, surprised, that it hadn't done that yesterday. A little embarrassed, he asked Park to wait a moment. He called the director and said the demonstration had to be cancelled because of a device problem. While he did that, Park looked through an article about him and Song Yi, then got annoyed when he saw they used that cave quote he hated. After hanging up, the professor said he wanted to keep talking, but something urgent had come up. Park used the moment to ask if he knew where those stones came from. The professor answered right away. Memory stones are mined on the planet Aruka. Back at Park's guild, evening was setting in. Gunwoo and the young monks were playing in the sand when a dark figure fell over them. It was Choi. He stood there with 2 swords covered in fresh blood. Gunwoo froze, and one monk whispered that it was blood. Choi looked at the boys as they got to their feet. Gunwoo recovered first and asked who he was. With blood on his clothes and face, Choi asked if he was really Gunwoo. Elsewhere, Park knew nothing about this and kept asking the professor about Aruka. The professor said memory stones weren't all that rare. They matched the same wavelength unless they were broken apart. If blood crystals were like batteries, memory stones were more like data devices. The high elves used them to stay linked, and Park asked who those elves were. The professor said they were high-ranking beings. He added that the energy scanner was only a side benefit. The real goal was to build a network for the elves, and later one for all of Earth. Smiling, he said the elves who came to Earth told them all of this. On Aruka, the elves used these stones to read energy class and other traits, so nothing can be hidden from them. Park was stunned, and wondered if they saw the same status window he did. When he opened his own, he was shocked to see the professor's full info: rank, class, job, and basic traits. Then the screen glitched and flashed. No signal. Park clicked his tongue, thinking the system was bugging out again. The professor noticed Park had drifted off and awkwardly said he needed to fix the box, even if he had to stay up all night. He said he wasn't leaving the lab until he solved it. Park only smiled and said he didn't want to be a bother. The professor asked him to wait a little longer since a guide would arrive soon to show him around. As he left, he told Park not to wander far. The main street had plenty to see, and promised they would talk more tomorrow. Left alone, Park waited in the lab and looked around. On a screen, he read that time moved twice as fast inside dungeons, and that the rock markings were over 200 years old. The more he read, the more absurd it all felt. In front of him, a table held memory stones in many different shapes and sizes. Park picked one up and again saw the message saying they were watching him and recording his data. Then it hit him. Maybe the High Elves knew who was observing him and what caused the great disaster. He decided he needed to go to Aruka himself. Just then, a man came down the stairs calling his name. Park turned and asked if he was the guide. The man introduced himself as William from Lawrence Corporation and said he worked in measurement research. Park got right to it and said there was somewhere he needed to go. Pointing at the screen, he asked if he could reach that place. William explained it was the South Portal of London, inside the 11th Infantry Brigade's zone. William asked if he wanted to join the dungeon sweep, and Park agreed at once. Though uneasy, William said he'd take him there. At the same time, Professor Toddler was in his office trying to find the source of the error. He checked everything, found nothing wrong, and couldn't understand why it only glitched on Park. Then the door opened, and someone stepped in asking for the professor. It was David. He greeted him and asked where the Dragon Knight was. He didn't want to miss seeing him up close. The professor said there had been a problem, and the guide was handling things. David looked disappointed but kept pressing, asking if Park was really gone. The professor said yes, then asked him to put his hand on the scanner while he was there. David did, curious. The screen instantly showed his strength and agility. The professor brightened up. The machine was working fine. David realized the numbers were his physical stats and stared at them, impressed. The professor said he expected that from a rank C awakened who had already hit the strength cap. David was pleased, but said he'd only be satisfied when the numbers reached 4 digits. Until then, he still had to train. That made the professor's eyes widen, like he'd just found the answer. David said he'd go look for the Dragon Knight, said goodbye, and left. The professor stayed stuck on those words. 4 digits. He rushed to the keyboard, muttering that 999 had always been the top limit. Then he thought, what if Park's data went past that? He raised the cap to 999, and the moment he did, he stared at the result in shock and swore under his breath. Outside the lab, a giant monster was being held down by heavy chains, tied to 4 war machines around it. As a black car passed, one man explained the beast had been captured for research. It was going to die anyway, so the company bought it. William drove while Park silently watched. Then William said they had arrived. Ahead was a bright blue portal inside a military camp. William explained it was a level 5 dungeon full of giant locusts, and it had only 18 hours left before bursting. Nearby, a video showed a famous comedian dressed like a locust, yelling that he'd kill some guy, under a slogan, "Forward, warriors, the crazy locust is waiting." William laughed and said the soldiers were cashing in on the comedian's fame. Farther off, Park noticed aircraft battling a huge wyvern. He asked if the attack had already started, and William said over half the territories were always fighting. Dungeon invasions never really stopped. Then someone yelled, "Watch out!" A falling helicopter dropped straight toward them and slammed into the ground. Its blades snapped loose and shot at William, but Park caught them with one hand, stopping them cold. William was left speechless. Someone shouted, asking what happened. They answered that the helicopter went down, but the rest of the platoon had already entered the dungeon. The soldiers stared at Park until one recognized him, the Dragon Knight. William thanked him, and Park asked why, honestly confused. William said it was for saving his life. Then he added that they could head to the dungeon entrance now. He pointed out a group in uniform and said that was Lawrence Corporation's combat team. They were all rank A and had been picked for him. He introduced the man in front as the leader of the Phoenix Squad. Robert greeted Park and introduced himself as captain of the 2nd Phoenix. Park didn't care. He walked past them and said he didn't need a team. He was going in alone. William was stunned and tried to talk him out of it, reminding him it was a level 5 dungeon, but Park ignored him. He told them not to follow and stepped into the portal. Inside, Park opened his info window and muttered that it still wasn't working right. Closing it, he grumbled that B-rank monsters didn't even hit 2400 energy. Outside, William kept calling his name, but Park had already taken his golden eagle form and vanished into the light. William let out a tired sigh. Robert said there was no point chasing someone who didn't want help. The soldiers muttered that Park was looking down on them, while others said they should still follow him anyway. William apologized to Robert, but Robert said it was fine. They were still waiting for the mission to officially start. The soldiers kept talking about Park's attitude while William ran a hand through his hair, wondering what to do. Then a red SUV pulled up and everyone looked over. David stepped out in a hoodie and waved at William. As he came closer, he said everyone was already there, and asked Robert why he wasn't out hunting locusts. Robert fired back, asking what the so-called hero meant to save the world was doing hanging around here instead. David defended himself, but Robert bluntly said he had every right to judge the 9th-ranked fighter in the world and #1 in England. With a slight grin, Robert said they should get ready for the mission and that they'd meet again at the farewell party. David groaned and asked if he really had to see that drunk face there too. In the back, some soldiers muttered that talks between old veterans were enough to make anyone sick. When that ended, William called out to David with tears in his eyes. David bent down with a laugh and asked why poor William was crying and where the Dragon Knight was. Annoyed, William said Park had just gone alone into a level 5 dungeon. David David's eyes widened, and William added that Park moved so fast he couldn't stop him. Staring at the ground, William mumbled that he had no idea what to do. If anything happened to Park, he'd probably lose his job. David suddenly burst out laughing, leaving William even more confused. He said that was exactly what you'd expect from a Dragon Knight. When William just stared, David said he clearly didn't get Park, but William insisted it was still a level 5 dungeon. David brushed it off. He joked that he'd be at the cafe with a pink ice cream and told William to let him know when Park came back. Then David suddenly paused, sensing something odd. He turned, pointed at the portal, and shouted that Park was back. William couldn't believe it, but Park really stepped out, dusting off his uniform like nothing happened. William screamed in total shock. It made no sense. Meanwhile, the soldiers were doing one last gear check before entering the portal. They talked about how the earlier combat teams hadn't returned and doubted they could hold the rift. One of them asked if the area was about to be flooded with locusts. Another soldier said the National Bureau had already called for backup. One man nervously asked what would happen if the rift opened while they were still inside. His friend, sweating, said he didn't even want to imagine it. Then, one soldier looked up, turned pale, and asked if he was seeing this right. His partner asked what he meant, and the soldiers rushed over to Robert. They told him Park had already come back. Robert could hardly believe it. He just stood there, trying to process what he heard. At the same time, William ran to Park in relief while David shouted, calling him Dragon Knight. Park recognized David at once and said he was that big guy from before. But they barely got a word in before someone screamed that the fireboar had broken loose. David turned and saw the huge flaming beast charging straight at them. William trembled, blurting out that it was a fireboar, but David got mad the second he recognized it. That oversized pig had wrecked his favorite ice cream shop. Fueled by that anger, David clenched his fist and yelled that he wouldn't let it slide. Then he used Megan's strike and his fist lit up bright blue. He drove it right into the boar's head, launching the monster backward with one brutal hit. It crashed toward the soldiers and they scrambled out of the way. The soldiers were stunned, saying this was exactly why David was called the Living Storm. Park grinned, clearly impressed, and said that punch was seriously strong. David walked over, shook Park's hand, and said he wanted to introduce himself properly this time. Park shook back, and David admitted he'd been waiting for this ever since that day. Confused, Park asked why he'd been looking forward to it so much. David said he'd seen Park turn a megalodon into fish food, and from then on, he felt they were alike. He asked if Park knew how he'd built all that muscle, and Park raised a brow, waiting for the answer. David proudly said he'd seen a cave painting of Park training with giant bananas. Everyone laughed, but David said that picture spoke to him, so he started training with bananas too. Park, stunned, asked if he was serious, and David swore he was. He even pulled out a photo and said this was him at his worst. Park looked at it like he understood, while David said he'd even worked on a banana farm. They'd always given him strength. That made Park remember bananas had kind of saved his life too. He was amazed someone had connected with those drawings everyone else mocked. Right then, Park decided he liked David. David told him not to worry about rankings, and asked if he could really beat monsters with pure muscle. Park smirked and said that was easy. Excited, David said he wanted to see Park fight hand-to-hand, with no special powers. Park agreed right away. William tried to stop them and asked them to wait, but neither of them listened. They went straight into the portal. William and the soldiers could only stare, wondering what they were about to witness. Soon headlines were everywhere. David and Park had saved England by clearing the dungeon 15 times in only 40 minutes, long before the rift could open. Every association, including the Lawrence Corporation, publicly thanked Park. Even the Queen of England honored him and made him a knight. Miso and her boss read the news in shock. She said Park had just saved the whole country, but her boss only held his head and asked if there was still no word from him. He wanted to know if his dungeon had been cleared yet, or if they'd found anything useful inside. Miso said they found nothing. He sighed heavily, like he'd expected that. She tried jokingly asking if they could at least get the money back. He grumbled that a level 7 dungeon was coming, so money didn't matter right now. With a sly grin, Miso teased him, asking where all this patriotism came from when he planned to run the second that level 7 dungeon appeared. He ignored that, changed the subject, and told her to figure out how to bring Park back home as fast as possible. Miso laughed and said not to worry. Once Park saw the internet, he'd come right back. The boss looked at her, curious, and she said they had uploaded a new video an hour ago, and Hero had caused a huge mess. The boss opened it, then widened his eyes in total confusion. Elsewhere, helicopters were firing at a giant monster, while nearby, people were partying after clearing the dungeon. Glasses clinked under exploding fireworks, as David told Park this was the best day of his life, even better than the day he caught the tentacle shark. Park thanked him and said David's fists had done plenty too. Then David asked if he'd met Sylvia in Russia. Park had no idea who that was, so David laughed and said she was a famous tamer. The second she heard about Park, she flew to Russia, and she wasn't the only one. Lots of tamers wanted to see him. Park asked why so many people wanted to meet him. David said it was because he was a dragon knight. No tamer in the world could handle a wyvern like he could. Park didn't understand the big deal and said it was actually pretty easy. David suddenly turned serious and warned him not to take the bait. Park asked what he meant, and David asked if he hadn't seen the news. A recent article said Hero claimed he could beat Park without even taking a hit. Park just looked confused and asked who that even was. Surprised, David said they were from the same country, though Hero had gone off somewhere else. Park looked at the article and said he'd never even heard the name. David took a breath and explained that Hiro was the world's #1, but behind that fame, he was a maniac and a killer. Park frowned and asked why people called him a psycho and a murderer. David said Hiro had done a lot for the world. He was the best, but completely unpredictable. David had even gotten the chance to fight him once. He lost, of course, but called it the best fight of his life. When David finally admitted defeat, Hiro only laughed and said only the strong had the right to judge a fight, and fools like David needed to learn how the world worked. Then with a cold stare, Hiro said he'd show him the price of arrogance. David said the beating that followed was brutal. He'd seen the devil in Hiro's eyes, and raising his scarred hand, he said it took 8 major surgeries to rebuild it. Even after hearing that, Park still found it hard to believe someone could be that cruel. David added that plenty of people who challenged Hiro ended up dead. Even surrendering didn't save them. That was how he got the name Killer. Park asked why anyone would do that. David sighed and said no one really knew, but warned him again not to provoke Hiro. Still confused, Park wondered what he'd done to make Hiro target him. Then the news spread fast. Hiro had crossed the line and attacked Park's territory. Hiro even claimed he was acting in self-defense. Shocked, Park muttered that the bastard was invading his land. David, having no clue what he meant, just stared at him. Back at Park's guild, someone shouted, asking why it had taken so long to contact the boss. Park cut him off and ordered them to tell him what happened. Junho said Hiro had barged in and yelled that if Park didn't come out, he'd kill everyone. 2 wolves on patrol were killed right away. Park froze and asked who had died. He kept saying that couldn't be right. If they'd been attacked, he should have gotten an alert. But when he opened his status window, it only said no signal. He cursed. The warning had failed because the status window glitched. Furious, he thought. While his pack was dying, what were the others doing? Were they trapped so badly they couldn't even get out? He shouted, asking what everyone had been doing. Someone fired back. What did he expect? It was Hiro, the #1 in the world. Park started snapping. Junho, staring at the screen, begged him to come back fast. Park scoffed and said when he returned, he'd trained them so hard they'd beg to die. David, hearing all this, asked if he really meant to go back. Park said he had to, but David warned him that this was obviously Hiro's plan. He didn't know why Hiro was obsessed with him, but there was clearly a reason. It wasn't normal for a top-ranked champion to mock some unranked rookie like that, and in a real fight, an accident could happen easily. Park brushed it off, said it was fine, and told Toddler and William to say goodbye for him. David said nothing and just watched him leave, worried. Park raised his hand to summon his wyvern, but nothing happened. He just stood there, waving his hand in confusion. Toddler, watching through the monitor, wondered why David had brought up the news. David quietly said he just wanted to keep Park there a little longer, and that Park would understand later. Meanwhile, Park stared at his skill window, getting more annoyed as he watched the countdown. At last, the window came back. It showed, invasion, 2 wolves dead. He read their names and quietly repeated them, full of grief. Then the summoning skill finally activated. A portal opened beside him, and a wyvern stepped out into the crowded hall, making everyone whisper. David watched in awe, grinning wide, while the professor followed everything on the monitor. The screen showed the skill wouldn't be usable again for 23 more hours. The professor held up a glowing blue stone, an artificial mineral made by combining the memory stone with a takamite, the arukamite. He realized Park's powers worked just like those of the superior elves. He figured out that when Park touched the arukamite, it glitched the status window and shut down all skills tied to spatial energy for a full day. The professor thought that if humans kept advancing like the elves had, there would be consequences. At the same time, high up in the base, a phone rang. David answered, and the director asked if he was still with Park. David said Park had already left and that he saved all the data in the stone. Caught off guard, the director asked if Park left early and told David to return to HQ. The professor was still watching the monitor when his phone rang too. It was the director, asking if the test had worked. The professor said yes, everything went just as planned. The director smiled and said if it worked on Park, then it should work on the people of planet Aruka too. The professor agreed, but warned them to be careful since the elves were close allies. The director coldly replied that alliances don't last forever, and the elves could betray them anytime. The professor reminded him there were still many issues before the project could make real money. But the director snapped that awakened crime kept rising, and the alliance with the elves could break at any moment. Toddler tried to argue, but the director cut him off. He said levels would soon reflect true power, so they needed a way to control it. After hanging up, the professor thought about Park's power reaching 8,000, and wondered if that would be enough to stop monsters like him. While they talked, Park was already flying home on his wyvern, focused on revenge, and clueless about the plot behind him. He kept wondering how Hiro dared invade his land, and swore he'd crush him. Back at Suho's guild, Han asked what was happening, but Junho only sighed. Then he showed his phone and said they were doomed. Everyone went pale, and Monk asked what the hell was going on. Junho held out the phone and they froze. Park had sent one message: special training for whoever caused this. They grabbed their heads and screamed, asking what they even did. Han nearly cried, asking how they were supposed to deal with the #1 ranker when he could beat even a C rank with ease. Then a picture appeared on TV showing the 3 of them standing before Hiro. The comments exploded, calling the guild pathetic and Monk a fraud. Some even said they should leave the country. Han said it was a clip from his video, and Junho added that the comments came from Heroes Guild forum, where they were all being mocked as weak. Jang muttered that people were awful. Junho, close to tears, said no one was taking their side even though they were the victims. Jang asked Han why he uploaded the video, and Han said he only wanted to expose Hero. Monk said it was too late now. The humiliation was already out there. Han shot back that maybe someone shouldn't have gotten drunk, picked a fight with civilians, and ended up dragged away by the bureau. Monk turned red and looked away. He grumbled that he was only trying to help small shop owners, but ran into monsters wearing human faces. Junho said it didn't matter now. None of them were safe because Park was truly angry. Monk said everyone else had already left the guild to hide from the hate. Jang asked what the bureau said. Han answered that all they released was one short line. "We're sorry." They just stared, unable to believe that was all. Yang exploded, saying a foreigner had entered the country illegally, invaded their territory, attacked them, caused damage, and still nobody held him responsible. Then Han suddenly shouted that a report said Hero had already gone back home. Everyone panicked. They couldn't believe he was allowed to leave. Monk clasped his hands and started praying to the Buddhist god of mercy. Jang said he was going straight to the bureau to raise hell. Junho tried to stop him, saying the bureau would likely pretend not to know anything and dump the problem on them. Jang wondered if Hero had ties to some security agency, and if this would turn into a personal war. Monk sighed, saying the real losers were the regular people forced to carry problems the officials dumped on them. Jang said the worst part was watching everyone attack them when they were the ones who got hurt. Han read an article from the US saying Park's guild should move to a stronger country if they wanted protection. Junho said they had a point. It wasn't just that they were weak. Their country was weak. Maybe they really should leave. Han said Park had to clean this up, then asked if they'd all seen that bastard's eyes. Even while bleeding, Hero had said that if Park wasn't brought to him in 10 days, they'd all die. They stood there shaking, unable to move. Junho said they wanted to fight back, but they couldn't even contact Park. Jang admitted he was so scared he froze in place. Han said if they had resisted, they would have died instantly. Junho added that if they died fighting, it would have only made things worse for Park, so they made the right choice. Han asked about Gunwoo, since the monks were still shaken. Junho said the kid was fine, just quiet. Now he stayed in his room watching TV instead of roaming around. He used to even chase off the wolves. Deep down, Gunwoo even seemed a little happy that he got to see Hero up close. Han said all they could do now was wait for Park to return, because once he did, Hero was finished. Junho turned to Han and said they needed to do something before Park got back. Han didn't understand and asked what he meant. Soon they were walking through the farm area, and Han asked why he got picked for this. Junho said Han had less to do than the others. As they searched with metal detectors, he said they'd buried that stuff there before leaving. Han muttered that it was like hunting for a needle in a haystack. Then Junho's phone rang. Miso thanked him for the help and said they only got to explore the dungeon because of them. Junho replied that they had a contract, so she didn't need to thank him. Miso asked them not to blame the government for what happened earlier. Junho kept his tone polite and ended the call. Then he went back to Han and suggested checking the animal farm, but Han refused right away. Junho said those people loved planting bugs in important places anyway. Han told him not to be too hard on Miso, since she'd always supported them. Junho agreed, but said sometimes the enemy is closer than you think. Han admitted he was right. It didn't hurt to stay careful. The farm held all kinds of creatures. Seeing so many animals, Junho commented on it, and Han nodded. Nearby, a huge bear and a giant black rabbit were fighting. Han asked if they were just playing. Junho stayed quiet, then said the family kept growing while the owner was gone. He wondered where Park was. Han recalled an article saying Park had been seen riding a humpback whale near China, and Junho said that if he was in the Sea of Japan, he must already be close to home. He asked if the farm even had a lake, but Han reminded him Park was taming animals before he ever had a farm. Clearly, he'd sharpened that skill during his trip. He'd even frozen the sea to wipe out monsters. Suddenly, Junho stopped and stared ahead. Han followed his gaze and went wide-eyed. Two small monkeys were sitting in a tree, watching them with curiosity. Han asked if they were Japanese monkeys. Then both of them realized the same thing. Impossible. The news was now reporting that Park was attacking the city where Hero lived. They read the headline out loud in shock. A wyvern flew over the city as people looked up in fear. Park came down on its back and people yelled as they recognized the Dragon Knight. The wyvern beat its wings and the crowd scattered, screaming that a monster had appeared. The livestream kept saying Park was attacking the city, and the comments were tearing into Hero. Park shouted for Hero to come out and face him. Junho and Han watched in disbelief, and Han said that really was just like Park. The comments blew up, saying he'd come for revenge, while Park kept yelling. He cursed Hero, and the news said the Dragon Knight was in the city center searching for him. They added that Park had entered the country illegally, and while he had blocked traffic, he still hadn't caused much damage. Then the Federation Criminal Task Force arrived, and the reporter sounded shocked. It looked like Lut Saseki's #1 squad. Saseki stepped forward with armed agents behind him as people whispered his name. The reporter said the #1 team was already moving in. The comments instantly declared Park finished. Then came news that a full battalion of Type 10 tanks was also on the way. A squad of unmanned drones was being sent too. Seeing all that, Han said Park had really caused huge trouble this time. At the local Ministry of Defense, everyone was being called in at once. The operations room was silent as people rushed to work. One operator reported the tanks were ready. Another said the drone unit was prepared too. On a screen, the Wyvern appeared with a large red marker above it. Another agent reported that a combat satellite had locked onto the target. Two men in the operations room watched the feeds closely. The vice commander of the Federation of Awakened told the Minister of Defense that his side was trying to bring Park over to them. The minister answered that Saseki was already there, so they should wait and see whether Park was truly at their level. At the same time, Saseki moved toward Park's landing spot. The crowd was cheering while Park kept shouting for Hiro to show himself. Then he heard Saseki call out to him and turned to look. Saseki declared that Park was under arrest for trespassing, causing panic and other public order crimes. Park ignored all of it and only asked one thing. Was he Hiro? The man firmly said he was Saseki from the police and ordered Park to get off the Wyvern and surrender. Park looked down at him and said if he wasn't Hiro, he should move. The crowd gasped. He had just brushed off the famous Saseki. Then black ropes burst from the red circles in Saseki's hands and wrapped around Park and the Wyvern. People shouted that this was Saseki's legendary bind. Park glanced at the restraints and laughed in surprise. Saseki warned him not to move or they'd tighten more. Park calmly spread his arms and looked them over. Seeing that, Saseki rushed in, saying he'd arrest him by force. The livestream hosts claimed Saseki would finish Park in 1 minute and were already saying goodbye to him. But the one who got punched in the face was Saseki. Park hit him so hard he shot into the air and the ropes around Park shattered. The crowd froze in shock as Park flew after him. Saseki crashed down near Park, flat on his back, but it was a setup and he triggered another trap. Even then, he still couldn't believe what had happened as blood ran from his nose. Park smirked and said exactly, when you're attacked, you defend yourself to the end. Then the Wyvern beat its wings, snapped the vines, and roared so loudly everyone flinched. Seeing Park's strength, Saseki admitted he was scared. This was what a Dragon Knight should be. If he hadn't used a debuff right when Park hit him, his face would have been crushed. Park told him that if he knew that already, he should leave. But Saseki charged again, saying he'd now add assaulting a police officer. What a pain. He leaped in, shouting for Park to die, and tried to stab him with a knife. At that moment, Park raised a hand and used air whirlwind, calling up a spinning gust that caught Saseki off guard. The crowd that had been cheering went silent. Now they were just afraid. In the command center, the Minister of Defense and the Vice Commander of the Federation of Awakened stared at the screens in shock. The wind hurled Saseki around without mercy, smashing him into a building corner and breaking it apart. Then it flung him the other way, straight through the next building's windows. The men in the command room were horrified. Junho couldn't believe Park had sent Saseki flying, and Han said that sounded exactly like their brother. Park kept shouting for Hiro to come out instead of sending underlings, while the Wyvern breathed a pillar of fire, and soldiers yelled for him to stop. They shouted that they were only there to protect civilians, and the comments exploded in shock. Saseki was getting thrown around like a ragdoll, while Park showed his full power. The defense secretary said Park was even more impressive than expected, and might be more useful than Hiro. The vice commander said Park had already been invited to join them, and they'd accept once flights were running again. Then Park warned that if they didn't bring Hiro out, he'd burn everything within a kilometer. Hearing that, the crowd panicked, running and screaming in terror. In the command center, one soldier said civilians were in danger and they should use the satellite to take out the Dragon Knight, but the minister just smiled and asked why everyone was so nervous. He asked the vice commander what they'd do next, and the answer was simple. Lieutenant Messi was already preparing. Then someone behind Park shouted for him to stop, and he turned around. A large officer stood there, facing him without any fear. Park checked his info window and saw the man was just an ordinary person. Surprised, he asked who he was, as the Wyvern let out a warning burst of fire. The man didn't flinch. He introduced himself as Messi from the police and politely asked Park to stop. Park said he would only stop if they brought Hiro out and gave them 30 minutes. Messi said Hiro couldn't come right now, which caught Park's attention. The lieutenant then explained that Hiro was inside a level 7 dungeon. Park repeated it, asking where exactly Hiro was. Messi said there was no way to see him now. Hiro would need 10 days to come out. Park was stunned. He'd been provoked by someone who needed 10 days to clear a dungeon, and Messi awkwardly reminded him it was still a level 7 dungeon. Park said he'd return in 10 days when Hiro was back. Messi agreed, but warned he'd still answer for today's damage. Park laughed and said this was their fault. Stealing pups or eggs while the leader is out hunting is what cheap thieves do. The lieutenant gave a small smirk and said he'd pass that on. The Wyvern beat its wings and flew off as the citizens watched in fear. Back at headquarters, someone argued they couldn't let Park leave, or the whole world would laugh at them. But the minister said using the military against one awakened would look even worse. Still, since Park promised to return, he ordered the air fleet to follow him. As Park flew home, several helicopters trailed him from afar. Then he looked down in surprise when a huge dark portal opened on the ground. Flying closer, he guessed it was the gate to planet Kuchan. While Park headed back, headlines were already spreading that he'd declared war on Hiro. At Park's guild headquarters, the others raised bottles and celebrated, saying this was exactly what they'd expect from him, making everyone pay. The news also said Saseki was in the hospital with a concussion after one hit. The government treated it as a direct attack and demanded Park be extradited or they'd declare war. Meanwhile, the ministers gathered for an emergency meeting but still gave no official statement. In the comments, some wanted Park extradited, others said he'd done nothing wrong since Hero had killed the wolves, and many feared war. Han said it really looked like the world might go to war over Park, and Junho excitedly asked what they'd do. The kid joked that they should go to the US. No one would dare fight them. Jang said they should talk it over calmly once Park got back to the guild. Suddenly, a pigeon flew in through the window, cooing loudly. Then blue light spread outside and lit up the whole room. Gunwoo's voice rang out that Uncle was back, and everyone instantly tensed. Park, furious, demanded to know where the cowards were who had to answer for this mess. The kids said they were drinking in the office. Seconds later, Park opened the door, and one look from him was enough. The room turned heavy. Junho was first to speak, saying his brother was finally back. Park's eyes glowed blue as he asked what they'd been doing. Someone yelled, "Run!" and they all took off in panic, diving out the window and smashing the glass to escape his anger. Meanwhile, in a mountain mansion, a heated meeting was underway. Some argued they should send Park away. Others refused to bow to blackmail, and said if needed, they'd send Hero too. The Foreign Affairs Secretary complained this happened because Park had always been allowed to do whatever he wanted, so now he thought he was untouchable. But the Minister of National Security shot back that Hero started this, so blaming Park for everything made no sense. The Foreign Affairs Minister got mad and started cursing, until someone told him to take it outside instead of filling the room with swearing. Then a man in a black suit stood and said the president had arrived. A man in a yellow t-shirt, who seemed the oldest there, took the head seat, and everyone stopped arguing at once. The president got right to it and asked if Park and Hero had any connection. The assistant secretary said there was none at all, and the president asked why this had happened then. No one had a clear answer. He said he'd heard Hero started it, but couldn't understand why someone who betrayed his own country would pick a fight with Park. The bureau chief said they had two theories. First, Hero might simply be jealous that Park was becoming popular overseas. One man snapped that if that was true, Hero didn't deserve to be number one if he acted like a child. The president turned to the defense secretary and asked one thing. If war came, did they have any chance to win? The man said maybe 10 years ago, with a huge budget and time to prepare, they might have. Hearing that, the president immediately ordered them to hand Park over. The defense minister went pale and asked if that was even possible, while others muttered it was the only choice. If war started now, they'd be finished, so they had to think about the people's safety. But the bureau chief raised his hand and said the second theory was even more likely. The president asked what it was. The chief said this might all be a foreign government's plan to force them to give up Park. The president's eyes widened. If so, the threat of war was a trap. The chief said both countries were so exhausted that conflict was almost certain, but one thing was obvious. They needed Park. The president asked if Park was really that strong, especially since he hadn't returned like Hero. The chief explained that Park was different from everyone else. Several countries were after him because of the abilities he had. The president asked what powers could make so many nations risk everything. The chief revealed that Park was one step from mastering all the elements used by the High Elves. After they learned about Park's powers, interest in Aruki exploded, and no one there had regional magic. The ministers were stunned when they understood magic on a regional scale. The agriculture minister excitedly asked if that meant instant harvests. The bureau chief said yes. Park was basically a winning lottery ticket worth a fortune. After that, the president and ministers agreed. They would protect Park no matter what, even if it meant war. The president told the justice minister to put Park on the VIP list and make sure he couldn't leave the country. The chief thought, where there's money, war follows. Soon, headlines announced the ministers had refused to hand Park over. Another report said the DGB wanted to build a huge grain warehouse on Park's guild land. In a speeding black car, the chief thought again that money was behind everything. He also wondered why Miso had said that. He reminded himself he was the one who stopped Park from being deported. Miso asked if he'd spoken to Park, but he said Park had no reason to reject their offer. They were keeping him out of jail and helping him make money. He told her to inform Park that the guild would soon reach rank 6. So they needed to expand the farmland and turn the country into the world's top breadbasket, beating Ruka. Miso said she had already arranged everything with Max and they'd meet Park the next day. The chief was surprised it happened so fast. He said Park could smell money from far away and trusted Miso to handle it. She shot back that she was always the one cleaning up. The chief said they'd deal with that later. Near the level 3 Locust dungeon, Han, Junho, and Jang tumbled out of the portal and dropped to the ground. Han couldn't hold himself up and collapsed face first too. Then Monk appeared and landed right on top of them. Park glared at all three. Mad, he yelled for them to get up. They still had 10 rounds left. Junho didn't even react. He sounded like he was snoring. Park was about to explode when his phone rang. It was his grandma. He answered right away and asked what was wrong. She asked if he was really making the boys train through lunch. Park said those brats had already eaten more than enough while he was gone. Then she handed the phone to Miso, who got straight to it. She heard they'd been trapped in a dungeon for 3 straight days doing crazy training. Park confirmed it and asked what she wanted. Miso said the country's response was getting serious, but they had a good plan to deal with it. While listening, Park looked at the boys lying there unable to move and thought that every place had its own rules. Ignore them, and trouble follows. After thinking it over, he said they'd talk at home and settle everything properly. Later at the guild house, the tree on top kept growing. Under it sat Miso, Park, and another man. Miso introduced him as Max, the head of the SPFC branch. Max greeted Park and said it was an honor to finally meet him. Once they sat down, Park asked what the SPFC wanted from him. Max said the champion had challenged him not long ago, even repeating Hiro's words, that he wouldn't need to fight seriously to win. Park looked surprised and asked if Hiro really said that. Caught off guard, Miso asked if he hadn't known. Park said he'd heard something like it but never knew why. Max told him the truth. It was all about money. If the duel happened, the payout would be huge. He told Park not to overthink it, accept the match, make a fortune, and stop a war at the same time. Park remembered David warning him that Hiro was a violent psychopath and best avoided. So Park asked if accepting meant he could legally kill Hiro. Miso and Max both went quiet. Max awkwardly said they wouldn't blame him if something happened, but they weren't telling him to murder anyone. Miso cut in and said she'd speak with Park alone, then update Max. Max agreed, wished them luck, and left. After watching his car leave, Miso told Park he didn't have to accept if he didn't want to. War wasn't going to happen anyway, but Park smirked and said he wanted to do it. Miso explained Hiro's country was being obvious. They either wanted to lure Park in or get rid of him. Park just shrugged. He didn't care about their plan. Hiro wanted a beating, and if it wasn't illegal, he was fine with that. Miso then suggested donating all the money they raised to Hiro's country to score some political points. Park liked that idea and agreed right away. She smiled and said she'd tell Max. Then she handed Park an official government document. She explained that once a year, all guilds rank 6 or higher gather together. Park looked through the papers, confused, and Miso said she planned to invite him. He pointed out that his guild wasn't ranked 6 yet. Miso pulled out a small statue marked with a 6 and said it was official now. The guild had ranked up. She added that the certificate came from the bureau, and the whole working district would be given to them with self-rule over the area. Park stared at her and asked how that was possible. Miso said once the infrastructure was built and people moved in, the area would become the 13th district under Park's guild. Half joking, Park said that meant it was time for him to step up. Back at the office, he explained everything to the boys, but all 4 hated the idea. To them, the government failed to protect anyone before, and now it wanted the guild to protect the land. Park argued the choice had already been made, and the government was going to build the city either way. Junho asked if Park had fallen for the bait. They might be using him. Park said they could treat it like a demilitarized zone and expand the farm little by little. Han grumbled that it sucked and said he'd rather take the money and move to the US. Park fired back that he planned to make the area their official headquarters and later split it into sectors. Han stared and asked if Park really meant for them to run the whole place. Junho said each sector would normally have a mayor, but if Park picked the leaders himself, he'd basically be a lord. Han immediately loved that and kept repeating the title like a kid. Meanwhile, Monk read an article saying Park's land could turn their country into the world's new grain center. The boys started wondering if they could rival Aruka's farming industry, even with its trade gates around the world and insanely expensive goods. Han said if this worked, Park would become a real lord with land worth a crazy amount of money. He even asked whether the contract was signed and if Park kept 2 copies so nobody could cheat him. Park snapped that they couldn't even protect their own house, so how could they talk about running a castle? Then he said if they were done eating, it was time to train again. Han suddenly bent over, faking a stomachache and yelling that he needed medicine right away. Park was losing patience fast, but before he could blow up, Yang broke in by reading a shocking headline. Hiro had come out of the dungeon. The guys instantly started mocking him, yelling things like, "Welcome to hell, Hiro, and he's finished now." The news said Hiro's team cleared the level 7 dungeon in only 8 days. Another headline showed Hiro's answer to Park's taunt. "I'll teach you some manners." TV commentators were already talking about the coming fight between Park and Hiro. One former world champion said a face-to-face fight wasn't the same as clearing dungeons. An SPFC commentator added that Park had 0 experience in one-on-one fights against another awakened. Another article revealed that betting on Park's match had reached a record 240 million. The guys were stunned by the amount. Monk said even clearing the dungeon 100 times wouldn't get them that kind of money. Then Junho told Han to scroll so they could read more. Another article said Park had donated the whole amount to Hiro's country. Han shouted, asking what was wrong with him. Why give away money he worked so hard for? Junho guessed it was to stop a war, but Han said that still hadn't stopped the angry comments. Monk reminded them there was also the winner's payout. Han realized the prize for winning was double, and Yang asked if that was true. Then Park appeared behind them and coldly asked what they were doing. The guys hit him with questions, trying to understand why he'd give away that much money when his own life was on the line. Park only told them that if they were done eating, they should come with him. He was going to inspect the new land. Elsewhere, the bureau chief told the president the amount had been adjusted. If they split 5 billion each, it would be more than enough. As extra protection, they'd also signed an agreement saying Park would donate the prize to national funds, which killed the war rumors. With a sly smile, the chief said this was only the start, and once Park made the farming project work. At the same time, Park was already flying on his wyvern to inspect his new territory. He remembered Miso saying there used to be an HQ building there, and if they repaired it, it could hold about 100 people. When he spotted the old buildings below, he realized that's what she meant. Miso and the workers were already waiting when they saw the wyvern come down. Its landing kicked up a strong gust. One worker asked if the wyvern had gotten bigger, and another said seeing it up close was shocking. Park got off, and the wyvern stepped straight into the open portal. Miso asked how the view was from above. Park said it looked good and that planting trees across a 4-kilometer radius would be perfect. She said once the area was marked, she'd send in the paperwork for approval. Park spread his arms and used his skill. Fireflies gathered around him, and within seconds, light started to shine from his body. The fireflies multiplied fast. A worker asked if this was some famous trick, and Miso said it was how he marked his land. Nearby, the Mohawk guy greeted martial arts fans and announced that Sidekick was live. That morning, after a lot of searching, they finally found Hiro's team outside the level 7 dungeon. A reporter asked how Hiro was getting ready for the fight, and he said he had no time to train. Hiro added that level 7 dungeons would soon appear everywhere, so humanity wouldn't get a break. But the headline twisted it, saying Hiro didn't need to prepare for someone like the protagonist. At the same time, the protagonist's team was eating. Junho said he couldn't remember his last hot meal, Monk reminded him it was Monday, and Jang told them to quit complaining. Then Sidekick came over and asked if they were the protagonist's team, the so-called walking joke. He asked if they knew this YouTube channel and whether he could interview the protagonist. Han told him to check Job since he was probably there planting trees. Not long after, an article claimed the protagonist had vanished and was busy planting trees. The comments got nasty, saying he was only planting them so he'd have something to be buried under after losing to Hiro. Meanwhile, Akiko sat in an office, staring at an access denied message on her screen. She tried another password and waited. Then the Bureau of Awakened profile for the protagonist finally showed access granted. Smiling, she realized she'd broken in. She opened the confidential folders and began reading one file carefully. A second later, her face changed in shock. One note mentioned 1,000 years. In another report, betting experts said 85% were picking Hiro to win. Another article said Hiro, called Humanity's Hope, had cut dungeon clear time down to 8 days. One more report said the DGB had sent construction supplies to the city, and a warning sign about wolves had been placed at the entrance to the protagonist's land. The last report said 6 days remained until the fight, and the stadium was already sold out. A later article said the match was just 2 days away, and the protagonist was still on his land. Meanwhile, Hiro and Akiko sat in the city's best hotel, drinking wine. After a sip, Akiko asked what he was thinking. Hiro said he was wondering how he'd kill the protagonist if he failed to show up. Setting down her glass, Akiko said it wouldn't be that simple. Hiro asked what she meant, and she said she was talking about killing him. She explained she'd checked the Bureau's secret files and found a record saying the protagonist had returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. Hiro looked surprised and asked if he'd used the regression stone over and over during that time. Akiko didn't think so, but Hiro argued no one could survive 1,000 years without it. She said the record showed he spent 10 years on a planet where time moved twice as fast, and since Hiro himself had spent 500 years on Earth through regression, it wasn't impossible. It also explained why Hiro had never met him in those 500 years. Hiro asked if he'd found some secret to eternal youth, and Akiko said there was a rare item called the Red Divine Peach. Hiro repeated the name, waiting for the rest. She said the fruit appears on a planet once every 1,000 years and vanishes after 10 days. Whoever gets it gains immortality and eternal youth. Hiro said the man was getting more interesting. Living 1,000 years without the regression stone impressed even him, and Akiko admitted she was worried now that she knew the protagonist had lived longer than Hiro. Hiro stood and said it didn't matter who stood in front of him, he'd never let anyone block his path. Soon the news was full of one story. The protagonist still hadn't entered the country on fight day. Meanwhile, he was still tending trees on his new land. Apples started growing on the branches while Han watched beside him. The protagonist said that was enough for the apple trees, and Han agreed. There was no time left. But he moved on to the pear trees instead. Han shouted that only 3 hours remained, and he really had to leave. The protagonist said his level was still too low to plant many seedlings at once, and while he was gone, they needed to buy everything he'd asked for. Han told him not to worry and begged him to go already. A portal opened behind him, and his uniform appeared inside. Then a huge wyvern stepped out, scaring Han so badly he fell over. The protagonist said he'd be back soon, and they still had lots of dungeons to clear, so no slacking. Han scratched his head and asked what counted as slacking, but got no reply. The protagonist mounted the wyvern, and it took off. He faded into the sunset sky. Han watched in disbelief. The protagonist didn't seem worried at all about facing the champion. He'd spent the whole time planting trees. As soon as he was gone, Han pressed a remote and several drones rose around him. Grinning, he said it was fine. He already knew what to use for the opening shot. At the stadium, the crowd was already loud as the commentators filled the air. One of them said only 3 hours remained until the fight. The crowd was buzzing, and he added that the protagonist still hadn't arrived, wondering if he'd really skip it. The other said this was a brutal match for a rookie against the champion, and blamed the protagonist's government for his actions. Hiro and Akiko then arrived and took seats in the waiting room by a huge window. Hiro asked for updates, and Akiko said he'd recently expanded his land in Job. At that, Hiro smiled. He thought it proved the protagonist already knew the future. After all, the first level 7 dungeon to open in his country would be in Job. When it appeared, the combat team threw everything at it and was wiped out. The country lost over half its sea-based awakened and couldn't stop the monsters. The blast burned Job to the ground, and after that the monsters flooded the continent. Unable to stop them, the country fell. Hiro figured the government wanted his help to avoid that future, and mocked the protagonist for being arrogant. A commentator announced there were only 7 minutes left, and by the rules, a fighter had to arrive at least an hour early or be disqualified. Then a strong wind swept through the crowd, and everyone looked up, whispering and panicking. Was that a monster? A massive wing spread over the stadium, and the whole crowd screamed. It was a wyvern. Akiko shot to her feet as people started yelling that he was here. The commentator shouted in surprise that, against all odds, the protagonist had arrived on his wyvern. David jumped in excitement, yelling that he'd known the protagonist would come. 2 men beside him said he really knew how to make an entrance. The bureau chief cheered, shouting that if he won, the world would belong to the protagonist. Miso was watching the broadcast too, as the commentator kept repeating that he couldn't believe the protagonist showed up only 5 minutes before the match. At the field command center, soldiers cheered and yelled for him to crush everyone. The commentator announced that the Dragon Knight was finally coming down after circling the stadium. With the soldiers, Choi heard that title and quietly repeated it. The protagonist jumped off the now much larger wyvern. Without a word, it growled and stepped into a portal, vanishing before everyone's eyes. The crowd erupted at the summoning magic. The protagonist looked around, asked why so many people were there, and wanted to know where Hiro was. Then he yelled for Hiro to come out. The commentator said the protagonist seemed to be hunting for Hiro in the arena, as he called him out. The crowd answered by chanting Hiro's name together. Hearing it, Hiro stood and told Akiko he was going. She quickly grabbed his hand to stop him, but Hiro only smiled and told her not to worry. He'd win and return. Then white flakes began falling around the protagonist, and a bird passed overhead. He looked up as the commentator yelled that Hiro had arrived. The long-haired man dropped from above and smashed into the arena floor. The stadium exploded with cheers for the champion, but the protagonist didn't look shocked or scared. Calmly, he asked if this was really Hiro. Hiro ignored that and said he had a few questions before killing him. He asked if the protagonist was a survivor of the apocalypse, but the protagonist had no clue what he meant and asked what apocalypse he was talking about. Hiro narrowed his eyes and called it a bad act. Losing patience, the protagonist demanded to know what nonsense Hiro was saying. Hiro then asked if the regression stone still existed and how far back it could send someone. Still confused, the protagonist asked what stone he meant. The commentator noticed they were talking and asked his partner if he wanted to know what they were saying too. The second commentator joked that maybe Hiro was giving tips as the more experienced fighter. The first said if so, they should hear it, and sent a broadcast drone closer. 3 drones quickly dropped into the arena. Hiro activated a skill and asked if the protagonist thought he owned the world after returning from the past. The protagonist looked even more confused and asked how he could return from the past. Then 2 blades appeared in Hiro's hands, and he said the protagonist brought this on himself. He rushed in, slashing with both blades, saying he'd beat the truth out of him. The commentator shouted as Hiro attacked. Then everyone froze. The protagonist's fist smashed into Hiro's face, catching him completely off guard and launching the champion through the air. The packed stadium went dead silent as Hiro slammed into the ground and left a crater. As Park walked toward him, the commentator shouted that Hiro was down, badly hurt, and not moving. Park cracked his knuckles and called him just another crazy guy. He yelled for Hiro to get up and asked if he was dead already. Then Hiro's hand twitched. Park mocked the so-called champion for being this weak and told him to stand. He still hadn't paid enough. Hearing that, Hiro opened his eyes and slowly pushed himself up. The commentator shouted that Hiro was back on his feet. The whole stadium watched in shock as the champion swayed upright. The crowd screamed for Hiro to keep fighting. He touched the blood dripping from his nose, confused by what had hit him. Park muttered that things had to go the right way, and first, Hiro needed to learn humility. That set Hiro off. He rushed in, yelling at Park to shut up, but Park stopped him with another punch to the face. Hiro froze, stunned that he hadn't even seen it coming. Then another blow crashed into his stomach, sending him flying again. Park instantly used his tornado skill, lifting Hiro in spinning wind and glowing fireflies. When it peaked, the blast hurled Hiro high into the air inside wind and water. Park jumped after him, forming a fireball in his hand, the Fire Fairy Stream skill. He slammed the burning strike straight into Hiro, and a huge flash swallowed the arena. The crowd panicked. Some ducked, others covered their mouths in shock. Flames spread everywhere under a towering pillar of smoke. The commentator choked out that Hiro was getting completely crushed, then corrected himself. This was total annihilation. The second commentator couldn't even answer, just stared in horror. Some people cried, others screamed as Park grabbed Hiro's limp body by the neck. The commentator gasped that he looked dead, but Park said Hiro could stop acting. He knew he was still alive. He could see the health bar after all. Looking into his rival's eyes, Park asked why Hiro was hunting him. As his health regenerated, Hiro growled that he wanted Park dead. Park frowned and asked why. Hiro's eyes turned blood red, his health climbing higher. Full of hate, he said Park deserved to die. Stunned, Park demanded a reason. Hiro's face twisted into something monstrous as he revealed Park had ruined a 500-year plan. Park's eyes widened. What plan? But Hiro, now fully mutating, whispered, "Monster break." Then he roared that he had to save Earth as red light flooded the arena. Park shook his head and called him completely insane. Then the change finished and Hero released his divine rage. Space itself seemed to rip apart, blasting Park backward. The force pouring from Hero was so wild that the stadium glass shattered into countless pieces that rained over the crowd. Red lightning tore through the sky, the walls, and the ceiling. In the control room, the minister and vice commander watched tensely. The minister said the potion that restored Hero was dangerous, and the vice commander feared another blast. This wasn't Hero anymore. It was a giant beast with huge horns and a long tail stomping through the arena. Seeing it, the minister muttered that Hero must have learned something insane on planet Kuchan. After the blast, smoke covered everything. Survivors groaned through the stadium. People cried for help, and a little boy called for his mom under the rubble. Many were already dead. Even Akiko was hurt in the waiting room when the giant window shattered. In the arena, Monster Hero snarled that it was time for his final move, the Wrath of God. The power was too much for a human body, so he had to become this beast. He was shocked he had to use it on one man when he'd saved it for the 8th level boss. Then the monster heard something and froze wide-eyed. Park stepped out from the rubble, holding his head and cursing the pain. The beast stared in disbelief as Park, glowing green, walked toward him. Park grinned in anger and admitted the bastard was really something. Hero couldn't believe Park had survived the Wrath of God. As he came closer, Park mocked him and said he could transform too. Fear and rage filled Hero's eyes as he demanded to know what item made Park this strong and what he'd use to regress. Park calmly said Hero had it all wrong. There was no regression item, just a skill called Forest's Blessing. Hero roared in disbelief, asking how a skill could beat an elixir. With a small smile, Park explained it was basically an elixir-level skill that fully restored his vitality and mana in 5 seconds. That made Hero snap. He shouted, asking if Park was really smiling. Park only raised an eyebrow, confused. Getting ready to attack, Hero snarled and asked if this all felt like a joke to him. Park glanced at his status window, which confirmed the monster in front of him was Hero, a U-rank hybrid. The monster suddenly lunged and caught Park off guard. As he attacked, Hero screamed that the world had died because of him, then slammed Park with his tail and asked if he could still laugh. He raised his fist and asked again, throwing blow after blow, but it was like none of them mattered. Park scoffed that a U-rank wasn't that strong. Then he drove a brutal kick into the monster's chin. Locking eyes with Hero, Park asked if that 500-year plan had failed because of him, and if that meant the planet's destruction was his fault too. Was that why Hero wanted to kill him? Park stretched out his hand and formed a green barrier against the wind, but Hero only raged that if Park understood, then he should die. A strange purple stone appeared in Hero's hand. He clenched it tight, and violet light wrapped around him as he roared that Park had ruined everything. He demanded to know whether Park understood what Hero had done to reach this level, and how he dared look down on him. In the middle of it all, Hero remembered being a little kid watching a superhero movie. The children cheered when the hero landed the final hit. Even then, Hero felt happy seeing the hero save the world. But then everyone gasped when the hero dropped to his knees, bleeding as the world burned on screen. The narrator said the hero's soul stone would turn back time and erase him, but that was fine if his loved ones could live. The other kids cried, but Hero didn't. He smiled, thinking it was enough if the world remembered one hero. Right then, Park's foot smashed into Hero's face, and his eyes went wide. The hit sent the monster flying. Unfazed, Park repeated that Hero was just a lunatic. Hero hit the ground face first and dug in his claws to stop. Coughing blood, he slowly pushed himself up, staring at Park and admitting to himself that Park was strong. Stronger than anyone he'd failed to beat before. Not even in this form could he win, and now he saw no sign that Park had regressed. Still, that didn't matter. He could always start over. But then Park hit him again and asked what he was muttering. He said he wasn't the reason the plan failed, and from now on he'd teach Hero real wisdom, but the monster still wasn't truly fighting back. In his mind, Hero prayed for Park to keep talking. The purple copy stone in his hand had already reached 79%. It didn't just copy power, it took the soul too. Hero believed that in the next regression, Park's power would be his. To him, only he could save the world. But Park activated his reality skill. His hand glowed blue, black veins spreading across his face, and the hand smashing into Hero's face was no longer human. It was a beast paw, now a massive bear. Park threw a punch so hard it launched the monster away, breaking his nose and knocking out several teeth. Hero crashed through a wall and landed on the other side, back in human form in the middle of the crowd. They stared at him with disgust and called him a cruel monster. Hero's hair turned white when he hit the ground, and he cursed as he realized the copy stone had failed. Blood trickled from one eye. He looked up and saw an eagle circling above. It was Park, now in eagle form, slowly descending toward him, and in that moment, Hero understood. He wasn't facing just another human. Park dropped beside Hero, who lay sprawled on the ground. With a faint smile, he asked if Hero could finally see reality. Hero still didn't get it, and snapped that it was nonsense. Losing patience, Park warned him never to enter his territory again, or next time he'd die. With blood-red eyes, Hero whispered for him to shut up. Park fired back that Hero was delusional, and anyone chained to the past had no future. That hit Hero hard. His eyes widened like the words finally reached him. The commentator said that even half-conscious, Hero seemed to hear every word as Park, still in eagle form, flew away. Meanwhile, Choi had watched the whole fight with her fists clenched. Only one question stayed in her mind. Why? She remembered the day at the hospital when she asked Park why they couldn't fight together. He'd looked at her with pity and said she was still too weak. Their strength didn't match, and someone would get hurt. Choi got even angrier remembering he walked away with someone else right after that. Leaving the room, she muttered that idiot always talked nonsense. Meanwhile, screens everywhere were filled with news about Park's overwhelming victory. Reports said more than 48 people had died in the stadium during the fight, and that the world's unofficial #1, Park, had donated all his prize money to Hiro's country. Another article said the victims' families were preparing a class action lawsuit against Hiro. That night, Hiro had a nightmare. Park appeared as a beast with claws, warning him never to enter his territory again. One line kept ringing in his head: "For someone trapped in the past, there is no future." It hit him so hard it snapped him awake, covered in sweat. Alone in his room, Hiro looked around, trying to figure out how long he'd been out. He grabbed his phone and checked the news. Every headline was about Park's win and the lawsuit against the former champion. As he scrolled through the hateful comments, Hiro gave a dry laugh and called them all hypocrites. Just then, Akiko came in. She looked relieved to see him awake with his phone, but she quickly took it away and begged him to stop reading that trash. She told him people were just hurt and angry, and what he needed most was rest. Hiro knew she was trying to protect him, so he stayed quiet. He only let out a long sigh. When she asked if he was okay, he said he wanted to be alone. Before leaving, Akiko said she was keeping the phone. After she left, Hiro kept staring at the door. Then he got up, went to the window, and pulled back the curtain. Outside, a crowd was shouting for him to apologize and disappear. Hiro bitterly thought these people always chased him, no matter how much he gave them. They never changed. He opened his status window and stared at the copy stone. It showed the copy had been cut off. Hiro cursed, thinking if he'd lasted a little longer, he could have copied Park completely. Then he summoned a red stone, the regression stone. In front of him, countless versions of Earth appeared and filled the room. That stone could send him back 20 years, and now Hiro saw no other path. He had to get rid of Park for good. He thought he could use it in 2 years, maybe sooner if he raised it to level 3. But then 3 men walked in without knocking. Hiro recognized them right away and greeted the man in the center, who asked if he was alright. Hiro said bitterly that he was fine enough, then demanded to know what this was about. The man said it came straight from the bureau. Hiro fired back that he hadn't received any notice. The man only shrugged and said he'd just been ordered to escort him. Hiro looked at the other two and asked why they were there too. One said they were called in, and the other muttered they ran into each other on the way. In that awkward silence, Hiro understood what was really happening, and the 2 men couldn't even meet his eyes. With all the awakened Marine ranks gathered, Hiro knew this wasn't any award ceremony. He looked at them and told them to wait outside. He needed time to get ready. The hooded man agreed and started leaving with the others, but the tallest one muttered that they should stay quiet since 2 more were waiting outside. The hooded man tried to stop him, but it was too late. The third man sighed and said Hiro had already figured it out anyway. Smiling darkly, Hiro asked if those 5 really thought they could take him. The hooded man quickly said this was only an investigation, and Hiro just needed to cooperate. Hiro's smile twisted even more as he asked who exactly they thought they were investigating. The 3 men froze, and Hiro pieced it together. The agency must have recorded his talk with Park after the fight. Maybe they wanted the items hidden in his inventory, so he asked them directly. Were they after his regression stone? Did they plan to jail him and torture him for it? The hooded man panicked and denied it, saying this was only about items missing from the reports. The tallest man snapped that if Hiro really had something like that, he should have used it to help people. That made Hiro's eyes glow red with fury. Energy gathered in his palm as he growled that those words crossed the line. Soon, he said, the whole country would learn what it had lost. The tall man tried to restrain him, but he was already too late. Small horns grew from Hiro's head as his power burst out. Outside, the 2 guards saw light pouring through the door window. A second later, blood seeped through the cracks. They rushed to open the door, but an explosion blew them back with the door itself. Through the smoke, they saw the aftermath. Hiro, now a monster, had skewered the tall man with his tail and was lifting the other by the throat like he weighed nothing. He growled, asking if losing once made them think he was weak, and warned he'd break the neck of anyone who came closer. The hooded man reached out and called him captain, but the monster snarled that he had no right to use that title anymore, and demanded to know who gave the order. The man stammered that it was the commissioner, Tucker, head of the Supernatural Bureau, a nationalist who only cared about bloodlines. He'd been waiting for Hiro to fail so he'd have a reason to move, because he no longer trusted him. He claimed that when Hiro's team cleared the 7th dungeon level, 9 people died, Hiro transformed to heal them, and then hid items and skills in the report. To Tucker, it all sounded like lies. He wanted to know what else Hiro was hiding. The hooded man repeated Tucker's order. Before any full investigation, they had to interrogate Hiro, but the monster just laughed. It was greed, he spat. Tucker wanted every item for himself, and probably would have offered him captain of the first squad if things had gone his way. The man hesitated, remembering Tucker's hollow promises. Hiro roared with laughter and called them fools. He'd watched this country fall 25 times and wanted to rebuild civilization there, but human greed always got in the way. Then, still raging, Hiro asked about Akiko. Did she know all of this? The hooded man shut his eyes, too scared to answer. Hiro roared again, and with nowhere left to hide, the man admitted, yes. Akiko knew everything. Hiro lost control and crushed the man's throat until blood sprayed across the walls. The hooded man tried calling him captain to calm him, but it was far too late. The blast that came next destroyed the whole room. The news exploded right after. Hiro had escaped, killed 3 Marine ranks, and injured 2 more. At the Supernatural Bureau, the commissioner stood by the window, muttering in anger, Hiro, you ungrateful bastard. To Tucker, this proved one thing. You should never help strangers because they'll betray you. They took the boy in, helped him, and he still turned his fangs on them. Tucker decided Hiro had always been a spy sent by his home country. Now he had enough to convince the prime minister. With this incident, he could wipe out several problems at once and build new heroes to replace Hiro. He turned to the door and shouted for his assistant. A young man rushed in and asked what he needed. Tucker ordered him to call every network. In 2 hours, there would be a press conference about Hiro. Meanwhile, the news kept tracking everything. One report claimed the world's strongest man was now in Job. Another covered Yang training new recruits under the title, "The Guild is overflowing with fresh blood." A third said the countdown for Job to become the 13th district had officially started. On YouTube, one video broke down Park's guild expansion and called it the job version. Another had a real estate expert saying this growth was only natural. One more clip analyzed Park's fight under the title, "The Dragon Knight Seeks Divine Powers." Han kept watching, amazed by how much coverage was pouring in. The 10 most viewed videos were all about Park. Grinning, he whispered that this was a whole new level of fame. Then he spotted a headline saying Hiro had escaped from the hospital. A TV anchor said Tucker had called a press conference and urged everyone to listen. There, the commissioner accused Hiro of being a spy and demanded an explanation for Park's so-called terrorist attack. The government spokesperson shot back, calling the claim ridiculous and saying the country was furious over the insult. Han listened closely and let out a long sigh. Then a chill ran through him when he realized Hiro had vanished. How could someone nearly dead be moving again? And what if he came back while Park wasn't at the guild? Cold sweat broke out across Han's forehead. He ran out at once, determined to find Park. He rushed through the forest, grumbling that Park always vanished when things got bad, and asking why he could never just stay home. Then blue lightning started tearing across the sky. Han stopped cold, mouth open, fear crawling up his spine. This felt way too familiar. A huge bolt hit the ground, and screams rang out from the woods. Workers came running straight toward Han, yelling for him to run too. The second he saw that, he knew that Lunatic was already there. Terrified, he kept saying the madman was back. In the chaos, Han shoved through the crowd and nearly crashed into Yang, who appeared out of nowhere. They stared at each other, shocked and out of breath. Han quickly told him what he'd seen, that the crazy hero was back, but Yang frowned and said he got a report that a portal had opened nearby and came to check it out. Han repeated, "A portal?" just as confused as the workers running past. Yang nodded. They turned and stared as lightning kept striking the ground. Then a red sphere began forming inside the storm. Both men froze. Han swallowed and whispered that the portal looked terrifying. A soldier walked over and said it was a level 7 portal that would erupt in 42 days. Choi shouted that was way too long, while Junho reminded them a portal like this had already spawned 23 gates and lasted 120 days. Everyone started panicking. There were too many people and not enough time, and Junho complained they were so busy with the 13th district that they still hadn't checked the skills of the people they'd recruited. If the gate burst, they couldn't promise anyone would live. Only Monk kept cool. He said they had to face it and clear it before things got worse. No one answered. Then he wondered if Park would just let this happen. Zhang let out a long sigh and said they first had to survive getting in there. Shaking, Han asked if they really meant to walk into that nightmare. He admitted he was still only rank E. Yang said he was too, and Zhang complained that Park was missing when they needed him most. Han said he'd keep searching. Junho decided to check the animal farm and left, while Monk went to scout the east side and Yang headed for the entrance. They split up at once, but missed the tiny ferret sitting between them. It looked just like Park. Feeling its stare, they slowly turned back. In ferret form, Park asked why they accepted that territory at all. Junho said they got blinded by the chance to become the 13th district. Han admitted the manager title got him too, and the others agreed. Park cut them off. That wasn't the real reason. The land was a huge hunting ground. They all went still as that sank in. The ferret said it should have been obvious why that place was chosen, and he liked the way they were thinking. He told them to feel the wild nature of that land for themselves. Monk even shut his eyes, took a deep breath, and smiled. Still as a ferret, Park said a huge reward was right in front of them. Shouldn't they hunt it with thankful hearts? Han said they were grateful, but at their levels right now, Park cut him off. The prey was practically offering itself, and they still wanted to run. He warned that if they kept living that way, they'd spend their whole lives running back to the misery they came from. That struck Monk hard, and Park asked them again, did they really want to go back to their old lives? They all shouted no at once. After everything they'd done, none of them would go back. Han rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush in, and Monk said he'd scout ahead. Then the ferret glowed blue, and everyone stopped. Park's human shape appeared where it had been. Smiling, he warned them this was their first level 7 dungeon, so they'd probably need time to prepare. The group instantly changed their tune, saying they needed to get organized and at least pack hot food. Park said someone also had to train the rookies and watch construction, so Yang and Monk would join the first run. Everyone shouted that they got it and rushed off to prepare. Han pouted, upset his name wasn't on the roster for the nation's first level 7 raid team, but Park said Han was going too, which somehow didn't cheer him up. Park walked to the dungeon entrance and said they were heading in now. Han tried to stop him and begged him to wait, but Park ignored him and stepped through the portal. With no choice, the others followed, Han coming in last. Excited, Junho asked if it was really fine to charge into a level 7 dungeon like this. Monk, right behind him, only shrugged. Park and Jang were already inside under a faint pink glow, with Han running after them and yelling to slow down. Their figures appeared on the other side. Park came out first and checked the area, with Jang and Han close behind, tense and ready. A skeleton suddenly jumped at them, reaching with a bony hand. Han panicked so badly he couldn't even form words and just screamed. A message appeared on the screen. They had entered the land of the undead. Outside, the monitors showed the same thing, and everyone watching went still with fear. On TV, an anchor announced this was the first level 7 dungeon in Park's country, and only the 8th in the world. He added that people expected the worst, and the airport was already packed with those trying to escape. The live feed showed the panic, one man yelling that tickets were sold out, and a woman begging for a sea route to open. The reporter said the country's panic was only starting. Meanwhile, Park's guild was already inside the dungeon. At headquarters, officials argued over whether going in so fast was the right move. The agency head asked if Park's team had made the right call. An aide confirmed that Park, Han, and Jang were inside. One official lowered his head and listed their ranks, while another asked why Park brought them along. Someone replied that Han had a video memory skill. The chief said at least they'd leave footage behind for the next teams, and there were already plenty of online videos showing raids inside level 7 dungeons.